The figure was so quick that it instantly appeared in front of Su Ming. Without anyone being able to see it, the figure charged to the center of Su Ming's brow like an arrow. A thick wave of killing intent closed in on Su Ming. It was so thick that it felt like the world was being burned by an invisible flame. Su Ming stared coldly and did not move. At the moment the arrow formed by the figure was less than 30 feet away from him, Su Ming's eyes suddenly shone with a cold, fierce light. In an instant, the blood roared in his body, and his power of the god of berserkers erupted. His berserker soul, berserker bones, and every single aura that made him the god of berserkers spread out in an incredibly violent manner. At the same time, the 100 million souls of great berserker tribe surrounded Su Ming and worshipped him. At that moment, Su Ming might not have activated the god of berserkers' transformation, but everything that manifested about belonged to the god of berserkers. What he possessed was the pure blood and soul of great berserker tribe. At the moment all of it spread out around him. They charged towards the figure coming at Su Ming, and the figure's body shuddered. When Su Ming's presence of the god of berserkers spread out without restraint and he was surrounded by the souls of great berserker tribe, the figure was forced to stop 10 feet away. The man stared at Su Ming deeply, and his killing intent disappeared. Slowly, it knelt down and worshipped him. When he prostrated himself, Su Ming's presence of the god of berserkers spread out with a bang again. A power of a law of fate so vast that shocked even Su Ming radiated off the figure. It charged at Su Ming and instantly fused into his body, causing his soul to become much stronger again. The 9th tribe leader of great berserker tribe. Greetings, antecedental spirit of great berserker tribe. The figure spoke in a hoarse voice. It was raspy and the words were lacking in fluency. It sounded as if it had been a long time since the man had spoken last time. Once he finished, the man lowered his head and remained still. The elder entrusted me to tell you his words to me. If the inferior cauldron does not appear, I will remain sealed, but if the inferior cauldron appears, it means that a person who bears the destiny of great berserker tribe has descended. If that person is not an antecedental spirit of great berserker tribe, I will have to crush the cauldron and die, but if he is the antecedental spirit of great berserker tribe, then I am to ask you to permit me to return to my position. The man remained prostrated in the air. His voice was still indistinct and hoarse, but the final few words seemed to possess some sort of resolve. Su Ming cast a glance at the figure which no one else could see, then moved his gaze to the small cauldron above his right hand. A contemplative look appeared on his face, and after a long while, Su Ming nodded. I allow you to return to your position. At the instant Su Ming said those words, the man lifted his head before charging toward the small cauldron. Su Ming did not stop him. He simply allowed the figure to approach him. At that moment, the small cauldron seemed to have turned into a black hole that could suck in everything in the world. In an instant, it sucked the figure inside it. Once the figure fused into the cauldron, it released a presence that surged into Su Ming's right hand. It circulated once in his body as if it wanted to draw an outline of his Venus pathways to search for the ones he used to practice cultivation in his life. It connected them to form a picture before it returned to the small cauldron. The cauldron then let out a piercing light. It reached 100,000 feet. From the distance, it looked like a sun, and during that moment, it illuminated the entire land of berserkers and all the berserkers. There were countless pictures with the exact same image in that light. They had a human figure formed by Venus pathways. They were Su Ming's Venus pathways. All the pictures then fused into the light and landed on each of the berserkers before they forcefully injected themselves into their bodies. Everyone's expression changed. A wild delight along with disbelief filled them. Almost every berserker sat down cross-legged and began circulating their cultivation base. They had noticed that the light seemed to have opened up a spot they had never known about in their veins. It was as if a seal in all of the berserkers' blood had been released. A vast power then erupted from them. It was a sign of their cultivation base increasing by leaps and bounds, causing each berserker to be able to sense the strength in their bodies. Awakening, bone sacrifice, great completion in berserker soul realm, man cultivation, earth cultivation, heaven cultivation, world plane, plane culpa, lunar culpa, solar culpa, mastery realm, fate realm, life realm, death realm, avacania realm in the path of an antecedental spirit. This dozen-something realms were all ingrained in the berserkers' bodies during that moment, and it changed as well as transformed their Venus pathways. These realms were all that Su Ming had experienced and walked through in his life. In fact, it could be said that this was a path of cultivation he created once he combined all the cultivation paths belonging to the cultivators of the worlds beyond. This path was the one Su Ming chose from many other paths. At that moment, with the small cauldron releasing it to the world, it was branded into each of the berserkers' hearts as well as the legacy in their blood. This path was also divided into 3 steps. The first step was to move from awakening to berserker soul realm, and the second step was from man cultivation realm to world plane realm, and lunar culpa as well as solar culpa realms were the transitional realms. The third step was to become the masters of fate, life, and death. The avacania realm belonged to the path of antecedental spirits, which already surpassed the third step. It was partially in the fourth step. It was a complete cultivation system. During that instant, the path of cultivation Su Ming experienced with his own body turned into the future path of cultivation for the berserkers, who had lost their cultivation system. Due to having stored up enough power, having built a solid foundation, and not having a direction for their training, they had accumulated a sufficient amount of cultivation base. That was why the branding of Su Ming's cultivation system immediately caused all the berserkers to improve by leaps and bounds in terms of their levels of cultivation. Even the weakest among the 600,000 berserkers in the area were in the later stage of awakening realm, since only those who had reached it could fly and rush over to greet him. The berserkers who were in the later stage of awakening realm reached bone sacrifice realm as their cultivation bases erupted in power. Then they reached another breakthrough and arrived in berserker soul realm. Those who were already in bone sacrifice realm reached berserker soul realm when their cultivation bases reached a breakthrough. They reached man cultivation realm, and those who had great potential reached earth cultivation realm, the realm Su Ming had reached when he left the land of berserkers in the past. The ones with the greatest change were those who were originally in berserker soul realm. They had already accumulated a large amount of cultivation base and only lacked a path to guide them, which was why they improved slowly, but during that moment, when the brand of Su Ming's cultivation system was left in their bodies and their future path became incredibly clear in their heads, their cultivation bases increased exponentially under the small cauldron's guiding hand. From berserker soul realm, they reached man cultivation realm, then earth cultivation realm. Some of the old monsters even reached a breakthrough while they were in earth cultivation realm and stepped into heaven cultivation realm. All of their epiphanies were obtained from Su Ming. All of their paths had been laid out for them. Among the 600,000 cultivators, a dozen-something old men were personally appointed by Su Ming before. They had reached great completion of Great Berserker Realm 1,000-something years ago. That was why they had already taken another step forward and discovered their way into man cultivation or even earth cultivation. They were the ones who were the most suited to have their levels of cultivation increase by leaps and bounds this time. The years of accumulated power and their entire lives of struggle made those people feel as if there were thousands of rivers in their bodies, but they had never been able to open up the channels between them and fuse them together. Right then, as Su Ming's path of cultivation was branded in their heads, the brand served as a guide for those rivers to fuse into an ocean. Manya threw his head back and roared. His old face swiftly changed during that moment. When he gained the appearance of a middle-aged man, his level of cultivation reached heaven cultivation realm, and when he took another step forward, he reached world plane realm. He could reach world plane realm because Su Ming possessed a true world clone. He had an endless amount of power of world planes, and the berserkers could absorb it as much as they wanted. Once Manya reached world plane realm, he reached another breakthrough and arrived in lunar culpa realm. Only then did his cultivation base stop increasing. This was what it meant to rise abruptly in power due to accumulated strength. It was also what great berserker tribe had been preparing in the past. One explosive burst in power. They left behind a seal in their blood, and it was like a dam was set in a surging river. So only a portion of the water could flow through to maintain their cultivation bases and life force. It was the same for each generation of berserkers until the berserker's path was set one day. When the cultivation system of the berserkers was branded in each of the berserkers' heart, the dam was opened, and the cultivation bases that had been blocked off during the countless years since they inherited their legacy erupted forth in one go. Wu Shuang, Xuesha, Tianqi, and the others all reached Lunar Kulpa realm. This was their current limit, but it was not the last stop in their path of cultivation. Once they reached true Morning Dao world and got used to the aura of the world outside, their cultivation bases would increase by leaps and bounds again. Overall, the ones who received the greatest transformation in their levels of cultivation were the fated kin. There were practically none of them who had a level of cultivation that was lower than man cultivation. Out of them, there were 2 people who received the highest boost in their levels of cultivation. One of them was Qi Lei Tian. This was the scion of the lightning berserker, and he was the hot-tempered old man who'd had his lightning crystal snatched by Su Ming. As his cultivation base increased, he stepped past Lunar Kulpa realm and became a cultivator in Solar Kulpa realm. But he was still not the strongest. The strongest out of the 600,000 cultivators was Nan Gonghen. Nan Gonghen, the tribe leader of the fated kin, Su Ming's friend in the past, and the person who always referred to Su Ming as his benefactor, attained great completion of plain Kulpa realm. By the looks of it, he was only 1 step away from reaching the edges of Mastery realm. These were the berserkers. This was a huge leap for this race. It was an explosive increase in power due to the strength accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Only Fong Zonglan's level of cultivation did not seem to increase. Instead, she looked a little weakened. The light from the small cauldron did not seem to stimulate her blood, but instead caused a bit of harm to her. Her face turned slightly pale, but she continued watching the berserkers cheer in joy around her with a smile. She was happy for the huge leap in their power. Besides the 600,000 cultivators in the area, the berserkers who could not greet Su Ming and stayed on the islands in the land of berserkers also found their levels of cultivation increase by different amounts under the light. Su Ming stared at the area around him. He watched the berserkers whose levels of cultivation increased exponentially under the light from the small cauldron. When he noticed Fong Zonglan's pale face, he immediately swung his arm. The light around her disappeared, and her color slowly recovered. She smiled gently at Su Ming. She seemed to want to say something, but at that moment, the sky suddenly roared. The weather changed, and the seal in the sky looked as if it was about to crumble. A large amount of fog instantly appeared in the world. It tumbled around and seemed to form a malicious spirit. It roared at the ground, and 3 wills that were incredibly powerful and could cause the entire berserker's world to tremble descended. The 3 wills in Death Vortex who were once a force mightier than the might of heaven in Su Ming's eyes and who he once wondered whether he could ever fight against descended. At the instant they appeared, an ancient presence that seemed to cause the berserker's world to rot spread out. It caused almost every single person who sensed it to feel as if they had reached the end of their lives, and exhaustion stemming from the bottom of their hearts rose within them. The world contorted, fog tumbled about, and the sea in the sky seemed to have become slightly unstable. Not a single word was spoken. Just the descent of the wills immediately formed a powerful, mighty pressure that caused the world to tremble. It was as if, with just one thought, they could make the berserker's world crumble. These were the wills Su Ming once believed were the masters of Death Vortex. Yet right then, Su Ming did not believe that the 3 ancient wills were the ultimate masters of Death Vortex. Instead, in his eyes, they were more like beings who were made to stay in this place like hidden servants of Death Vortex. Su Ming! A roar like the might of heaven swiftly echoed in the entire berserker's world. At the same time, the fog before Su Ming tumbled, and 3 figures appeared within it. They were 3 old men dressed in long black, white, and gray robes. They were bald, and their eyes contained a profound look with the signs of time. The one who had spoken was the black-robed old man. "Since you escaped your preordained fate in the 5th ocean, why did you return?" The white-robed old man asked in a hoarse voice. At the instant his voice appeared, a sharp glare immediately shone in Su Ming's eyes. "The person in the past was you." Su Ming smiled. He recognized that voice. It was the will who had coerced him to leave. "It's me." the old man in white said flatly. Su Ming, if it was not for Su Xianyi attacking us in the past, you would not have been able to escape from the Fifth Ocean. Since you dared to return to this place and kill our divine clones, we have the chance to restore order. The black-robed old man's voice was dark. He glared at Su Ming, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. This time, Su Xianyi can't save you. This is Yin Death Vortex, and Su Xianyi won't dare to appear in this place personally. I'd like to see how you'll manage to escape. The old man in black laughed coldly. I can give you a chance. Stay here and continue to be Yin Death's child, and we will overlook the fact that you killed our divine clones. If you refuse to, then without Su Xianyi's help, you will not be able to escape from our hands. The old man in white said flatly. Even if your return this time is part of Su Xianyi's plan, you will definitely fail, because... Before the old man in black could finish speaking in his cold voice, Su Ming frowned and cut him off coldly. So noisy! He swung his arm. The fog in the world immediately tumbled back, layer by layer, before it disappeared. The unstable seal in the sky became several times more stable, and the mighty pressure from the divine senses of the three old men vanished as if they were made to scatter by Su Ming. Is it that your divine clones died too quickly and did not manage to let you know of the things that happened before their deaths? Or is it that you have all just woken up and cannot see the difference between our strengths? Su Ming asked coldly with an indifferent face. The black-robed old man's expression changed while the white-robed old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Only the gray-robed old man's expression remained the same. He did not say a single word, and even at that moment, his expression still did not change. You're just asking for death. As the black-robed old man's expression changed, a will so great that it was almost terrifying erupted from his body with a bang and charged at Su Ming with loud booming sounds. It had the intent to suppress him. As one of the three great wills in Yin Death region, ever since the old man could remember, he only needed to use his will to squash all those who were disrespectful to him, and all signs of their lives would be crushed immediately. He could suppress others with his state of being. It was his majesty and his divine ability as one of the three great wills. Yet this time, the moment his will went forth to suppress Su Ming, a cold, fierce glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His own will appeared, and he had it spread outwards without any hesitation to crash against the black-robed old man's will in an unseen manner. A hint of derision appeared on Su Ming's lips. The black-robed old man's expression changed. His will tumbled backwards swiftly, and his body was forced back non-stop until he was pushed 1,000 feet backwards. When he lifted his head, there was shock and disbelief on his face. Your state of being. This is... At that moment, the white-robed old man's pupils shrank. He lifted his right hand and pointed at Su Ming. With the will of heaven in this world, I shall seal thy heart and soul. Be destroyed. With his words, an eye manifested in the air in front of Su Ming. It was staring at him while swiftly approaching him with the intent to seal him. With a calm expression, Su Ming turned his head to stare at the white-robed old man. The will in his body swept outwards, and when he directed his gaze at the old man, booming sounds reverberated through the air. The white-robed old man shuddered, and when he took a few steps back, the same expression of shock as that of the black-robed old man appeared on his face. At the same time, the eye that closed in on Su Ming turned crimson, swelled up, then exploded with a bang. Is that all? Su Ming shook his head, slightly disappointed. In his eyes right then, the three wills who were so incredibly powerful in the past were weaker than even Su Xianyi. In truth, it was not that the three wills were too weak, but that as Su Ming continued to grow during the 1,000-something years and even possessed true Morning Dao world, his existence had surpassed the limits of a cultivator. He had already stepped into the path of reaching Avacania realm. His arid curse was something even the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe was wary of. It was an art that allowed him to curse arid triads' will, and it could make arid triads will sense danger, which meant that he could fight against those in Avacania realm. In this state, even if Su Ming was yet to be peerless in all of arid triad expanse cosmos, it was still difficult for him to find many decent opponents. The black-robed old man's expression changed. He moved forward, and his body instantly turned into black fog. The white-robed old man did the same. With one move, he turned into white fog. As for the gray-robed old man, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he immediately put his hands together. The black and white fog surrounded him, instantly causing black to appear in one of the gray-robed old man's eyes, and white in the other. When he stared at Su Ming, he spoke hoarsely for the first time. "You are very strong. I may not understand how you managed to become this strong in just the 1,000-something years we did not meet each other, and I find something familiar about your will as well. But the three of us are the three great wills of Een Death Vortex. As the servants of Morris Alba I, we are not so easily affected by someone like you. We allowed you to go to Divine Essence Star Ocean, the fifth ocean, opened the path to Dark Dawn for you, and even asked you to search for our sealed king in the barren lands of Divine Essence. Not because we wanted to deceive you, but because we wanted to test you. It was a pity that Su Xianyi interfered with our actions, and even Di Tian interfered with us. They did not want you to wake up, did not want you to come to an understanding, and they used all sorts of methods to interfere with our actions. In the end, you did not walk down the path we tried to lead you to. Instead, you came to hate us. Oh well, you are now already against us. Even if you learn of everything, you will still choose to do the same thing." As the gray-robed old man spoke, he sounded as if he just sighed softly. Then he pushed his hands swiftly forward. The color green denotes all Een Death souls. All lives who enter Een Death region or are born in it are all green. Een is the title for the servants of Morris Alba. They are the guides of Een Death's children. The three Eens are black, white, and gray. Now, the three Eens will kill the green. The gray-robed old man cast Su Ming a deep look. At the moment he pushed forward, an invisible gust of wind appeared in front of him. That wind formed swiftly before it turned into a huge hand, covered the sky and earth, then went to seize Su Ming. A feeling that made him sense danger arose in his heart, and Su Ming instantly focused on his enemy. The gray-robed old man's words were still echoing in his head though, seeming to contain a strange secret. However, the clues Su Ming knew were few, which was why he could not connect them together to obtain an answer. At that moment, when he stared at the huge hand, he felt that it contained a mighty pressure that was created to specifically target the living creatures in Een Death Vortex. It felt as if the hand wanted to wipe away his existence. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He took a few steps back and closed his eyes. At the instant he did so, he called out to his true world clone in his heart. True Morning Dao world roared beyond Een Death Vortex. The huge true world instantly distorted, then started becoming larger and shrinking like a rubber band. The lives in the true world could not sense these changes. But as the true world shrank and grew larger, Su Ming opened his eyes while in Een Death Vortex. At the moment he did so, the third eye at the center of his brow opened up. It was the spot where Su Ming kept True Morning Dao world. At that moment, a strange change immediately appeared in that pupil. It would occasionally grow larger, as if it was occupying the entire third eye, then it would shrink, turning into such a fine line that it looked like it was about to disappear. When he saw the hand approach him, Su Ming spoke languidly. "With the laws of fate in this place, create the outline of the path to my true world." At the instant he said those words, the power of the 160 million laws of fate in the Berserker's world let out a loud bang, as if they were boiling, causing the Berserker's world to distort. "With the blood of the Berserkers in this world, activate the guiding light to the vortex. The blood of all Berserkers, their desire to have the Berserkers rise to power, their expectations and belief in Su Ming bringing them out of this place gathered together and turned into a guiding light that looked like a candle flame in the darkness. With my thoughts in this place, form the peak of the sky." The world roared, and the sky trembled. The fierce creatures sealed outside the world immediately moved back, as if they had sensed something terrifying. As True Morning Dao world shrank and expanded beyond Een Death Vortex, it swiftly came pressing down on Een Death Vortex. "True world, descend." Su Ming lifted his hands. At the instant the hand approached him, he swung his arms, and the land of berserkers trembled furiously. As the world roared, his true world, contained in his third eye, spread out into the world around him. True Morning Tao world was brought into the berserker's dimension. It descended on the spot where he was. The layers in the sky changed, as if the stars were made to move in reverse and the sky was made to change. The incoming hand came to a swift halt 5 feet away from Su Ming. With a bang, it began to crumble right before his eyes. True Morning Tao world. This is True Morning Tao world's presence. You possess True Morning Tao world? With Su Ming's third eye as the center, the presence of True Morning Tao world spread out through the area. The sky roared, and the ground trembled. This was the first time True Morning Tao world had completely revealed its presence in Yin Death Vortex. It surrounded Su Ming, causing his long hair to flutter while his robes danced in the wind. The pupil in his third eye shrank, then expanded, causing Su Ming to possess the power of the god of berserkers, and at the same time, he was also filled with a malicious, evil air. That maliciousness was enough to make people be unable to forget it once they cast a glance at it. True Morning Tao world is me, and I am True Morning Tao world. In the face of the three wills' shock towards his status, Su Ming answered their question with an aloof voice that thundered and reverberated in all directions. His words echoed in the air, and each syllable was stronger than the last. When he spoke his final word, the world rumbled. The huge hand before Su Ming instantly crumbled, and the gray-robed old man's face changed. He staggered several thousands of feet back. The black and white balls of fog by his side looked as if a violent gust of wind had blown past them, and they resumed human forms in an extremely disheveled state. The three of them stared at Su Ming in shock. Even up to this moment, their expressions were filled with disbelief. So what if you possessed a true world? The gray-robed old man's eyes shone. When he lifted his arms, the black-robed and white-robed old man beside him immediately formed seals. They moved and turned into the black and white balls of fog again. When they swept through the area, the gray-robed old man took a step forward. His body turned into gray fog to mingle with the black and white fog. They gathered together and stirred up the air, which brought out an increasingly stronger will. The sky of Morris Alba is not a field. A buzzing, indistinct voice came out swiftly from the huge will from the fused black, white, and gray fog. At the instant the words echoed in the air, the entire sky turned crimson. There were paths that looked like a spider's web within it. They filled the sky and stretched out endlessly, making people feel that the world had turned into a cage sealing them inside. But if they looked closer, they would find that they were something different. Yet no one would be able to tell clearly just what was the thing that covered the sky. All changes shall be halted. The will let out another loud, booming shout. As its voice reverberated through the air, the sky and earth looked like they had come to a standstill. The power that made everything freeze seemed to have surpassed the immobilization art Su Ming had seen before. This was a power that made an entire world come to a complete stop. All the things in the area, including the fires of life, were frozen during that instant. It was just like what the words had declared. All changes shall be halted. A grave look appeared on Su Ming's face for the first time, and the presence of the true world surrounded him. His body sometimes appeared indistinct, and at other times he could be seen clearly. This was because the presence of the true world surrounding him was fighting against Yin Death Vortex. Morris Alba's wings. First wave. The will from the fog roared at that moment, and the world rumbled. Su Ming personally saw the crimson paths that resembled a spider's web while they covered the sky in the frozen world move. It was a movement akin to the flapping of wings. As it happened, a faint breeze stirred up, but this seemingly harmless breeze made Su Ming's pupils shrink. The paths that covered the sky did not form a spider's web, but wings. By the looks of it, they were a butterfly's wings. A great, life-threatening sense of danger rose swiftly in Su Ming's heart. He lifted his right hand without any hesitation and swung it forward while growling. God of Berserker's transformation. He executed the god of Berserker's transformation in the Berserker's world. The moment Su Ming finished speaking, 10 million souls of those in Great Berserker tribe rushed out of the air around his lifted right hand. As they roared soundlessly, they charged at his right hand and swiftly fused into it, causing it instantly expand. When Su Ming lifted his left hand, another 10 million souls of those in Great Berserker tribe appeared. Then it was his feet and his torso. The process of the god of Berserker's transformation was over in the blink of an eye, and Su Ming's body instantly grew several times its original size. As he stood towering in the world, he became the real god of Great Berserker tribe. God of Berserker's transformation transformed one into the god of Berserkers. The fusion of 100 million souls of those from Great Berserker tribe, the growth of Su Ming's body, and the extreme increase of the Berserker's power caused Su Ming to feel as if he possessed the power to tear apart the world at that moment. The power was so great that it was difficult to put into words, and it was lying right in his hands. Su Ming felt as if he could fight against those in Avacania realm at that moment. This was the perfect Great Berserker body, the most powerful body that not even those of Great Berserker tribe possessed when they were in the era of the antecedental spirits. This was the one and only god of Berserkers who could be formed after countless souls of those from Great Berserker tribe gathered together over the course of many years. When the god of Berserker's transformation was activated, the world trembled. The unseen power that froze the world seemed to have become unstable as well. When Su Ming threw his head back and roared, his voice shook the sky and earth. This was a madness that was on par with an ancient god's roar. At the instant his voice echoed in the world, the invisible power that froze the Berserker's world instantly crumbled. The 600,000 Berserkers around the area stared at Su Ming in excitement. At that moment, they could sense it. The urge in their blood calling them to worship Su Ming had become even stronger. If Su Ming before he went through the god of Berserker's transformation could send all the Berserkers into fervent ardor and make them regard him with reverence while resonating with his blood, then after, what the Berserkers sensed was no longer a resonance in their blood. This was something that surpassed resonance. It was as if they had just seen their ancestor. God of Berserkers! God of Berserkers! God of Berserkers! The 600,000 Berserkers bowed to Su Ming simultaneously. Their voices surged into the sky and covered Morris Alba's wings that were creating a gust of wind that seemed intent on destroying the world to charge at Su Ming. This wind did not just want to destroy Su Ming. It also wanted to destroy the entire Berserker's world. When it came closer, Su Ming, who had gained a huge body after the god of Berserker's transformation, had a hint of contempt in his eyes. It came from his confidence and from the supreme, violent power of the great Berserkers in his body. This is the Berserker's world. Su Ming lifted his right hand. And I am the god of Berserkers. It would have been a different story if you were the real Morris Alba's wings. But you are just an illusion. How dare you stand against me? Su Ming did not wait for Morris Alba's wings to approach him. He took a step forward, then lifted his hands. With a leap forward, he put his hands together, then pushed them forward at the incoming wings. He did not use any sort of divine abilities or arts, but he did gather all of his power as well as the determination and madness of the 100 million souls of great Berserkers intent to protect their kin. The will of the true world from Su Ming's third eye fused together with them to create the simple push Su Ming performed. It seemed to crush all rules and create laws belonging to the world of the Berserkers. They crashed against Morris Alba's wings, immediately causing the world to feel as if it had become an eternal presence. Shatter! Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot when he shouted and the world turned into an eternal presence. It roared. The ground trembled furiously, and the sky distorted. The crimson wings let out cracking sounds and crumbled before tumbling backwards. That was a gust of wind that could destroy everything. But it could not destroy Su Ming's body, his will, and much less the Berserkers he protected. Morris Alba's wings crumbled. The fog formed by the fusion of the black, white, and gray fog was instantly thrown into disorder under Su Ming's violent push as the god of Berserkers. When it scattered, it turned into the three old men. Their faces were pale. There was shock on their faces as they swiftly fell back. Their wills were shaken and their hearts were filled with disbelief. After all, Morris Alba's wings' first wave was a divine ability that could only be executed when the three of them fused together. It was a supreme power that could destroy a world. It might not be the legendary harmonious Morris Alba's wings, but with its form, they could obtain a hint of that legendary power. Even so, they still did not manage to affect Su Ming. God of Berserker's transformation shocked the three old men, and rarely seen fear appeared on their faces. But when they moved back, Su Ming turned his head while in midair. His eyes were crimson at that moment. The span of time in which he could remain in his God of Berserker's transformation state was about to end. So the moment the effects were about to wear off, Su Ming cast his gaze on the white-robed old man. This person was the ancient will who had forced Su Ming to go to the barren lands of divine essence in the past. That was why Su Ming's killing intent towards the white-robed old man was the greatest. At the moment his gaze landed on him, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pointed at him. With my noble status as a true world, my might as the god of berserkers, my status as the master of the world, I sentence you to have your body and soul be destroyed. When Su Ming spoke, the area around him roared, and the presence of a true world went into a rampage. The power of the god of berserkers spread through the area, and when it gathered together, it turned into a monstrous will of heaven. When it filled the area, it swiftly enveloped the white-robed old man. The old man's expression changed. He formed a seal with his hands, but just as he was about to fight back, "Die!" Su Ming unfurled his fingers and straightened his palm to seize the air in the direction of the white-robed old man. Then he clenched his fist, as if he held the white-robed old man's soul in his palm. After that vicious move, the white-robed old man let out a shrill scream of pain. Terror and despair appeared on his face, and there was also disbelief that said that he could not believe that all of this was happening. "This is impossible. He can't possibly kill me. Even if he possessed true Morning Dao world, he doesn't have the right to kill me. This is—" The white-robed old man's body twisted, and as he screamed shrilly, a loud bang shot up when his body was torn to shreds. He turned into white fog. Just as he intended to flee in all directions, he stopped swiftly, as if a breeze had just blown on him. Right before everyone's eyes, the white fog, which was the old man, disappeared into thin air as if his existence had been wiped out. The three great wills that had existed since ancient times in Death Vortex found themselves unable to believe in what just happened, even when one of them died. The white-robed old man found himself unable to believe in what he went through before he died. It was just as Su Ming said, his form and soul were destroyed. He no longer had any signs of life left. It was also impossible for him to be reincarnated. At the same time the white-robed old man's form and spirit were destroyed, Su Ming's body changed. The souls of great berserkers scattered and sank into him again, bringing the god of berserkers' transformation to an end. Su Ming's body returned to normal before everyone's eyes. His expression throughout it remained normal. There was not a single injury that could be seen due to him executing the god of berserkers' transformation. This was the extent of Su Ming's power as of right then. He had already surpassed how he was when he had just gained an epiphany of the god of berserkers' transformation, which was why even if he executed the art, he was not in the slightest bit affected after it ended. Su Ming's gaze was cold and fierce. He stood in midair, and everything around him was silent. The black-robed old man stared at the empty spot where the white-robed old man had been destroyed. No matter how he tried to perceive the other with his senses, he could not find a single hint of his existence. This caused his expression to turn incredibly sour, and terror appeared in his eyes. He originally thought that they could not be killed, but everything before him told him one brutal truth. They were not imperishable. The gray-robed old man did not stare at the spot where the white-robed old man died, but instead looked blankly at Su Ming. There was surprise shining in his eyes, as if he could see something the black-robed old man could not see. But the more this was so, the paler his face became. There was even a hint of bitterness and a complicated look on his face. The 600,000 berserkers were still kneeling in the air. They had personally seen their god of berserkers kill one of the three great wills. Perhaps most of the berserkers did not know what this signified, but those with the levels of cultivation of Manya, Wushuang, Nangonghen, and the rest knew more secrets. They understood what the three wills signified and just how powerful they were. This was why a huge storm started raging in their hearts. They might have known of Su Ming's strength, but there was no one they could use as a comparison for his power, which was why they could not tell just how powerful he was. Now, with something to compare it to, they could tell clearly that Su Ming was definitely above the normal standards of what defined power. His was a supreme power that could kill the three great wills. Su Ming's aloof gaze landed on the black-robed old man. The mighty pressure formed after he killed the white-robed old man was branded on him, causing the old man to instinctively take a few steps back. The next is you. Su Ming, I have the marks of your eldest senior brother and your second senior brother's souls. If you kill me, they won't escape death as well. The black-robed old man's voice was restrained as he spoke fiercely. It's precisely because of this that I will kill you. When Su Ming declared this with a flat tone, he took a step forward. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. When he moved backwards, resolve appeared on the gray-robed old man's face, and it seemed to be made after a long bout of internal conflict. Circumferential seal. The gray-robed old man swung his arm and spoke resolutely in the direction of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth. This was a life-and-death situation. He had been unable to help himself but speak arrogantly when he thought that Su Ming could not kill him. But when he personally saw his actions towards the white-robed old man, he could no longer find it in himself to care about anything else. He gritted his teeth, and madness appeared in his eyes. He swung his arm before turning into a large amount of black fog. His great will was contained in the fog. The will of Death Vortex was of supreme status and all lives had to worship it. The black-robed man stood above all others and could decide the destinies of countless lives. If he could escape from Death Vortex and appear in the worlds beyond, with his great will, he could fight even against antecedental spirits. In fact, during the era true morning Tao worlds will slept, he could stand above all cultivators, but right then, he was in an incredibly pathetic state while facing Su Ming. There was nothing about this that he could accept. Su Ming's strength had intimidated him greatly. If he wanted to live, he had to descend into madness. All right, I'll become the circumferential seal. When the black-robed old man growled, the fog tumbled and swiftly covered an area of nearly 100,000 feet. A huge square appeared in the world. It was not standing but laying horizontally on the ground. At the same time, killing intent shone in the gray-robed old man's eyes. There was a complicated look as well as a ferociousness in them. With a bang, his body turned into gray fog. He charged into the sky and instantly turned into a huge gray circle. Heavenly circle. The gray-robed old man's voice was ancient, and there was a resolute tone to his words as they echoed in all directions. Earthen square. The black-robed old man's voice rose with a bang from the black fog underneath. It was filled with madness and an indomitable spirit. This was a critical moment, something that concerned his survival. He had to give it his all. Circumferential slaughter. A buzzing sound came from the gray fog, which had now turned into a circle in the sky. The circle descended swiftly and charged towards Su Ming, who stood in the air. Soon after, buzzing sounds shot out from the black fog as well. The square rose swiftly and charged upwards. A powerful killing intent filled the world, aiming at Su Ming. That moment was akin to the sky falling and the ground rising. As the sky and ground squeezed together, it could destroy all forms of will and all existences within the world. It was especially so since the divine ability was executed at the same time by the black-robed and gray-robed old men, causing a sealing power to exist in the square and circle. There was a close connection between the two. When they executed the divine ability, it instantly caused the world to feel as if it had been thrown into chaos. Everything became a blurry mess, and the killing intent from the square and circle became astonishing. The might of the sky and earth. I have that too. Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever as he watched the circle symbolizing the sky charge towards him and the square signifying earth press closer to him. A hint of a cold sneer appeared on his lips. If you use the ground to close in on me, then I will use mountains to suppress you. Mountain shifter. Su Ming swung his arm and pointed at the square fog on the ground with his right hand. The power of Mountain Shifter erupted with a bang before turning into images of mountains around him. There was no end to the mountains that Su Ming had seen in his life. Among them was Dark Mountain, the 9th summit, and more. There was a total of 100,000 mountains densely packed together. And when they appeared, Su Ming pointed downwards. The mountains charged towards the incoming square fog, signifying the ground coming towards him from below. They stirred up booming sounds that surged into the sky, and the suppression of the 100,000 mountains immediately caused the square fog to tremble. At the same time, Su Ming raised his left hand and pointed at the sky. If you use the power that causes the sky to collapse on me, then I will lift it up with the light of extreme darkness by overturning it. Ocean Remover. Su Ming laughed coldly. When he pointed above, a powerful black light erupted from his body. There was a cold chill to it, and a deep abyss that caused all those who saw it to feel their vision fade to darkness. Like a black ocean, the light of extreme darkness instantly devoured light from the direction of Su Ming's finger and swept through the sky. There were 100,000 mountains suppressing the ground, and the ocean created by the light of extreme darkness stirred up in the sky. The world rumbled. Su Ming had a hand pointed upwards and the other downwards as he fought against the seal with his own power. As booming sounds echoed in the air, the circle in the sky was unable to descend and the square near the ground was unable to rise. The divine ability of the world was only able to rumble during that moment. Could not press down, making it difficult for its power to spill. Could only be frozen in place. Su Ming's presence as a true world was a large part of the reason as to why he could do this. At the instant the divine ability of the sky and earth were frozen, he swiftly lowered his head to stare at the spot where the 100,000 mountains were beneath him. Killing intent shone in his eyes. When he opened his mouth, a purple ray of light tumbled out of his mouth. That was the end of Will's sword, one of Su Ming's supreme treasures. This was a sacred vessel of Great Abyss Tribe. At that moment, it let out an eye-catching light while it was in Su Ming's hands. With a flash, it stirred up a huge presence and a piercing sound before it shot through the 100,000 mountains and charged at the square on the ground. If Su Ming wanted to destroy a will, the sword was enough. It was known as the End of Wills, and it was a killing sword specifically made among the 7 swords to target wills. When it charged forward, it shot through the square on the ground, and under Su Ming's divine thought, the will of the sword erupted. Its power was not the 3/10 like when he had destroyed the divine clones, but the full strength. At the instant the will of the sword erupted, the entire world rumbled. The will of the sword surged into the sky and manifested into countless sharp swords that swept through the area. Shrill roars traveled out of the square fog. There was despair in them along with great hate. They did not last for long though and came to a swift end. The ground trembled, and the 100,000 mountains disappeared. The square fog instantly disappeared without a trace, like a gust of wind had blown apart the clouds. As for the black-robed old man's will, it disappeared along with the fog, destroyed for all time. Purple light shone and returned to Su Ming from the ground. When he opened his mouth, it entered inside. All of this happened incredibly quickly, so quickly that when the square fog disappeared, the circle in the sky was still lifted by the light of extreme darkness. But when the circular, gray fog was enveloped, a crazed look appeared on the man's face as if he could see through the light of extreme darkness. He stared straight at Su Ming, who was under him. He had naturally sensed the black-robed old man's destruction, which was destruction in its truest sense. There were no chances of him being resurrected. As the head of the 3 great wills, the gray-robed old man knew many other secrets that the other 2 wills were not aware of. Do you want to use this child's hands to kill the 3 of us? Or are you saying that we aren't his opponent? Is this your will? But he still hasn't woken up. He still cannot be considered to be the converted child. The crazed look in the gray-robed old man's eyes became greater. He suddenly threw his head back and roared. If that's the case, then I'd like to see just what you intend to do. I, servant of Morris Alba, will burn myself. I will burn my thoughts and turn into a butterfly. The gray-robed old man's face contorted. The circle fog instantly tumbled as a huge face was formed above the light of extreme darkness. It was tens of thousands of feet big. As the man's voice echoed in the air, flames instantly lit up in the fog. From the distance, it looked like a new sun had come into being. As the flames burned, gray smoke tumbled about. The wisps of smoke did not rise into the sky but filled the area. Slowly, the area enveloped by smoke grew larger. Su Ming swung his right hand. The light of extreme darkness disappeared before him to reveal the burning gray-robed old man in the sky and the wisps of smoke surrounding his body. The wisps of smoke spread out, and pain appeared on the gray-robed old man's face. He swiftly roared. With the body of the servant, the shadow of harmonious Morris Alba shall descend. The old man roared. The wisps of smoke surrounding him instantly began tumbling and changing. From the distance, the wisps of smoke turned into a pair of wings, just like a butterfly formed of gray smoke. It was a gray butterfly. It did not have any other colors. When it spread its wings, its body reached 100,000 feet. There was an indescribable mighty pressure spreading out from, and it descended on the ground. At the instant Su Ming saw the gray butterfly, he remembered a legend that circulated in the Berserker's world while he lived there. There was a butterfly by the name of Harmonious Morris Alba. Harmonious Morris Alba. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe revealed himself next to Su Ming for the first time in the land of Berserkers. He stared blankly at the sky and the gray butterfly. A sagely light appeared in his eyes. In my theory, the final stage would be Harmonious Morris Alba, the one spoken in the ancient legends. That should be it. When the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe murmured those words, a complicated lower appeared on his face, but it lasted only for an instant before it was replaced by determination. Legend? Su Ming muttered softly. The legends regarding Harmonious Morris Alba had been circulating for a long time in the land of Berserkers. It was there that Su Ming had heard about it for the first time. When it flapped its wings, it could change the world, and every single time it happened, different anomalies would appear. Su Ming still remembered a butterfly that appeared briefly in the snow-covered sky at the instant the blood dragon crumbled when the elder of Great Berserker Tribe predicted the Berserker Day. He had seen this when he returned to the ancient past when he was in the world in All Spirits Hall. Su Ming seemed to have come to understand something. In silence, he stared at the gray butterfly in the sky. That butterfly was also staring at Su Ming. It flapped its wings swiftly, and a breeze stirred up. With a will that intended to crush everything, it descended on the entire land of Berserkers. It was a pity, though, that this butterfly was still not the true Harmonious Morris Alba spoken about in the legends. It was only a projection made by the gray-robed old man's will. In silence, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the barren cauldron manifested on his palm. Bronze light shone from it, covering Su Ming's face so others would be unable to see his expression at that moment. They could only see the bronze light from the cauldron become brighter, and a figure gradually appear from it. It was a well-built man with a long spear in his hand. At the instant he appeared, he released a primitive, savage presence. It was so strong that it instantly covered the entire world. At the same time, the 100 million something souls of great berserkers in Su Ming's body woke up from their slumber after going through Su Ming's God of Berserkers transformation and instantly surged into the bronze cauldron. Countless faces rose on the surface of the cauldron. As the gray butterfly flapped its wings, the man from the bronze cauldron lifted his head to reveal bloodshot eyes laced with a hint of ferociousness. With one move, he instantly charged at the gray butterfly in the sky. He was so quick that he swept up a whirlwind. As it howled, it looked like a huge cauldron made of wind was formed in the world, and a large number of faces of great berserkers were within it, howling. The cauldron looked like an illusion, but also seemed to have corporeal form. As it manifested itself, it caused the spear-wielding figure who had rushed out to become larger. In the blink of an eye, he became thousands of feet tall. Berserkers! When the figure rushed out, a hoarse but astonishing growl tumbled out of its mouth. The man instantly charged towards the right wing of the gray butterfly that was flapping its wings and stirring up the destructive wind. With the cauldron in his right hand, Su Ming watched everything calmly. Booming sounds reverberated through the land at that moment. The entire berserker's world swayed violently, as if the earth was trembling and the mountains were shuddering. The figure that appeared from the bronze cauldron shuddered amid the loud booming sounds and swiftly crumbled. However, the right wing of the gray butterfly shook when the figure disappeared. A large number of cracks appeared on it, and with a bang it was torn into pieces. It's a pity that this is just a projection you created on your own. You're not. The legendary harmonious Morris Alba, Su Ming said softly. When his words reverberated through the air, the gray butterfly who had lost a wing looked at Su Ming while still in the sky. It flapped its left wing again, and the destructive power swept downwards with a bang. Su Ming sighed softly. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the gray butterfly, who now only had one wing left. The ring on his finger immediately flew out. It became larger, and in the blink of an eye, it approached the gray butterfly. By then, it was already 100,000 feet big. Crashed into the butterfly and the sky split. Cracks appeared on the purple-red seal while loud booming sounds echoed in the air. The entire sky shattered to pieces. Every part of it crumbled, and as the seal broke apart, the ferocious creatures in the world outside were immediately swept backwards, and before they could rush in, their bodies were reduced to ashes. Crumbling along with the sky was the gray butterfly, who only had one wing left. Soon it was reduced to powder. When it disappeared into the wind, it took away with it the gray-robed old man's sigh. "The person who destroyed me isn't you." That was the old man's final sentence. Then, the three great wills that existed since an eternity ago in Death Vortex were completely wiped out. The sky roared as its destruction continued. When Su Ming looked over, he found that the sky was shattering in a manner like how rocks would shatter. A large number of fragments fell off, and the scene of the apocalypse shook the hearts of all who saw it. While in the world beyond, Su Ming's 100,000 feet big ring swept outwards with a whistle. Wherever it went, the ferocious creatures in the world outside would crumble. No matter what sort of level of cultivation they possessed, at the instant they touched the ring, they were all disassembled. The ring whistled and rushed out of the berserker's world with a piercing sound. It charged swiftly towards Death Vortex's exit while it rotated. It was so quick that it traveled into the distance in an instant. It swept up the fog as it charged forward and chased all the aura of death, as well as crushed all the living creatures who wanted to fly out of their dimensions. In fact, the dead dragon found, to its despair, that it could not avoid the ring as well. His body was crushed when the ring crashed into it. Then the ring moved past it. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it only lasted for a dozen-something breaths. The ring rushed out of Death Vortex and appeared in True Morning Dao World. At the instant it appeared, it looked as if it had opened up a path connecting True Morning Dao World to the Berserker's world. The path turned into a vortex and stirred up True Morning Dao World's presence to charge into it with loud bangs. Within its presence was Su Ming's will. When it rushed out of the vortex, Su Ming lifted his hands while he was in the Berserker's world. He lifted his head and stared at the shattered sky. "We will leave Death Vortex. From now on, the Berserker's world will become a part of True Morning Dao World. I will bring all of you and the entire world out of this place." Su Ming's voice echoed in all the Berserker's ears, lingering for a long time and refusing to leave. As True Morning Dao World's presence surged in from the tunnel, it looked as if a huge hand had extended into Death Vortex with an indescribable presence from True Morning Dao World to seize the Berserker's world and take it out from within. The land of Berserkers trembled. Without the Dead Sea, huge cracks swiftly appeared on the ground. They intersected with each other, but unlike the edges, the internal part did not crumble. As the ground trembled viciously, flights of stairs appeared on the edges of the ground, as if the ground was slowly rising once it split up. The sky shattered completely, and Su Ming could see the muddled air of Yin Death Vortex, located right outside their world. Su Ming stood in midair, and when he lifted his arms, his hair danced, his robes fluttered, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. With my will of a true world. When Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, the Berserker's world shuddered. The true world's presence filled the entire world, as if it had truly turned into a hand that seized the Berserker's world and was slowly lifting it up into the air. The hearts of countless Berserkers trembled. It was not due to fear, but excitement and enthusiasm. They worshipped Su Ming. Their voices mixed with the loud rumbles in the world, but the latter could not drown them out and suppress them from reverberating in the air. God of Berserkers! God of Berserkers! God of Berserkers! Berserker's laws of fate, fuse with the pinnacle of the true world. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then he lifted his right hand and swung his arm around him. The Berserker's world immediately rumbled furiously, and the laws of fate equivalent to 160 million laws of fate in the outside world that had been accumulating over the past 1,000-something years swiftly manifested to approach Su Ming with loud bangs. In the world were 160 million laws of fate, and beyond the world was the hand of true Morning Dao world. With Su Ming as the center, they gathered together. Then a power that could shake Yin Death Vortex erupted from them. This power caused the hand grabbing the Berserker's world to expand to the point that it seemed to have gained corporeal form. It seized the Berserker's world and lifted it straight from the ground. Countless islands, Berserkers, and even the dust in the Berserker's world rushed out of the ground. They left behind a gigantic pit, then charged out of the dimension that contained the Berserker's world. Su Ming extended his arms as his hair flew behind him. He did not move his body, but charged out of the dimension with the Berserker's world. The next instant, all Berserkers saw a world they could not see before. This scene was just like what the Elder of Great you had mentioned when he predicted the Berserker Day in the past. The others could not see the world he saw. Perhaps that was because he was a blind man, but perhaps it was because he was a blind man that the world he saw possessed a higher value to be inherited. Yet no matter what, during that instant, Su Ming caused all the Berserkers to see a world that only Su Ming could see previously. The 600,000 Berserkers in worship and the even greater number of Berserkers who could not come forward to greet Su Ming and remained on the islands in the land lifted their heads to stare at the fog in Yin Death Vortex at that moment. They saw the world beyond the Berserker's world, and they felt as if their breathing had come to a standstill. They stared at everything before them in a daze. Below them was the pit in the dimension, and it was getting further and further away from their sight. If anyone cast a glance at this scene from a distance, they would be able to see that the entire Berserker's world seemed to have turned into a huge stone. It was the land where the Berserkers lived and the Berserkers' legacy. Like a stone, it rushed out of the Berserker's dimension and the whirlwind in the endless Yin Death Vortex. I will take all of you to see a world you previously could not see. Su Ming's voice traveled into all the Berserkers' ears. Under their excited roars, he brought their world out of Yin Death Vortex. The hand that grabbed the Berserker's world was filled with a power that would not crumble. No matter how the vortex swept at it, the hand allowed Yin Death Fog to corrode it, but it was not at all affected. Instead, it maintained a fixed speed and swiftly rose into the air. However, Yin Death Vortex had always operated in a manner that did not allow anything to enter nor leave. Even the Immortals in the past could only use a rune to move through it to avoid Yin Death Vortex from sucking them into it. Yet the Immortals' rune had long since crumbled. Because of it, they could only move in reverse within Yin Death Vortex. This task was so difficult that when Su Ming tried it in the past, he failed. His senior brothers had also tried it before, but in the end, they could only leave with the help of the three great wills. If Su Ming would have done this alone, he could have left easily. In fact, even if he had to bring 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 people with him, while it would be a little difficult, he could still take them out, but at that moment, Su Ming was bringing all the Berserkers as well the land of the Berserkers' world. Because of it, this was no longer an easy task to do even for him. In truth, before descending into the Berserker's world, Su Ming had not thought of taking the land with him, but the laws of fate that had gathered in the Berserker's world over the past 1,000-something years had given him this chance. Once the power of the true world fused with the laws of fate, it allowed Su Ming to have the ability to turn the impossible task into something possible. However, the suction force from Yin Death Vortex became greater the higher the land of Berserkers rose. In just a moment, the howls from the suction force grew to a deafening degree. It was as if there was a hand seizing hold of the land of Berserkers, intending to yank it back. But that was not all. At the same time the suction force filled the air, most of the dimensions in Yin Death Vortex opened up, and a large number of ferocious creatures of all sorts of appearances rushed out with a howl to charge towards the land of Berserkers. It was as if a will that Su Ming could not sense filled Yin Death Vortex at that moment, luring all the ferocious beasts to appear in this place so that they could stop Su Ming's crazed action. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He swung his arm, and a gentle light immediately enveloped the land. Once he protected the weaker Berserkers on the islands, he said resolutely, "Berserkers, heed my words. Kill all those who try to stop us from charging out of this place. If they did not kill, then there would not be any powerful warriors who would rise to power." At that moment, all the Berserkers had experienced an increase in their levels of cultivation, but they could only truly turn this sort of increase into their own power after they experienced life and death situations, which was why Su Ming had chosen to not protect them, even if he could. They needed to pay a price for rushing out of Yin Death Vortex to see the world outside. He needed to let all the Berserkers know the difficulty in this. Only by doing so could the Berserkers have the confidence to face all the difficulties in the future while they rose to power. Besides, even if Su Ming helped them this time, so that none the Berserkers suffered any injuries while they were under his wing, Su Ming could not protect them forever. The disaster from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn that would sweep through all of Arid Triad was about to arrive. So this would be a test. If they could not pass this test, then the Berserkers did not have the right to face the subsequent disaster. If that was the case, instead of dying in the hands of foreigners, it would be better for them to not even leave Yin Death Vortex. The races from the dimensions in Yin Death Vortex vary in strength. If there is anyone among them whose levels of cultivation surpass yours by 2 realms, I will kill your enemy for you. If there are those who are in the same realm as you or are 1 realm above you, then you are to kill them yourselves. Either you will live and charge out of this place with me to let those in the world outside witness the Berserkers rise to power, or you will die here. What the Berserkers need are not flowers that can only grow while protected. What we need is a towering tree that will stand tall even in the face of storms. There was a cold, callous tone to Su Ming's voice. His words echoed in the 600,000 Berserkers' hearts, and a crimson glare lit up in their eyes. A powerful killing intent and primitive, savage presence erupted from each of the Berserkers. For their kin to rise to power was practically the greatest wish of all the Berserkers. At that moment, they erupted with the strongest killing intent they could muster without any hesitation. This killing intent charged into the sky and straight into Yin Death Vortex, right at the races from the dimensions who were charging towards them beyond the land of Berserkers. The killing intent was especially prominent on Nan Gong Hen and the rest. The increase in their levels of cultivation was the greatest, and at that moment, they threw their heads back and roared, becoming the first to charge forward with monstrous killing intent. To the fated kin, killing was nothing new. It did not matter whether they were foreigners or sea creatures, they had killed far too many of them in the past 1,000-something years. At that moment, with aloof expressions, they rushed out, and like arrows shooting out from bows, they charged into the vortex. Fong Tsonglan's face grew paler, but she continued persevering through it and watched everything with a smile. But there was no way Su Ming would not see her weakness. The moment the 600,000 cultivators rushed out, Su Ming moved and instantly appeared beside Fong Tsonglan so that he could hold her hand. A pure bright yang aura instantly surged into her body. It fused with the Yin Death aura in the area and turned into a life force that belonged solely to Fong Tsonglan. With it injected into her, Fong Tsonglan's facial parlor started slowly getting better. She lifted her head and stared at Su Ming before she bit her bottom lip as if she wanted to say something. I know that your body is slightly different, or rather, you are not a berserker. Compared to them who grew up in Yin Death region and have grown used to Yin Death aura like the dead, you have the power of bright yang, just like those in the worlds beyond. Su Ming said softly, while staring at Fong Zonglan. This was something Su Ming knew from the moment his blood had scattered when it landed on Fong Zonglan's fingertip. That is why even though I changed the true world's aura when I made it descend so that all the berserkers could get used to it, you were not comfortable with it. Right now, the aura of death in Yin Death Vortex is very thick, so you are even more uncomfortable in it. Su Ming stared at Fong Zonglan gently. As he spoke and as the berserker's world charged forth through Yin Death Vortex, shrill roars and the sounds of battle came from above them. It was the noise of 600,000-something berserkers fighting life and death battles against their neighboring races. But I will get used to it. Fong Zonglan sucked in a deep breath and stared at Su Ming. She had spoken with in a serious voice, and her serious look caused her originally beautiful face to gain an alluring charm. Su Ming smiled at her faintly. While holding her hand, he said softly, "It's fine even if you don't get used to it. I will make the universe get used to you." As Su Ming spoke, he lifted his left hand and pointed upwards. A gust of wind immediately stirred up and moved through the berserkers to land at the center of the brow of a four-armed man. He possessed power equivalent to those in Mastery Realm, and he was fighting against a berserker in Earth Cultivation while laughing ferociously. But the moment he wanted to land a killing blow, a loud bang shot out from the center of his brows, and his head exploded. Blood gushed in all directions when the four-armed man's head exploded. His body froze for a moment while he was falling backwards before he was swept into the vortex. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. From the beginning till the end, Su Ming did not lift his head. He stared at Fong Zonglan with a smile, and when her face became slightly red, he tugged her arm and pulled her into his arms. With his own body warmth, he tried to provide warmth for the loneliness Fong Zonglan had suffered over the past 1,000-something years. At the instant she was pulled into Su Ming's arms, a tender look appeared in Fong Zonglan's eyes, as if she was at the highest point in her life just by standing there. It was as if being by Su Ming's side was the best thing in her life. She wished that this moment would last for eternity and nothing else. The battle around them served as a background to the tenderness in her eyes. It was as if the colors of the rainbow had suddenly appeared in a painting of mountains and rivers. Those colors were incredibly bright, eye-catching, and did not seem to fit in, but still blended in beautifully. The unexpectedness of it was gone, and only the beauty was left behind. Shrill roars echoed in the air, and torn bodies filled the area. Fueled by the madness of wishing to rise to power and their desire to leave, the 600,000 berserkers only had one thought remaining in their minds at that moment: kill. This was a life and death struggle, and the battle became more intense as the hand continued dragging the berserkers outside. Su Ming's previous words of needing towering trees that could remain standing in storms and not flowers to be protected also caused the battle to become more intense. Who was the flower and who was the tree? There were no bystanders serving as witnesses in this battle, and there was no need for them, because those who survived would be the trees, and those who died would still have been cast aside by destiny, even if they were not flowers. This was very brutal and unfair, but fairness did not exist in battlefields. There was also no such thing as fairness when a race rose to power. If anyone dared to slack off during battle or lacked the courage to fight, then their kin was also bound to be cast aside. Besides, there was no one who would dare to slack off during battle, because this sort of person would not survive till the end. They would be brutally killed by the foreign races. The shrill roars came from both the foreign races and berserkers. Most of the short period of warmth in Fong Zonglan's heart was chased away by the screams of pain. She lifted her head and stared at the area above her as well as the area around her. A look that said she could not bear the sight appeared on her face. Before I had their power, I walked through the same path, and when I had their power, I still walked through the same path. I do not hope for them to arrive at the same stage as me after going through this life and death experience. But if it were the times of peace, Then with my current level of power, I can make the berserkers rise to power by myself, but right now, if I want to make the berserkers rise to power, I will need all the berserkers to work hard with me. And what I need them to do is to possess the right to continue living in the world outside with whatever disasters they face in the future when I am not around. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the slaughter above him. He saw the berserkers dying and fighting with all their courage, and the increasing madness in their bloodshot eyes. Once they become aloof when they fight against others, become used to it, adapt to it, only then would they be able to grow. Right now, they are only children. When Su Ming opened his mouth, a purple light suddenly flashed in his mouth, and the end of Will's sword instantly flew out. It shot upwards, and immediately, shrill screams of pain echoed in the area. For foreigners whose power were equivalent to those in Mastery Realm and who had just joined the battle jolted. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and they breathed their last. I know about the things you went through after you left the land of berserkers. Fong Zhonglan stared at Su Ming. There was a gentle look in her eyes, and at the same time, pain because she did not have the heart to think about what he had went through. She held Su Ming's hand and tightened her grip on it. I forgot that you have this sort of ability. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then let out a chuckle. He remembered that Fong Zhonglan had the ability to see another person's past. This divine ability was something that Su Ming had never seen anyone else, who was not a berserker, to possess. Even among the berserkers, Fong Zhonglan was the only person Su Ming knew that had this ability. Perhaps Fong Zhonglan's master was even better with this skill. Perhaps there were people who shared her blood who could even predict the workings of the universe, and perhaps, when Su Ming thought of this, his heart suddenly shuddered. His gaze grew profound, and he cast Fong Zhonglan a deep glance. Why did she possess vitality when she was in Yin Death region? Why could she gather together the souls of the berserkers once she was asked to become the berserker consort and make the berserkers respect her? Besides her charm, perhaps, the legacy in her blood also contained a presence that could make the berserkers find her a friendly presence. Why could she and her master's bloodline master this divine ability that allowed them to see other people's past, which even to the current Su Ming, still felt fathomless? All of these questions rose in Su Ming's heart, but he soon found an answer. The image of the elder who could predict the Berserker Day, who he saw when he returned to the ancient past while he was All Spirits Hall, the image of the blind Sunmaker, and the image of his elder appeared in his head. The rumbling sounds from Yin Death Vortex grew louder, and the battles in the area reached an extremely devastating degree. At the same time, the land of berserkers continued rising higher even while it was fighting against the suction force from the vortex. After a moment, a deafening roar rang out. The land of berserkers rose upwards for a short distance. By then, they could already see the exit of the vortex. Nearly 200,000 berserkers out of the 600,000 berserkers had died during the period of time the land of berserkers moved through the vortex. The ones remaining might have bloodshot eyes, but there was a very clear, thick murderous aura surrounding them. They were no longer filled with madness, but had become more aloof. It was something that came from getting used to slaughter. It was an even stronger killing intent than madness. They were like a piece of steel that was being sharpened into a blade continuously. Among the 400 berserkers, around 80,000 of them were the fated kin. Not many of them had died because they were already used to killing. They were already sharp blades that would shine brightly when light shone on them. Then, in their first battle against the foreign races after their levels of cultivation had increased, the sharp blades that were the fated kin were sharpened into precious swords. They were so sharp that they could destroy thousands of armies. It was especially so for Nan Gonghen, whose presence had changed drastically during the battle. When he stood there, he was like a sharp fang dyed in blood. The heart of anyone who saw him would shudder, and a chill would crawl up their spine. It was at that moment that an even stronger howl could be heard. More foreigners suddenly appeared from above the land of berserkers in the vortex. The overall strength of these foreigners was not weak, and they were clearly the final defense of the vortex to prevent all those who wanted to leave. In fact, Su Ming could even sense the faint presence of immortals from the foreigners of varying appearances. Compared to the fatigue of the 400,000 berserkers, these foreigners who had just appeared were like murderous fiends who had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the rising land of berserkers and the 400,000 berserkers who flew up, ferocious and bloodthirsty looks appeared on their faces. They threw their heads back and roared, then charged towards the berserkers like a swarm of bees. Their number also reached tens of thousands. This was an unfair fight, even though fairness was as insubstantial as destiny in the process of a race rising to power. But, in Su Ming's eyes, if he wanted fairness to exist, then fairness would exist. At the moment the berserkers erupted with a murderous aura once more, and were about to charge forward, Su Ming pulled Fong Tsonglan behind him and took a step forward. He lifted his left hand and swung his arm, and a voice that caused the berserkers to be excited echoed in the air. I will tell you what is fairness when a race rises to power. At the instant Su Ming's voice appeared, he pushed his left hand downwards, and it swayed, as if it had been seized. In an instant, loud roars surged into the sky from the entire land of berserkers. Amid those roars, the land of berserkers trembled furiously. A sea of fire seemed to have appeared around it, and it was a fire from scraping the vortex at an extreme speed. The entire land of berserkers looked like it had turned into a giant fireball. As it roared, its speed instantly increased exponentially. Due to it, the wind pressure prevented the berserkers from rising upwards. They fell down on the ground and immediately sat down cross-legged to circulate their cultivation bases in order to counterbalance the wind pressure. At the same time, all of them lifted their heads and stared at the land of berserkers, now a fireball, instantly sweeping up all the berserkers to charge to Death Vortex's exit. Due to its speed, it instantly reached the hundreds of thousands of foreigners. At the moment they crashed, booming sounds, shrill screams of pain, and indescribable roars rang out from all fronts. It was a devastating sight that was impossible to put into words. The hundreds of thousands of foreign cultivators were like eggs that had crashed into a stone. In an instant, 100,000 of them died, and in the next instant, another 100,000 crumbled. Then in the next, another 100,000 exploded. It was a furious crash with a fireball that was nigh impossible to fend against. It brought away flesh and blood while destroying countless souls. The fire seemed to burn with the flames of death that reaped all lives and would coldly and callously destroy all existences who tried to block it. With a bang, the land of berserkers got close to the exit of Death Vortex, allowing all the berserkers to be able to see the galaxy of the true world for the first time in their lives. This is the fairness needed when a race rises to power. When Su Ming's flat voice echoed in the air, it landed in the ears of all the berserkers. They then once again let out their strongest roars towards a single person. God of berserkers! God of berserkers! God of berserkers! The presence of the true world filled the area, and Death Vortex could no longer suck in the land of berserkers. No one could prevent the berserkers from leaving. It was just like how no one could prevent this race from rising to power. Wait for me outside with them. I still have some things to do. I have to return to Death Vortex. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at Fong Tsonglan with a smile. But when he said those words, Su Ming suddenly shuddered. He lifted his head in an instant and stared at the air. A stern look that had never been seen before on his face appeared on him. Right away, the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe appeared beside Su Ming. He did not make a single sound, but his words were like claps of thunder when they landed in Su Ming's heart. Your spirit ascension disaster has arrived. The berserkers were not the sole reason why Su Ming returned to Death Vortex. He was also searching for Tion's presence. Because of it, he had told Fong Tsonglan that he wanted to return to Death Vortex when they rushed out of it earlier. But before he could finish saying it, a feeling of danger filled his heart even though it was his true world. The sense of danger was so strong that it made him feel as if he was about to reach death's door, and there was even a feeling as if he would absolutely not escape death. The voice of the old man from Heavenly Spirit's tribe echoed in the air. In truth, before the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe even spoke, Su Ming already knew that his antecedental spirit's disaster had arrived. After remaining silent for a moment, he suddenly smiled in a free and graceful manner, then cast a deep glance at Fong Tsonglan. "Take the berserkers and wait for me beyond Death region." Fong Tsonglan went pale again. This time, it was not due to her not getting used to the presence of the true world. Instead, it was because she could somewhat guess that something had changed during that instant just then. This change was not a serendipity, but a life-and-death disaster. After looking at Su Ming, Fong Tsonglan quietly hugged him. She did not speak, for there were no words for her to say. All of her thoughts seemed to be contained in her hug. It had no words, but there was no end to her thoughts. Then, she turned around and left. From the start till the end, she never asked a single question. Neither did she speak words of love. But before she turned around, a resolute look appeared in her eyes. She would not divide Su Ming's attention and would lead the berserkers for him. This was the only thing she could do to help Su Ming as of right then. Booming sounds surged into the air from the land of berserkers. Once it rushed out of Death vortex, it floated in the true world's galaxy. This galaxy was Su Ming's clone, and Su Ming could change all the aura in it with a single divine thought. He stared at the land of berserkers leaving into the distance and at the countless berserkers on the land bowing to him. He watched Fong Tsonglan standing in the crowd while staring at him deeply. The smile on Su Ming's face became more free and graceful. The antecedental spirit's disaster. With my current condition and the help of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, if I still can't get through it, then perhaps there is no one in the world who can truly live through it. Resolve appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he turned around, he took a step into Death vortex. Besides searching for Detion and learning about the secrets in Death vortex, he had chosen Death vortex to get through his disaster because of the old man's words when the disaster arrived. This is the presence of the disaster revealing itself. You still have 7 days. After them, no matter where you are, the disaster will descend. But I do wonder in what form the disaster will appear to you. Return to Death vortex. If my guess is correct, then the place will be the most suitable place for you to get through the disaster in Arid Triad. The old man's solemn words resounded in Su Ming's heart. When he turned his head to look, he saw the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe beside him. He had a solemn expression on his face, but there was also a hint of anticipation. He was looking forward to the arrival of Su Ming's disaster, because he wanted to fight against it. In this battle, if he failed, he would die, but if he succeeded, he would earn the right for his 9th spirit ascension. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for his people, he had to fight against the antecedental spirit's disaster. 7 days, huh? Then I have time to search for Detion. Su Ming stepped into Death vortex and charged forward. The suction force and aura of death in the vortex were not too effective against him. With his level of cultivation, unless he ran into certain ancient existences, there was no way he would die. Brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He moved swiftly and charged into one of the dimensions in the vortex. It was a world with a huge ocean. It was similar to the Berserker's Dead Sea, but it was not black. Instead, it was blue. At the instant he stepped into the world, Su Ming spread his divine sense outwards and scanned the area, causing all the people in the world to feel their hearts tremble. Then he turned around and left without any hesitation. "Not here," Su Ming mumbled, then moved through Death vortex to another dimension. That one had a boundless desert. The aura of death there was so thick that it formed a fog, but when Su Ming entered the place and cast his divine sense outwards, the fog swiftly dispersed. "Not here either." Su Ming scanned the desert with his divine sense, then turned around and left. Just like that, he charged through Death region, stepping into each and every dimension before him. Every single time he entered one, he would spread his divine sense and search for Detion's presence. With his divine sense of a true world, as long as he entered the dimension where Detion hid himself, Su Ming was confident that he could find hints of his existence, even if he could not completely detect him. 1 spot, 2 spots. When the first day was over, Su Ming had already searched through thousands of dimensions, but he did not manage to detect D. Tion's presence. After all, there were plenty of dimensions in Death Vortex, and while 1,000 dimensions was not a drop of water in the ocean, it was still not many. If I search like this, even if I use up all 7 days, it'll be hard for me to go through all the dimensions. After all, there are simply too many of them in this world. Su Ming came to a stop. His eyes flashed a few times before he suddenly lifted his right hand and struck the center of his brow. With it, Su Ming shuddered, and his divine sense seemed to have been split. It turned from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. When it turned into 10,000, they surrounded the area and turned into another vortex in Death Vortex. 10,000 divine senses was a number that cultivators could not begin imagining to possess, because if their divine sense was divided into 10,000 portions, it would be incredibly weakened. In fact, it would be completely impossible for them to do it. If they tried, their divine senses would be torn apart, and they would die. But Su Ming was an antecedental spirit who possessed true Morning Dao world. He had a true world clone, which was why he had the right to split his divine sense into 10,000 parts and still retain a certain amount of investigative power in each one. At that moment, a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He pushed forward with both hands. Immediately, the 10,000 divine senses let out a roar and charged out. They instantly rushed into 10,000 dimensions, which they swiftly scanned traces of D. Tion. As time passed, the 2nd day, the 3rd day, and the 4th day went by, while Su Ming continued sinking into Death Vortex. His divine senses searched through batches of dimensions numbering to 10,000 time and again. However, D. Tion's presence was like a drop of water that had fallen into the ocean. For days had passed, and Su Ming had already searched through numerous dimensions, but he did not find even a single trace of his target. In silence, Su Ming still continued searching. If he had not been extremely certain that he had felt D. Tion's presence in this place, he would have given up a long time ago. There are no longer any dimensions below us. When the 5th day arrived, the old man beside Su Ming spoke hoarsely. He cast Su Ming a profound look. His divine sense immediately spread out, and a vortex formed by a whirlwind swept in all directions from him. It was a vortex formed by the will of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe after he had gone through 8 spirit ascensions. It was huge, and when it expanded, signs that it could replace Death Vortex appeared. It looked like it was about to overlap with Death Vortex. When the new vortex appeared, the old man's divine sense instantly fused into every single dimension. When it swept through them, all of Death Vortex seemed to shudder. All the living beings in each dimension sensed the old man's will at that instant. They shuddered in terror as despair filled them, since they knew they could not fight against it. If someone compared the old man's will to the 3 great wills Su Ming had killed, the 3 great wills would be like fireflies, and the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe would be the bright moon whose light could illuminate the entire world. They were completely different states of being. In fact, at that moment, 8 originally sealed dimensions whose existence had been wiped from Death Vortex started trembling. The hearts of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors trembled at that moment, but they continued remaining still, simply allowing all the dimensions to shiver to the extent that they were about to shatter. When the sky started shattering in the dimensions where they were, the ground started cracking, and the sealed entrance started showing signs of crumbling. Some of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could no longer hold themselves back and spread out their divine senses in an attempt to heal their dimensions. The moment their divine senses appeared, D. Tion's expression changed. "Retrieve your divine senses. Quick!" But D. Tion's warning was a little too late. The moment those people tried to repair their dimensions with their divine senses, the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe retracted his will from all the other dimensions where he was and gathered everything on the 8 dimensions where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were. But he did not scan through them in a domineering manner. Instead, he soon left. When the old man's will retreated, the dimensions where the 8 people were filled with dead silence. The expression of the 8 people, including D. Tion, turned dark. But they did not say a single word. Only about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn passed since the moment the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe spread out his divine sense to the moment he retrieved it. When he did so, the booming sounds gradually faded. The vortex that was formed by his divine sense also disappeared. There are 8 dimensions sealed from within. This sealing method is the exact same as the one used in Death Vortex. There are 8 people in them. Their bodies have become rigid, but their wills are powerful. They are not weak. Before your disaster arrives, I suggest that you do not bother with these 8 people, no matter what sort of hatred you harbor towards them. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe said languidly while staring at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained the same as he met the old man's gaze squarely. The antecedental spirit's disaster is about to arrive. It's only natural that I know my place. I'm searching for one of them because I am worried that he will suddenly appear to interfere when I am going through my disaster. Even if they sealed their dimensions because they do not want others to find them, to prevent any accidents, I believe it would be best if you help them and completely seal off their dimensions, Senior. Su Ming's voice was calm. He could detect the old man's unwillingness to participate in this matter, which was why he spoke of a different matter. A glint shone in the old man's eyes. Without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm upwards at Death Vortex. 8 runic symbols appeared in his hands. It contained his will's brand, and it instantly fused into the vortex and the 8 sealed entrances. They were all completely sealed. When Su Ming completely sealed off the dimensions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors using the old man's hand, the countless berserkers in the land of berserkers located in the galaxy beyond Death Vortex all stared at the rotating Death Vortex in silence. This was the first time they had left Death Vortex and the first time they arrived in the world outside. At that moment, all sorts of emotions surged through their hearts. They could not help but be anxious, since their god of berserkers was still inside. Once they survived the devastating battle, the berserkers felt as if they had been reborn through fire. Their presence changed, and even though they were silent at that moment, a hint of determination could be detected in their eyes. It was a determined heart to never leave if Su Ming did not appear. In fact, they would spare no pains in returning to Death Vortex if that happened. They might have already possessed this presence before, but they had not been as resolute as they were at that moment. Sometimes, resolution was signified by a presence that could not be hidden. Fong Conglan sat down quietly on a mountain located at the edge of the land and cast her gaze into the vast Death Vortex under the galaxy. It looked like a brilliant vortex. If it was not for the aura of death covering everything inside, the sight would definitely have been a beautiful and dazzling one. Conglan was waiting, just like how she had waited for the past 1,000 years. Even if an even longer period of time passed, she would still continue to wait. But destiny seemed to be playing tricks on her. So Su Ming was outside while she remained inside, and now, when she had come out, he remained in Death region. At that moment, the 9th summit located in Morning Dao sect was stabilizing itself right in the public eye. Regardless of whether it was the protection runes or the fusion of the 3 forces of power within the sect, all of them were swiftly transforming the 9th summit's appearance. There seemed to be no end to the changes. Because of it, the 9th summit, who had taken over the location of Morning Dao sect, became stronger in an unseen manner every single day once the internal parts of the sect had been integrated. The armies from True Sacredine World and the 4th True World moved through the borders between the True Worlds during and broke through the whirlwind under the invitation of the envoys sent by the 9th summit. When it deployed 100,000 cultivators, 300,000 vanguards charged towards Arid Triad's gap. This would be Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos' first line of defense against Dark Dawn and Saint Defire. It would also be their first army. All of True Morning Dao World was in a state of nervousness. The slowly trickling time seemed to be the calm before the storm. No one knew when Saint Defire and Dark Dawn would descend through Arid Triad's gap. However, some of the cultivators who earned the right to know understood that the day was already very, very close. So close that it might be the next day. In a circular area of 1 million feet beyond Arid Triad's gap was a great whirlwind. There might be other whirlwinds at the periphery of the area, but they were much weaker. This was due to the efforts of the cultivators of all 3 true worlds. They had stationed themselves in 3 different directions nearby to form 3 camps that were connected together. Runes, seals, powerful weapons, and other items filled the area. All of them were locked onto Arid Triad's gap. Plenty of cultivators from the three camps were also sent to the whirlwind near the gap to serve as scouts and observe the activities beyond the gap. This task was given primarily to the cultivators of the Ninth Summit, because while the Fourth True World and True Sacredine World could fend against the whirlwind, they could not do so like the cultivators from the Ninth Summit. Since Su Ming was the master of the True World's will, all those who had his brand, or rather, all the cultivators who had gathered together their laws of fate for Su Ming, could move about within the whirlwind without being affected. In fact, if Su Ming wanted to, he could make the whirlwind instantly disappear, but he did not want to do so. The whirlwind's existence was actually good for Arid Triad. After all, this could be considered as a natural form of protection. The nervousness in True Morning Dao World and the silence before the storm resulted in an oppressive air. It enveloped the entire True World as well as True Sacredine World and the Fourth True World, who had began preparing the second batch of their people to head to the front lines. This was a war in which all on their side would prosper if a single one of them prospered, and if anyone on their side suffered losses, all of them would suffer losses. This was a war on their ground. Because of that, the final result would tell who the lord of that region was. Foreign threats were invading, so if the war was lost, the four great true worlds would be enslaved, countless cultivators would be killed, and Arid Triad would get a new master. In the beginning, True Sacredine World and the Fourth True World believed that the Ninth Summit, who had recently risen to power in True Morning Dao World, did not have the right to become the master of True Morning Dao World. In fact, plenty of people from the two great true worlds believed that since True Morning Dao World had been reduced to ruins, there was no need for it to exist any longer. It would be better for it to turn into a battlefield. An even better thing would be if all of True Morning Dao World was turned into a place that was difficult to access. There were plenty of powerful warriors from the two great true worlds who once supported this idea. However, the sublime paragon from True Sacredine World and a certain ancient will who descended from the Fourth True World had completely rejected this thought. Not only did they treat the envoys from the Ninth Summit politely, they were also extremely courteous to them. There were plenty of cultivators who did not understand this. Gradually, though, a rumor started circulating among them. It said that there was a powerful warrior as great as the sublime paragons of the other four great true worlds behind True Morning Dao World's Ninth Summit. It was precisely because of this person that the Ninth Summit obtained the respect of the other great true worlds. The rumors were insubstantial. There were those who believed in them and those who sneered at them, but no matter what, the union formed by the three great true worlds became extremely solid under the threat of the possible descent of the foreign threats. And at that moment, the powerful warrior Su Ming, who was rumored to be the existence behind the Ninth Summit that was as powerful as the sublime paragons, was in death vortex with an aloof look on his face and resolve in his eyes. He was heading into the depths of death vortex. Ring-shaped ripples spread around Su Ming, forming a protective force similar to the one provided by the ring. This power filled the area around Su Ming, allowing him to maintain the same speed as he charged into the depths of death vortex. He moved very quickly. When the sixth day was almost over, he had already reached a depth he had never reached before. Death vortex had become much compact around him, and the suction force had also become more powerful. By his ears he heard deafening, piercing howls that resembled those of wolves. "Get closer still. I can sense an unimaginable presence at the depths of this death vortex." There was a hint of excitement in the voice of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. As he spoke, he grabbed Su Ming and charged forward. But the instant he did so, a great repulsive force suddenly appeared in the vortex that was like the wind. It might have seemed weak, but when it blew at them, it seemed to freeze the vortex before stirring up a storm that made even the old man's pupils shrink. The storm appeared unexpectedly and abruptly. Su Ming was in a better condition. He only felt his entire body growing numb, as if he had lost his cultivation base for a brief instant. His mind went blank and he came to a stop. But the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe shuddered. He swiftly retreated and coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Shock appeared on his face, but he soon threw his head back and laughed at the sky. "It's as I expected. It's just as I expected. My guess was not wrong. There is no such thing as an eternal existence in the universe. All forms of lives have arch-enemies, and all existences must die eventually. Su Ming, continue heading into the depths of this place. Head to the deepest region. The secret hidden in there is related to you. Madness appeared on the old man's face. As he laughed loudly, he turned around and lifted his head to stare at the endless death vortex above him. When he finished speaking, the seventh day arrived. The arrival of the seventh day meant that Su Ming's arid disaster was about to descend. The blood mark immediately appeared at the center of Su Ming's brow. It melted into a blood thread, and in the blink of an eye, it covered Su Ming's entire body. It looked as if he was stuffed into a net of blood. There were two figures standing silently in the opposite direction of the land of berserkers. They could see each other through death vortex. The two figures were incredibly indistinct, and it seemed like they had no corporeal form. No one could say how long they had stood in the land as they continued staring at death vortex. One of them was short, but it was not a dwarf. Instead, it was a child. The other person was surrounded by fog. Every single it rotated, it seemed to turn into eyes, causing all those who stared at the man to feel as if there were countless eyes on them. Not a single hint of aura spread out from the two. While standing there, they looked as if they could avoid certain laws and wills in the true world. After a long while, the boy sighed softly. Were you able to tell that person's level of cultivation? He is someone who possessed true morning Tao world. Forget the fact that I cannot determine his level of cultivation. The number of people who can determine his level of cultivation in arid triad expanse cosmos can be counted on a single hand. The fog-shrouded figure said in a low voice. Those in the world outside say that this person is a sublime paragon like us, but they don't know that this person has already surpassed sublime paragons. He is above us. But I don't understand. All the antecedental spirits are suppressed in the fourth true world. How did he manage to become an antecedental spirit? These two people were the sublime paragons of true sacred world and the fourth great true world. If Su Ming could divide some of his attention and observe the boy at that moment, he would definitely be able to recognize him as Changhe's master, the person he saw in the illusion he obtained from Changhe's corpse. Based on the fog-shrouded figure's understanding towards antecedental spirits, it could be seen that as the fourth true world's sublime paragon, he was in possession of many secrets regarding the suppressed antecedental spirits in arid triad. The fog-shrouded figure was silent for a moment before he said hoarsely, "Do not forget about the legendary All Spirits Hall. All Spirits. The boy was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly lifted his head. His pupils shrank. He saw a change that shocked even him. His presence expanded swiftly, as if it had just received a great stimulation. This is the antecedental spirits. Disaster. The one who answered him was the fog-shrouded figure beside him. He enunciated each word, and there was disbelief in his voice. When he spoke his final word, he was practically shouting, because it was a cry of surprise. The figure in the fog had only managed to mention the antecedental spirit's disaster when his body froze. The world swiftly fell silent. Space went still as if all things had been frozen for eternity and all lives had stopped thinking. Even the powerful and mysterious sublime paragon from the fourth true world had to extinguish all signs of his life under the indescribable will of heaven. This was not death, but a dead stillness that left a person between a state of living and dying. It seemed like all existences in the universe did not dare to continue living, but they were also not allowed to die, which was why they chose to temporarily become blank slates, the background for the will of heaven that would soon descend. It did not matter whether they were willing or unwilling. All of them had to do this. There was shock on the boy's face. It was something he rarely showed, but not only did it appear at that moment, it had also frozen to become an expression that seemed like it would exist on his face forever, because his body had frozen completely. Only the terror in his eyes and the inverted image reflected in his pupils could allow others to see the truth of what he saw before the entire universe froze. It was a scene of the whirlwind in true morning Tao world freezing, as well as all the laws there coming to a stop, as if they had been frozen by unseen ice. Everything froze, And it was the same for the land of berserkers beside death vortex. The flow of their blood, the beating of their hearts, their cultivation bases, and even their thoughts came to a stop at that instant. All the berserkers on the land, including Fang Tsanglan, turned into something akin to statues. They were frozen in space and retained their expressions from before. In fact, they did not even know that their lives had been stopped. They were not the only ones affected. It could be said that all the lives in true Morning Dao world, no matter what sort of level of cultivation they had, where they were, what they were doing, and whether they were alive or dead, became still when the laws froze. People's personal intentions, the powerful warriors' intentions, and even the race's intentions were so insignificant before this will of heaven that they could not put up the slightest struggle. No matter what the 1 million cultivators were doing in the 9th summit, even if they were located in the spot once belonging to Morning Dao sect, they could not avoid being frozen when the world came to a stop. All of them stopped moving. Su Ming's eldest senior brother, second senior brother, Hu Zi, everyone was frozen. There were no exceptions. It was the same for the first line of defense from True Sacredine World, the 4th True World, and the 9th summit stationed near Arid Triad's Gap to fend against the foreigners, the 300,000 cultivators and the dozens of people who were constantly observing the gap in the whirlwind, as well as the shrieking whirlwind that seemed as if it would never stop, froze at that instant. It was as if the world had turned into a still picture existing eternally on a scroll. There were 2 cultivators from the 9th summit beside Arid Triad's Gap. The 2 of them had shock on their faces, as if they had just discovered information that they had to immediately report back to the army. Their gazes were fixed on Arid Triad's Gap, and they looked like they were about to retreat, but they did not move. There were 8 people beyond Arid Triad's Gap at that moment. There were murderous and sullen looks on their faces as they stepped into it, but the moment they entered Arid Triad, they were frozen. Countless cultivators from St. Defire and Dark Dawn could be seen at Arid Triad's Gap, but their expressions changed and they instantly stopped moving in shock. They did not dare step inside because if they entered Arid Triad, they would definitely be stopped for eternity. There were 2 indistinct figures in the galaxy beyond Arid Triad's Gap at that moment. They were one of the most supreme wills in St. Defire and Dark Dawn. Based on their figures, it could be seen that they were a man and a woman. The woman represented St. Defire, and the man Dark Dawn. The 2 people's bodies seemed to be formed by fog which was swiftly gathering together. Their appearances could not be seen clearly, but based on the grave look in their eyes, it could be seen that their hearts were not calm. This is Arid Disaster. Someone is going through the antecedental spirits disaster in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. The 2 people were silent for a moment before they spoke hoarsely at the same time. They cast each other a glance then. They might be enemies, but they had already reached a consensus towards Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, which was why they saw caution in each other's eyes, as well as a hint of them regarding this matter with great importance. The man was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, "Stop advancing. We will only enter once this person gets through his disaster." Once he finished speaking, the countless cultivators behind him took 3 simultaneous steps backwards. Besides True Morning Dao World, True Sacredine World, the Emperor of Abyss True World, and the 4th True World were also frozen in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. It could be said that all regions in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos were frozen at that instant. They were as still as water, and not a single ripple could be seen. Only, Death region remained a sole existence that was not frozen in all of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. The vortex was still rotating, as if it was completely unaffected. It was as if even if the antecedental spirits disaster was something that could make all existences apprehensive and St. Defire as well as Dark Dawn temporarily avoid its brilliance, Death vortex would still continue rotating. This disaster could not affect it even in the slightest. The worlds in Death vortex were the same. When everything beyond the vortex froze, they continued with their usual operations, exactly the way they had done every single day in the past. It seemed all the changes in the worlds beyond were completely unrelated to Death vortex, as if they were 2 different worlds. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He lifted his head and stared at the vortex above him. The eyes of the old man from heavenly spirit tribe sparkled brightly while he was not too far away. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Right then it had finally arrived. An increasingly powerful presence continued gathering on the old man's body, as if he was a sharp sword that was about to be drawn. At that moment, he was showing his intention of cutting down the heavens. In fact, a vortex had appeared around him once more. It started rotating along with his will while an indescribable, brilliant light in the old man's eyes. It seemed to be the brightest light in the world that could burn all lives that looked into his eyes. At that moment, a loud bang echoed through all of true Morning Tao world. It spread out and filled every single region in arid triad expanse cosmos. At the moment the sound rang out, a crimson lightning bolt that was the size of a normal person's arm gathered in the air beyond death vortex. When it appeared, the space around it was immediately dyed blood red, as if it had been turned into a hellish ocean. If anyone cast their eyes on it, they would find that everything had turned the color of blood. The light spread through all of true Morning Tao world. It filled true sacred world, the emperor of abyss true world, and the mysterious fourth true world. Even the barren lands of divine essence were covered by the red light. When the lightning bolt appeared, it swiftly turned light red. With an indescribable presence, it seemed to have swept up all of arid triad into one single lightning bolt that charged into death vortex. During the process of its descent, the light spreading through arid triad expanse cosmos instantly moved in reverse and shrank. Eventually, it gathered together, making the bolt of lightning turn an extreme shade of red. The bolt of lightning then charged into the vortex. The rotation of the vortex shuddered, but the red bolt of lightning also trembled violently. Its color became duller, but it continued rushing forward. An astonishing roar came from it, and it shot through death fog with crushing force. Charged into the depths, straight to where Su Ming was. It seemed to be chasing after Su Ming's life. Once it locked onto him, no matter where he hid, it would definitely descend on him. Until it wiped out Su Ming's life, it would never stop. Su Ming had used 7 days to reach the depth of death vortex, but the lightning had instantly reached his field of vision. It was crimson and had a domineering air that seemed to represent arid triad's strongest will and a madness intent on destruction. It looked like the blood capillaries in a crazed person's eyes. At the instant Su Ming saw the bolt of lightning, it stirred up a deafening, thunderous roar and approached him. The 9 disasters of the antecedental spirits. Each of them is stronger than the last. The ancient voice of the old man from heavenly spirit tribe echoed in the air. He took a step forward, and the moment he lifted his foot, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. It was his arid disaster, so Su Ming did not want to have the old man from heavenly spirit tribe fight against it by himself. He wanted to try getting through the disaster with his own power. Only by doing so would he have the will to face any dangers he would have to deal with in the future. Only when he could not get through it would he require someone else to help him. Until then, he would personally face the disaster. This is a disaster and a serendipity. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. I will get through the first disaster myself. While speaking, Su Ming swiftly moved. The third eye at the center of his brow opened, and the red bolt of lightning that closed in on him was magnified an infinite number of times. Su Ming lifted his right hand, formed a seal, and struck his third eye. When he did so, his will of a true world and an antecedental spirit erupted from him. Even though the true world had been frozen, Su Ming was the true world and the master of its will. Mountain shifter. He lifted his arms, then put his hands together before swiftly striking the top of his head. 100,000 mountains instantly appeared around him. They manifested simultaneously and gathered around him before overlapping with each other. They formed a towering mountain which crashed against the descending red lightning with a loud bang. From the distance, it did not seem as if the lightning bolt was descending with a mighty presence. Instead, it looked as if Su Ming was attacking nothing. At the instant the lightning bolt touched the mountain, Su Ming's entire body shuddered. The towering mountain formed when the 100,000 mountains around him overlapped with each other shuddered violently. Amid the loud bang, it shattered, and in an instant, it crumbled to pieces. The red bolt of lightning became duller, but it maintained its speed. Its killing intent was astonishing as it charged straight towards the center of Su Ming's brow. A profound look appeared in the eyes of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. He stared at Su Ming and did not immediately help him. If Su Ming did not choose to personally go through the disaster, he would have naturally helped him. But he would have been certain in his heart that Su Ming's success would come to an end at that point. If the person did not even dare to face their own antecedental spirit's disaster, then they would definitely not become someone outstanding. They could only be part of the common folk, and not only would their level of cultivation not increase, their cultivation base would slowly scatter. This was why when Su Ming asked to get through his disaster himself, the old man saw Su Ming's worthiness and his responsible nature. He was very curious as to how many disasters Su Ming could get through. His disaster is bound to be different compared to others due to my existence. His first disaster alone already surpasses what I previously understood of this disaster. And if this place wasn't in death vortex, the might of the disaster would have been even more terrifying. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe frowned and watched the red lightning swiftly close in on Su Ming. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. In the face of the powerful arid disaster, it was difficult for him to fend against it with his mountain shifter art. But Su Ming had predicted this beforehand, which was why when the huge mountain formed by the 100,000 mountains overlapping each other collapsed, he did not wait for the red lightning to descend on him. He formed a seal with his hands and struck his chest. With it, Su Ming took a few swift steps backwards, and when he opened his mouth, purple light shone. It instantly reached 100,000 feet, completely enveloping Su Ming within it. From the distance, Su Ming looked as if he was a huge, purple sword in death vortex. End of Will's mountain shifter. A large amount of red appeared in Su Ming's eyes at that moment. It was due to him circulating all the cultivation base in his body to activate the End of Will's sword. With the power of the sword, he shook the universe and connected it with his true world to move all the mountains in it so that he could activate the strongest mountain shifter art. The sword shared a similar form to mountains during ancient times. In the hands of men, branches and metal could be turned into swords. Then in the hands of heaven, the mountains on the earth and the logs could also be turned into swords. That was why he used the sword to activate mountain shifter art. This was what Su Ming could think of to make his mountain shifter art even stronger. At that moment, when he executed the art without hesitation, his will of an antecedental spirit spread out of death region to fill the frozen true morning Tao world. The souls of all the countless broken cultivation planets and the ones that existed in the past, the floating continents, and shattered mountains seemed to have been extracted at that instant while they buzzed and trembled. They instantly appeared around Su Ming in death vortex. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. When there were more than 100 million of them, they no longer surrounded Su Ming, because death vortex could no longer contain them if they did so. The souls of the mountains overlapped with each other around Su Ming. The tip of the End of Will's sword before him was the summit, and as mountains manifested and overlapped with each other, in the blink of an eye, there were 300 million of them. Once they fused and overlapped with each other, they formed a purple mountain containing the supreme blade of the End of Will's sword, the vast amount of mountain souls from true morning Tao world, and an indestructible body. When the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe saw this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He had witnessed scenes that could nearly be considered as miracles from Su Ming time and again. Regardless of whether he was in the All Spirits Hall, they were wandering about in the world outside, or Su Ming was fighting against the antecedental spirit's disaster, all of the things the old man witnessed were not usual. This child is skilled in hiding his arts, such as this one. It is already much stronger than what he executed before. He is truly someone who is unassuming when he does not take action. But when he does, he will be an astonishing force. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe let out a sigh of relief when he saw Su Ming turn into the Purple Mountain, because he knew that Su Ming had not recklessly stated that he wanted to challenge the antecedental spirit's disaster, but had made his decision a long time ago, and had even begun making preparations a long time ago. It's a pity. If only he were a member of my race. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe shook his head, unable to hide the harmless envy he had towards Great Berserker Tribe. At the time the old man shook his head, Su Ming turned into the blade-like mountain in Death Vortex. All of this might seem to have taken a lot of time, but in truth it was over in an instant. At the moment the red bolt of lightning approached Su Ming, it crashed into the purple mountain. Endless booming sounds echoed endlessly in the area at that instant. The red bolt of lightning was the first disaster from Su Ming's arid disaster, and it was also the weakest out of the 7. After being suppressed by Death Vortex and weakened by Su Ming's first Mountain Shifter art, it crashed into his end of Will's Mountain Shifter art, which he had prepared with his full might. At the instant booming sounds reverberated through the air. The purple mountain that was Su Ming trembled violently. Cracking sounds rose and fell, and cracks swiftly went down the mountain. Red light shone through them. The red light was naturally the power of the red lightning, and it seemed to be spilling out and scattering into thin air. When it fought against Su Ming's mountain, its power continued to weaken. When a deafening roar surged into the sky, the purple mountain formed by 300 million mountain souls shattered into pieces. With a killing intent that had been accumulating in the end of Will's sword for a long time, purple light swiftly rushed at the incredibly dull red lightning that had descended into Death Vortex. Piercing sounds swiftly shot into the air. It was the sound of the end of Will's sword crashing into the red bolt of lightning. That sound only lasted for about 2 breaths before a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. For the first time since the disaster began, he rushed out and charged towards the red bolt of lightning. This was Su Ming's linked series of divine abilities. The first was Mountain Shifter, the second was End of Will's Mountain Shifter, and the third was the killing intent of the End of Will's sword. Once he continuously weakened the red lightning bolt like that, Su Ming attacked. With the simplest method, he threw a punch against the incredibly dull red lightning bolt when the End of Will's sword moved back. Booming sounds rang out. Su Ming shuddered, but he did not move back. Instead, he lifted his head, and his presence of looking down on the world became stronger. When the red bolt of lightning, the first arid disaster, shattered, Su Ming's presence reached its strongest state. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe witnessed all of this, and praise appeared in his eyes. No matter what method Su Ming used, he had indeed fought against the antecedental spirit's disaster on his own. Perhaps this would not be enough for his level of cultivation to increase, but his heart and will would get stronger by leaps and bounds, as if he had taken a huge step forward. There are 7 disasters for antecedental spirits. I might have been the one who brought this disaster to you, but I suspect that you will at most go through 3 disasters. After all, you have only gone through a spirit ascension once. I can help you go through the 3 disasters. If you want to go through the disasters on your own, then I will take action at appropriate moments. After all, I have already verified one of my guesses. Now, what will you do for your second disaster? The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe asked while looking at Su Ming. I want to go through the second disaster on my own as well. Su Ming remained silent for a few breaths before wrapping his fist in his palm towards the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. His aura was like a tidal wave at that moment. He could not lose it just yet, which was why no matter how strong the second disaster was, he had to persevere through it. And, most importantly, Su Ming could clearly sense his aura continue gathering around him, as if it was about to reach a breakthrough. It was related to his state of being as well as his will of an antecedental spirit. Su Ming had only gone through 1 spirit ascension in All Spirits Hall. It was not because he did not know the number for the second spirit ascension, but because he had a feeling that the second spirit ascension was beyond his abilities. If he forcefully ascended, then even if he had the correct number, he had a feeling that he might not necessarily succeed. It was just like the feeling of helplessness a mortal would have after seeing a 100 feet tall rock once they were able to lift a 10 feet tall rock. Yet right then, once Su Ming went through his first disaster, he had a very strong feeling that once he reached a breakthrough this time, he could go through his second spirit ascension. 9 spirit ascensions. Su Ming's heart pounded, but not a single hint of it could be detected on his face. When he lifted his head and stared at the vortex, a hint of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes, and hidden behind that spirit was anticipation, and it was an emotion only he knew. Very well. Based on what I know, the second disaster is the 5 lightning disaster. This disaster. The old man from Heavenly Spirit tribe nodded. But just as he was about to continue speaking, thunderous roars echoed from above in death vortex. At the moment the sound appeared, the old man looked at the vortex above him. There seemed to be 5 colors shining there. This scene caused his heart to tremble, and brilliant light instantly shone in his eyes. He focused his attention on the area. This is. When the old man from Heavenly Spirit tribe saw the 5-colored light clearly, his expression changed, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. At the same time, 4 bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere in the north, south, east, and west of the still arid triad expanse cosmos. They turned into long arcs that charged into death vortex. They moved so quickly that no cultivator could compare to their speed. They only needed an instant to move through a true world. The 4 long arcs had 4 colors that constantly changed. There was black, white, red, and pink. As they changed, they instantly closed in on death vortex. The moment they arrived, the 5th long arc appeared in the galaxy beyond death vortex. It was yellow, and it symbolized supreme majesty. It was just like the imperial power belonging to the emperors in the mortal world. The yellow light filled the whole place. The other 4 colors surrounded it, but they did not cluster around it. Instead, they arranged themselves based on some sort of law and charged into death vortex. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and the 5 long arcs surged into the vortex, instantly appearing before Su Ming's eyes. It was at that moment that he heard the old man's disbelieving murmurs. 5-colored lightning. It's the 5-colored lightning. 5-colored lightning was a lightning with 5 colors. However, the ordinary 5 colors were not worthy of being known as these 5 colors. Only the 5 long arcs revealed before Su Ming and the old man from Heavenly Spirit tribe right then were colors who gave each life when they were born in the world the years of their lives, as well as some abstruse theories linked to life. The black color was not completely black. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that in the beginning, it was a color that was close to faint brown. It was the color of a child. The red brought with it gentleness and mildness. It brought with it youth and the best years of a person's life. It did not describe a woman, but all men and women at the prime of their lives, causing all those who saw it to be immersed in it. That was the color of red. The pink hue had with it temptation and seduction. It contained all the primitive urges in the world and could light up a person's soul. It could make people unable to help themselves but be immersed in it. It was also not used to describe a woman, but symbolized the maturity and charm of a person after they moved past their prime and arrived at another stage of their life. It was pink. The white was not the color of snow, but a form of ancient air. It was like white hair, making anyone who stared at it to feel as if they could see themselves when they grew old many years later. They would naturally sigh and lament the changes of time as well as how it passed by them without leaving a single sign. When they realized it, they would have already arrived at the late stages of their lives. It was the color of a crane. As for the yellow long arc that was the symbol of the mortal's emperor, it was a symbol of supremacy, as if it stood above all and looked down upon the world. It was a color of nobility that could not be put to words. It was a light needed to lead all forms of life, and it was the color of a dragon. Those were the 5 colors. The color of a child, red, pink, the color of a dragon, and the color of the crane. They contained all forms of life, including humans, and gave all forms of existence 5 different colors. At that moment, as the 5 long arcs descended, they changed and transformed into faces that swiftly closed in on Su Ming. The first to approach him was the color of the child. It instantly reached him, and Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He lifted his right hand and cut down on the air before him. He knew of the terror of the arid disaster, and he had to give it his all when he attacked. The God Slayer art swiftly appeared and turned into an arc in the air before Su Ming to charge at the color of the child like a long blade falling downwards. The power of absolute accuracy and rebound immediately erupted the moment the arc touched the lightning, which was the color of a child. Su Ming moved back without hesitation while his eyes shone brilliantly. He might have attacked with all his might, but due to the different divine abilities, the strength of his attacks would naturally differ. At that moment, he had only executed the God-Slayer art to test the strength of the lightning. Based on the results, Su Ming would execute different divine abilities, but he did not expect that when the long blade formed by the God-Slayer art touched the lightning, which was the color of a child, it would shudder and shatter to pieces. Su Ming was stunned. In the meantime, the lightning, which was the color of red and pink, charged towards him. Behind them were the faces formed by the color of a dragon and a crane. They were all swiftly approaching him. Su Ming immediately took a few steps back. But when he was about to attack, his heart suddenly shuddered. He sensed that some sort of change seemed to have happened in his body. It was incredibly bizarre, and he sensed his own face changing before the concentrated mass of faces in front of him. The world seemed to be getting smaller before his eyes, and he could not help but have a feeling of weakness raise in his heart. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe watched Su Ming. He could clearly see him turning into a child. When he gained the appearance of a newborn, anguish appeared on the old man's face. This is the five-colored light. When the universe was just born and all lives were created, they were given these fairly distributed 5 colors. They make up all lives from the moment they were born to the moment they return to dust. Only when you crush them and experience the 5 colors will the disaster truly appear. When the old man spoke, Su Ming noticed that his appearance had changed drastically, but the feeling of weakness in his body did not make him feel apprehensive. An even stronger light shone in his eyes. He could sense that the signs of a breakthrough had become even stronger once his appearance changed. A resolute glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. With a single move, he took a step forward without hesitation and punched the air in the direction of the incoming red lightning. As loud booming sounds shot into the air, the red lightning shattered, and even the pink lightning behind it shattered, as if it was so weak that it could not withstand even a single hit. Su Ming's appearance changed again. From a newborn, he turned into a teenager, and when he became a man at the prime of his life, Su Ming's punch landed on the color of a dragon. As it shattered, Su Ming's appearance changed again. This time, he was a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring might, as if he was a supreme existence. It was also during this moment that the feeling as if Su Ming was about to reach a breakthrough reached its peak. With just a little more, he could do it. With a longing and determination, Su Ming lifted his right hand and pushed the air in the direction of the final color of a crane. Boom! The lightning instantly crumbled. When it did, Su Ming threw his head back and howled. His presence was the same as before, but he could sense a form of metamorphosis in his will, like an explosion. This feeling continued, and suddenly, the 5-colored lightning that had crumbled when it descended gathered together again and manifested before him. It gathered together so quickly that it gained form in the blink of an eye. The 5 colors did not take the form of a lightning bolt, however. They appeared as faces, but there were only 5 faces this time. Each bolt of lightning had taken the form of a face. All the faces belonged to Su Ming. They were Su Ming when he was a newborn, a teenager, a young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. They surrounded each other and formed a huge hand that swiftly went to grab Su Ming. A powerful sense of danger rose in Su Ming's heart. The threat came from the hand and the astonishing presence spreading out from it. That presence surpassed the previous red lightning by a lot. The hand's speed was so quick that it instantly covered an endless distance. With just one stretch, it covered the entire area around Su Ming. It locked down every possible escape and turned into the sky when it went atop his head. When it enveloped him, it turned into a cage. Its momentum caused booming sounds to shoot up into the air. Then, it clenched its fist to seize Su Ming. Brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. When the hand locked down every single possible escape route and he was about to be caught in the palm, he closed his eyes. Right away, a large amount of black light surged out of his body. It was the light of extreme darkness. When he was surrounded by the light of extreme darkness, Su Ming looked like a sharp black thorn. Then, He simply allowed the hand to grab him. Muffled booming sounds shot up. At the moment the hand grabbed Su Ming, it stopped abruptly, and a large amount of black light shot out through the spaces between its fingers. The low growl of a dragon rose from the hand. It was the dragon of destruction from Su Ming's soul, the one from that came from his mother's race. The dragon gathered together a supreme, chilling air, causing the power of the light of extreme darkness to become much greater. It surrounded Su Ming and turned into the origin of the light of extreme darkness, and the dragon of destruction roared. Booming sounds instantly surged up and continued without end, and each one was stronger than the last. In just the span of a few breaths, the palm formed by the 5 colors looked as if it could no longer close up completely. More black light spilled out from the spaces between its fingers. As it did, it started to look like the hand was being enveloped by endless light of extreme darkness. The image of the dragon of destruction manifested in it and charged out. The light of extreme darkness shining through the spaces of the hand instantly looked as if it had gained sentience. It spread out, as if it had turned Su Ming's body from something of corporeal form to something without form. He turned into an illusion that fused with the light of extreme darkness, and large quantities of him spread out from the spaces between the fingers to gather in midair again before he turned into the huge and ferocious dragon of destruction. Once the dragon appeared, it roared towards the heavens. Its voice was as mighty as thunder and seemed to contain the might of heaven. Its eyes shone brilliantly when it looked at the hand formed by the 5 faces. The hand slowly unfurled, revealing that there was nothing on its palm. Then the hand rose up and seized the dragon of destruction. This time, the 5 fingers formed by the 5 faces became clearer. Power of ocean remover. Scatter the light of extreme darkness. Dragon of destruction in my soul. Form the chill. The eyes of the dragon of destruction shone with a chilling air. As Su Ming mumbled, the light of extreme darkness spread out swiftly. This was a metamorphosis of his divine ability that Su Ming had figured out earlier when he was alone. Among his divine abilities, Mountain Shifter, Ocean Remover, God of Berserker's Transformation, God Slayer, and Arid Curse were the main ones. When Mountain Shifter fused with the end of Will's sword, he could bring forth 300 million mountain souls and turn them into a mighty art. This was the end of Will's mountain soul tremor art. The ocean remover art in itself was a manifestation of the light of extreme darkness. When it fused with the dragon of destruction in Su Ming's soul, its might would increase by several times, but it would not be able to match up to the mountain shifter art that had gathered together 300 million mountain souls, because this art did not have a supreme treasure like the end of Will's sword to be used with it. But Su Ming had used the ring on the ocean remover art. Because of it, his ocean remover divine ability attained a terrifying might. Next, it was his god of berserker's art. Su Ming no longer needed to test this art. The first and second style of the god of berserker's transformation were by themselves even stronger divine abilities, while Su Ming was under the effect of the god of berserker's transformation. At that moment, when he saw the hand formed by the 5 faces charge towards him, a powerful mighty pressure that seemed to be able to destroy all lives spread out from the hand. In an instant it approached him. At the moment it seized him, Su Ming growled as the dragon of destruction and swept up the ocean-like light of extreme darkness around him. He moved, but he did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards the hand. When the 2 sides crashed into each other and the hand opened up to grab the dragon of destruction, Su Ming flung his body forward. His tail swung outwards and surrounded the hand, as if he wanted to envelop the 5 fingers with his tail. With his body as the rope, he intended to bind the 5 fingers. During that instant, as the dragon's tail grew endlessly and touched his head, Su Ming's body turned into a circle around the hand. Slaughter from the ring of the freezing dragon of destruction. When Su Ming mumbled these words, the presence of a supreme treasure erupted from the ring-shaped body of the dragon of destruction. The ring came from St. Defire Expanse Cosmos, and it was a supreme treasure at the level of those in Avanikea realm that Su Ming had snatched for himself. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it happened in an instant. At the moment the ring appeared, It immediately grew and seemed to fuse with Su Ming's dragon of destruction to the point that they could no longer be differentiated. When this happened, the dragon of destruction's body swiftly shrank. The ring, too, shrank and bound the 5 fingers of the hand. A loud bang shot up. As the dragon of destruction that had fused with the ring, not only did Su Ming bind the 5 fingers together, he also intended to kill them as his body shrank. This was him taking the initiative from being passive at the start. It was Su Ming revealing his fangs. He did not want to passively receive his disaster. He wanted to take the initiative and attack. He wanted to destroy the disaster. From the distance, it looked like Su Ming had turned into a ring. The 5 fingers on the hand were bound tightly by it, and when he shrank, he was going to break all 5 fingers. Booming sounds echoed in the air. As the dragon of destruction and the ring shrank swiftly, the 5 fingers started trembling, especially at the spot where the ring bound them. The skin there swiftly sank, but a powerful rebound continuously made the sunken spots bounce back. The 5 fingers shone, but their light was starting to grow dull. Clearly, even this disaster found it hard to escape Su Ming's counterattack. Boom! The index finger was the first to crumble. Once it broke, the red face twisted and disappeared without a trace, with a sigh filled with unwillingness to admit defeat. It was immediately followed by the face of the child on the pinky. Amid the booming sounds, it also crumbled and shattered. When the first finger crumbled, Su Ming felt his spirits lift. But when the second finger crumbled, the dragon of destruction narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Ming might be confident, but he would not be as egotistical as to believe that his divine ability would be strong enough to force the second disaster of the antecedental spirits to retreat. His intention had been to continuously weaken the hand while it struggled, just like how he handled the first disaster. He wanted to weaken it to its extreme before he launched a fatal strike. Yet at that moment it might as well be said that the hand had crumbled on its own. When the finger representing pink crumbled under Su Ming's dragon of destruction ring, it was followed by the color of a crane, which was the thumb, and the color of a dragon, which was the middle finger. All of them crumbled, causing the ring that was Su Ming to shrink to its limit. Right when the dragon of destruction and the ring shrank to its limit, the 5 fingers that had already dissipated seemed to float on the palm of the now fingerless hand. Suddenly, the air at the spot where the fingers were distorted, and all the fingers appeared simultaneously, as if the crushing just then had only been an illusion. If it was not because the fingers that appeared once more were clearly much duller than before, Su Ming would have definitely thought that his plan to weaken the fingers had failed. How troublesome! This second disaster! Su Ming sighed in his heart. When the 5 fingers appeared again, they swiftly pressed themselves together to form a fist, intending to grab Su Ming while he was within their grasp. When Su Ming sighed, the dragon of destruction folded itself together. Black light appeared on its body. He watched the 5 fingers around him charge at him, and a determined expression showed up on his face. He gave up on the other methods he prepared in his plan, because he just realized that even if he used all of them, it was impossible for him to bring about the effect he wanted. If that was the case, Su Ming decided that he would use the methods he prepared to fight against the third disaster on the second disaster. God of Berserker's transformation. At the instant the hand charged towards Su Ming, covering all the areas around him, and was about to seize him, a brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm. Immediately, around 100 million souls of those from great Berserker tribe charged towards him. A part of them gathered on his right arm, making it grow endlessly and filling it with a power that could destroy the world. It surged into the sky. Then, he swung his left arm and it grew in the exact same manner as his right arm. Countless souls of those from great Berserker tribe fused into his arms before filling his torso, so it grew furiously. Then it was his legs. At the instant all of this was over, Su Ming had already grown from a normal person's height to about 100-something, and he was now a giant as tall as a mountain. His body was filled with power. His eyes shone with great confidence, and a presence that was like a tidal wave erupted from his body. It belonged to the god of Berserkers. That body was the strongest body of the Berserkers, and Su Ming also possessed a true world's will. It appeared in the third eye at the center of his brow. Right then, it opened to reveal a small crack, and during that moment, Su Ming was the god of the ancient berserkers. He could fight against the heavens, the earth, and everything in all directions. This was the strongest manifestation of an antecedental spirit's will. When Su Ming activated the god of berserkers transformation, the 5 fingers were less than hundreds of feet away from him. They covered the area in all directions Su Ming could escape, not allowing him any place to hide. But Su Ming did not intend to hide. Fighting spirit showed up in his eyes. At the moment the fingers descended on him, he growled, leapt forward, lifted his arms swiftly, and pushed them against the descending index finger. At the instant the two sides clashed, booming sounds surged into the sky. The index finger shuddered violently and could no longer continue descending. Once it was pushed back by the effects of the god of berserkers transformation, Su Ming growled. He clenched his right fist and punched the index finger. It shuddered and bounced back under, allowing Su Ming to fly out from the gap, even though the other 4 fingers had already furled into a fist. Su Ming did not leave far into the distance. Instead, once he flew out, he turned around, pushed his hands together, turned into a long arc that charged towards the clenched hand. The countless souls of the berserkers that have existed for tens of thousands of years, that great berserker tribe has existed. Today is the day I go through my disaster. Are all of you willing to lend me a hand? Countless shadows seemed to appear at that instant in the area around Su Ming. Those shadows were indistinct, and if one did not pay close attention to them, they would not be able to see them clearly. In fact, even if they watched them clearly, they would feel as if they were just a figment of their imagination. Perhaps they existed, but perhaps they did not. Su Ming's god of berserkers form instantly closed in on the clenched fist. At the moment they collided, the bang that shot up stirred up all of Death Vortex. Booming sounds traveled through the entire world and even to the world beyond. When the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe saw this, strong light shone in his eyes. Amid the booms, the 5 faces on the hand twisted violently. The index finger was the first to crumble, followed by the little finger, the ring finger, the thumb, the middle finger, and eventually the palm. All of them crumbled under Su Ming's incredible power after he received the great boost once he went through his god of berserkers transformation. The second disaster shattered. Su Ming moved back and coughed up a mouthful of blood, but the fighting spirit on his face was still burning brilliantly. The life in his body tumbled while his will roared like a tidal wave and howled like an angry wolf. He had once again sensed that intent to reach a breakthrough in his heart. I can now go through my second spirit ascension, and if I can reach another breakthrough, I can go through 2 consecutive spirit ascensions and reach the 3rd stage. Before, Su Ming was on a path leading to the heavens. On this path he could see light, future, and hope. This was the path of 9 spirit ascensions. With 3 spirit ascensions, he could reach the power of those in Avanikea realm. With 6 spirit ascensions, he could become unbeatable among those in Avakinia realm. With 9 spirit ascensions, he could become a life form which countless lives in the second era in this aeon within arid triad expanse cosmos wished to become but which none of them had been able to achieve. Ancestral spirit. After 9 spirit ascensions, he could become an ancestral spirit. Once he became one, it would mean that he stood at the peak among those during the second era. There would no longer be any forms of life that could endanger him, because ancestral spirits shared their lives with the universe. In fact, in some sense, they had already become a part of each other. The path Su Ming originally took was not the path of an ancestral spirit. Only when several events were added together did he take the path to become an ancestral spirit. When he possessed true Morning Tao world and perfected its will, it could be said that he already possessed a relatively infinite amount of life, even if he had not noticed this as of then. There was no end to his life. His existence was eternal. Unless the true world was completely destroyed and his will entirely wiped out, even if Su Ming's form and spirit were destroyed, he would no longer die. All of these elements caused Su Ming to become an incredibly unique existence, even if he had been in the era of the ancestral spirits. He was an antecedental spirit, But he was also one of the four great true worlds under Arid Triad's will, thereby allowing him to form a strange connection with Arid Triad's will. This connection was one that even the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe could only barely understand. He did not know the details behind it, because this was a right only ancestral spirits possessed. However, Su Ming could. It was precisely because of his act of possessing a true world after he became an antecedental spirit that he slowly came to an understanding, and that was why Su Ming yearned dearly for the next few spirit ascensions. He longed to successfully have his spirit ascend 9 times at the fastest speed possible to take that legendary step into the indescribable realm, but even though Su Ming longed for it, it was not something that he could obtain just by wanting it. He needed a breakthrough in his state of being, his will, and his heart. Only when he was worthy enough would he be able to obtain the foundation for the next spirit ascension. That was why, even though Su Ming placed a high value on this matter, he knew that he could not rush it. Yet now, when he sensed his will and his state of being boiling, he knew that he was about to be ready to go through his second spirit ascension. In fact, the right to go through his third spirit ascension was also right before his eyes, and greed rose in Su Ming's heart. Riches came from danger. This was a proverb since ancient times, and at that moment all that Su Ming did proved it right. The spirit of heaven is in this disaster. The possibility of me dying is not high, but I have to prepare myself well and be on guard. No matter what, if I can rush out of Death region, I will immediately head to All Spirits Hall and begin my spirit ascension. If I can have my spirit ascend twice and reach the third, then The longing in Su Ming's eyes grew to be stronger than he had ever felt it before. The legacy of the All Spirits Hall was in front of him. Others would not dare to attempt it even after they saw it, since they did not have the numbers to obtain the legacy. Su Ming had the numbers, but he was not worthy enough. He had hesitated for a long time because of this before he gritted his teeth and left, forcing himself to no longer think of the strange properties of the All Spirits Hall. Yet now Su Ming saw hope. While under the effects of the All Spirits Hall, he threw his head back and roared. A monstrous light appeared in his eyes, and in the slightly dark death vortex, his eyes were like 2 bright lamps. The fire in them burned with life and shone with hope. Why isn't the third disaster here yet? When Su Ming lifted his head, light shone in his eyes, making him an incredibly eye-catching sight in death vortex. When he leapt up, an increasingly greater aura erupted from his body. It surrounded him, and for the first time, he gathered it together to form a whirlwind in the vortex. This scene was just like what the old man from Heavenly Spirits Tribe had done, but the old man had only been able to form a vortex with his great cultivation base. Su Ming could not hope to compare to the old man's level of cultivation. However, he possessed an incredibly unique condition. He had a true world clone. He had the arid curse that could affect those in Avicania realm and make the arid triads will wake up from its slumber. He could also live through the first and second disasters based on his own abilities. All the strange changes that happened to him due to being in the depths of death vortex had also caused Su Ming's aura to turn into a vortex instead of him only being to utilize it. The vortex stirred up loud booming sounds and was the third vortex in death vortex. When the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe saw this, he immediately narrowed his eyes. A surprised look appeared on his face. The difference in the vortices might not seem great, but in truth, this was an ability of those who had succeeded in their third spirit ascension. When Su Ming's aura turned into a vortex, the light in the old man's eyes shone brilliantly. He lifted his right hand and formed a seal before him. His lips moved slightly, as if he was calculating something. He saw that there seemed to be something strange and enchanting contained in the vortex Su Ming had created with his will, but he could not see it clearly. He could only see that it seemed to have wings. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth only a few breaths had passed since the destruction of the second disaster to the moment Su Ming created the vortex. The moment the aura from Su Ming's body, while he was under the effects of the god of Berserker's transformation, created the third vortex in death region. A flashing light appeared above death vortex. It could not be seen clearly, though, for it flickered constantly. It seemed like it would continue shining in this manner forever. The arid triad rumbled. Light of different brightness intersected with each other, as if all of Arid Triad had been placed in a single house, and the lamp in it was flickering on and off. It was difficult for the different degrees of brightness to overlap with each other. This was how Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos looked like at that moment. The legendary 6-flash disaster must surely be the one that would arrive after the 5-colored lightning. One flash would mean 100,000 years, and the second flash would mean 1 million. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe lifted his head and stared at the vortex. His expression was even graver than before. And judging by the looks of it, Su Ming's first arid disaster will not be limited to just 3. When the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe thought of this, his expression changed swiftly. At that moment, when booming sounds echoed in death vortex, the entire vortex varied between being bright and dark, between being lit and being engulfed in darkness, and it looked like all of it came from pictures. Those pictures were extending downwards as if there were some sort of ancient beast hidden in the flashes of light. At that moment, the ferocious beast had opened its mouth wide and was charging towards Su Ming with madness in its eyes. One flash was 100,000 years. This was the 6-flash disaster of the antecedental spirit's 3rd disaster. The power of this disaster could affect all forms of life. They would reach their end, and even if antecedental spirits seemed to have endless life, they would still be affected. Besides ancestral spirit who had went through 9 spirit ascensions to achieve relatively eternal life, every single form of life would still reach the end of their life at some point. This disaster did not seem powerful, but it was predominated by the power of time. It was used as a millstone, and it would reduce all forms of life into ash in the passage of time. Even if it was the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, he believed that he would need to spend a lot of his life to pass through it. In fact, he did not even dare to have the entire 6-flash disaster descend. Before the 3rd flash, he would search for the path of the disaster and use all his power to strike its unseen source. This was what he would choose with his current level of cultivation. He would forcefully break the disaster. However, the method he used was based on the foundation that his spirit had ascended 8 times. He was worthy of doing so, and he could do it as well, but if it was anyone else, there were few who could forcefully break the disaster's descent like the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, which was why they could only face the disaster. However, practically all those who faced the 6-flash disaster head-on would find themselves turning into ash in the passage of time. After all, there is no life that could perfectly experience all 6 flashes. After all, while the first flash would make 100,000 years disappear, the second flash would cause 1 million years to disappear, and the third flash would cause 10 million years to disappear. These numbers might sound as if they were nothing, but there was no form of life that was confident to being able to survive 100,000 years, much less 1 million, 10 million, or the fourth flash's 100 million years. And as for the fifth flash, not even the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe dared touch it. That was a disappearance of 1 billion years, and he absolutely did not have enough years for it. Once the fifth flash appeared, he would immediately be reduced into ash. And the final sixth flash would take 10 billion years. No one knew just how many years of life an expanse cosmos had. It might have more than 10 billion years of life, but it might also have less than 10 billion years, which was why the sixth as well as the fifth flashes had never descended over the countless years when other people went through their antecedental spirits disaster. All those who could get through the sixth flash disaster would forcefully break it like what the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe would do. All those who could not do it would become dust in the passage of time at the third or at most the fourth flash. Yet when Su Ming saw the sixth flash disaster and heard the words of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, his eyes suddenly flashed. A profound smile appeared on his lips. If it was any other disaster, it would be difficult for Su Ming to handle it. As the third disaster, it would surely be as devastating as any other, and Su Ming would not have too much confidence in going through it. But the sixth flash disaster was predominantly formed by the power of time. In terms of his years of life, it was impossible for Su Ming's soul from Great Berserker Tribe or blood from Great Abyss Tribe to get through it, but he a clone that was a true world. It was part of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, and while Su Ming did not know how many years of life a true world had, he knew that He was definitely one of the people in the world who could simply allow the six-flash disaster to descend on him. Unless this disaster could destroy a true world's years of life, it was impossible for Su Ming to be reduced to ash in this disaster. Once he understood what the six-flash disaster was, Su Ming immediately cancelled his God of Berserker's transformation. His body instantly returned to normal, allowing him to retain a little time to be under the effect of the God of Berserker's transformation if he wanted to cast it again. While standing in Death Vortex, he lifted his head to look above him with an aloof gaze. Death Vortex shone with flashes of light as if a primitive, ferocious beast was swiftly descending. In just a few breaths, the brightness and darkness would close in on Su Ming. When it did, the first flash of the six-flash disaster swiftly descended. All of Death Vortex instantly turned bright. The light was piercing to the eyes, and it practically covered all of Death Vortex. Only the bottommost portion of the vortex remained dark. It was an abyss that no light could enter. But Su Ming was surrounded by powerful light. It only lasted for about a few breaths before a murmur filled with an ancient tone seemed to come from an ancient past. It echoed through the entire world, Arid Triad, and Death Vortex. The next instant, everything became dark. When light and darkness switched places, Su Ming felt as if he had lost something from his body. What he lost was life force, years of his life, and his essence. It had been the first flash that could make a mortal instantly die an unknown number of times, and it was also the one that killed most cultivators. But to Su Ming, compared to the vast life force his true world clone possessed, the life force he lost was practically just a drop in an ocean. Is that all? A hint of derision appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He watched the six-flash disaster alternate between light and dark and did not fight against it, because his endless life was the best defense against this disaster. I have plenty of life force. If you have the ability, then go on ahead and suck it all out. You can descend at will, but if this is all you can do, then do not appear before me a second time in the future. Su Ming flung his arm, and his presence became as great as a tidal wave. With his hair danced in the air, he haughtily looked above. Boom! Arid Triad shuddered. While still alternating between varying degrees of brightness and darkness, Death Vortex was suddenly filled with a layer of light, as if Su Ming's provocation had stirred up the anger of some form of will. The moment he finished speaking, the second of the six-flash disaster descended with a bang. The period of time when the entire world was basked in light was longer than it was in the dark. When the world became dark again, it was as if Su Ming's body had fused with the darkness. The bright world seemed to be making Su Ming's life force scatter, while the darkness was a black death scythe. It cut into his body without being seen and took away 1,000,000 years of his life. Su Ming's face went pale, but he immediately recovered. His true world clone with its vast amount of life force was completely unbothered by the disappearance of some of it. If the disappearance of 100,000 years was a drop in an ocean, then 1,000,000 years was at most a cup of water. A scornful smile appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips, and he simply allowed the six-flash disaster to descend as if it was just rainwater. No matter how heavily the rain poured from the sky, it could not affect him. He swung his arm and sensed that the intent to break through in his body had clearly become stronger. While laughing, Su Ming spoke with an arrogant, domineering tone. The six-flash disaster is truly nothing. Do you still dare to come? Su Ming lifted his head, and a powerful and brilliant light shone in his eyes. As his aura surrounded him, the vortex he had formed rumbled. This scene caused the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe to stare at Su Ming for a long, long time. For some unknown reason, when he looked at the current Su Ming, a few words appeared in his mind. He has already gained full maturity. Booming sounds shook the sky. The six-flash disaster swiftly switched to a brilliant light again. As it flashed, the third flash descended, and it was not alone. The fourth flash also charged forward. The third and fourth flashes came in succession. The power to wear away 1,000,000 years of life as well as 10,000,000 years of life descended simultaneously. It immediately formed an unseen blade that charged past Su Ming. Su Ming's face turned pale again. When he took 2 steps back, His face turned paler still, but it only lasted for a moment before he instantly recovered. 1,000,000 years was equivalent to 10 cups of water in an ocean, and even 10,000,000 years was just 100 cups from an ocean. This level of wearing away his life might have some effect on him, but he had a vast amount of life from his true world clone, so he could still bear with it. When the third and fourth flashes disappeared, an excited note was added to Su Ming's laughter. He did not mind the disappearance of the years in his life. With the true world clone, not even he knew how many years he had. The only thing he cared about was reaching a breakthrough for his will. During that instant just then, he could clearly feel the booming sounds in his head grow several times stronger. As his aura increased in power, his will and his state of being swiftly reached a breakthrough, and he became able to go through the third spirit ascension. This was Su Ming's greatest reward for going through the antecedental spirit's disaster. With my current self, the moment I get out of Yin Death Vortex and get back into All Spirits Hall, I can go through 2 spirit ascensions and become a powerful warrior at the level of those in Avacania realm. Avacania! It's Avacania! From the excitement, a powerful light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He dreamt of becoming more powerful because only when he was strong could he become the master of his own fate, and only then could he protect the people he wanted to protect. The fifth flash. Do you still dare to come forth? As Su Ming laughed, his aura surrounded him even more powerfully. The vortex swept through all directions and became a whirlwind of 1,000 feet. It gave a presence as threatening as a tidal wave. The alternating flashes of brightness and darkness seemed to hesitate at that moment. But after several breaths, the fifth flash that had never appeared in that era swiftly descended. Regardless of whether it was Arid Triad or in Death Vortex, the entire universe roared. The fifth flash would wipe away 1,000,000,000 years of life. To any person, this was incredibly terrifying, and even the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe would not dare to try it, but Su Ming, as he laughed long and hard, he simply allowed the fifth flash to descend on him and allowed the years of his life to be wiped away, but it could only make his face pale. To his true world clone, this was just equivalent to 1,000 cups of water from an ocean. It was nothing. The sixth flash was the final flash of the sixth flash disaster, and it had appeared incredibly rarely in the many eons Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos had lived through, much less the current one. Yet at that moment, it descended. 10 billion years of life was a period of time so long that it was impossible to describe in a single sentence. Perhaps only an existence like Su Ming, who had possessed a true world, could remain laughing under the sixth flash. How many cups of water would it be in an ocean? It would certainly not be few. It would surpass 10,000 cups, but at most it would just be 100,000 cups. It would be difficult for it to surpass that number, which was why the sixth flash wiped out only 1/10 of the life force of a true world. This destruction caused Su Ming's face to turn pale and blood to trickle out of the corners of his mouth. But that was all. Red appeared in his eyes, but his laughter did not disappear. He stood tall in Yin Death Vortex with his laughter echoing in the air. He has went through the third disaster. In fact, it could be said that he had perfectly cleared it. Why is the seventh flash non-existent? Since the ancient past, the ancestral spirits said that the disaster is known as 6 flashes because it would only flash 6 times. It would not flash any more than that number. But why is that? The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe stared at the swiftly disappearing 6-flash disaster above them in Yin Death Vortex. Su Ming, how many years of life do you have left in your true world? The old man suddenly asked with a hint of excitement in his voice, as if he had discovered some sort of secret. While in midair, Su Ming stared at the 6-flash disaster. In truth, he also had the same questions in his head. He might not have seen as many things as the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, but he had gone through the disaster himself and knew clearly that if there was a 7th flash, then even if he had a true world clone, his life would come to an end. His true world would wither and die, and there would only be 3 true worlds left in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. That was why, when the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe asked his question, Su Ming's eyes lit up. With a look at him, he answered, 9/10. Su Ming did not hide a lot of secrets from the old man, and neither was there any need for him to hide them. If the old man wanted to know it, he would surely have his own methods to do so. 9/10. 9/10. If the seventh flash existed, then even a true world's life would not be enough to survive through this disaster. The true world would wither. That is why. It is not that the seventh flash does not exist, but that it cannot exist, the old man murmured. A brilliant light shone in his eyes. The will that sends the antecedental spirit's disaster is unbothered by the survival of all forms of life. It can ignore the changes in the universe, but it places a lot of attention in whether a true world would die. It is just as I expected. The creature that sends the antecedental spirit's disaster is no one else, but Arid Triad's will. It is the disaster itself. It's sleeping. In its slumber, its will had turned into the antecedental spirit's disaster. It will not allow antecedental spirits to exist, which is why it turned into a disaster to wipe them out. As for the other sealed antecedental spirits, perhaps it has other uses for them, and it is controlling them as if it is rearing livestock. And it wants to wipe out antecedental spirits because there was excitement on the old man's face. This was the first time he told Su Ming of his guess. At that moment, when he said those words, he paused for an instant, but Su Ming could already continue what he left off. It's because it does not want to be possessed. Only those who have become antecedental spirits have the right to possess Arid Triad's will. Su Ming's heart trembled as he spoke slowly. That's right. That must surely be it. The old man became even more excited. His breathing even quickened slightly, but it was not because his control over his emotions was not strong enough. With his level of cultivation, there were very few things in the world that could make him so excited. If there was any, then it would definitely be the things regarding the Arid disaster and Arid Triad's will. When it fell asleep, it wanted to wipe out antecedental spirits, but also to seal them. This means that it wants to destroy all danger, but at the same time wants some antecedental spirits to help it in some form. Then, what happens when it wakes up? Su Ming suddenly asked. Once it wakes up, the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe fell silent, but a hint of fear appeared in his eyes, and that fear allowed Su Ming to immediately know what was the old man's unspoken answer. He remembered that in the memories he obtained during his first spirit ascension, the old man in white in the final days of Su Ming's previous aeon had stared at the sky and said, "It's here." Su Ming's pupils shrank. Besides those words, the old man in white had also said that he would have reached a certain realm if he'd had more time. His words always existed in Su Ming's heart, causing him to be unable to figure things out when he was making his speculations. But when he heard the old man's speculation, a guess suddenly appeared in Su Ming's head. When Arid Triad's will fell asleep, to prevent itself from being possessed, it wiped out the antecedental spirits. When it wakes up, it will want to destroy all of Arid Triad so that Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos would no longer have any lives or culture so that it can have a new beginning. Why did it do this? Based on what the old man said, could we understand it as Arid Triads will turning into the Arid disaster to destroy everything once it wakes up to find a life form who could reach a certain realm during an aeon? It has been searching for countless eons, and it has destroyed Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos repeatedly. It seems like it has never managed to find it. Su Ming's heart trembled. He looked towards the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, but he did not tell him of his assumption. Instead, another question rose in his heart. Why would Arid Triads will be weakened in this place? He asked slowly. Before I came to this place, I had been thinking constantly. All lives in this world have an arch-enemy. It is impossible for them to live eternally, and it is the same for the Arid disaster. But I did not manage to find Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos arch-enemy until I came to this place. I can clearly sense that this place is different from the others. I can sense a will existing in the depths of this vortex. But this will isn't asleep. It has already broken down. I can also vaguely sense that there are some parts of it lingering on you. This will could bring an unprecedented calm to my heart. But even so, I didn't think much into it. Even if the three ancient wills who call themselves servants of Morris Alba gave me an even greater sense of the calm, I still didn't think much into it. That was until You brought the entire land of berserkers away from Death Vortex, and your antecedental spirit's disaster arrived. Only then did I come to a swift realization, because your disaster should have arrived earlier, but it did not, because you were in Death Vortex. At that time, I thought that there was some strange form of power existing in that broken will in the depths. But when we returned to the vortex and the antecedental spirit's disaster descended into a frozen eternity, but everything within Death Vortex remained normal. At that time, I suddenly understand that perhaps the arch-enemy of Arid Triad's will is here. An excited sparkle appeared in the old man's eyes. He stared at Su Ming, then at the depths of Death Vortex, which was as dark as the abyss. The secrets lying in there are not something I am privy to. The repulsive force there is so strong that when I tried to enter it previously, I could not. You are the only one who can do it. You are the only one different. The repulsive force you sense is clearly much weaker, which is why I am certain that you have some form of connection to the broken will in that place. And you are the only one who can enter the true depths of Death Vortex to find the answer. The old man's breathing quickened. When his words echoed in the air, Su Ming's heart trembled. At that moment, loud booming sounds appeared once more above Death Vortex. As they echoed in the air, the fourth disaster of the antecedental spirit's disaster descended. As I thought, there is a fourth disaster lying in wait for you. The antecedental spirit's disaster you have to go through is definitely nothing ordinary. It's a murderous disaster from the heavens, earth, and man. The first three disasters are the man's disasters. The next three disasters are the earthen disasters, and the final is the heavenly disaster. And based on what I understand, when the earthen disasters appear, they will not come one by one like the man's disasters. All three disasters will appear in succession right away, for only then can they be known to be the earthen disasters that surpass the man's disasters. As the old man spoke, he lifted his head and swung his arm. A brilliant light shone in his eyes. Su Ming stared at the spot where the rumbles came from above and asked in a low voice, "Senior, do you know what the earthen disasters are?" The fourth disaster is the 9 deaths disaster. The fifth disaster is the fiendish withering of earth in 5 directions, and the sixth disaster is the disaster of emptiness. These 3 disasters are no longer something that you can handle. They are disasters only those who had ascended their spirits 3 or more times can handle. You can try to experience them. If you feel that things are about to go wrong, I will immediately take action and help you get through it, the old man said slowly. If this was before the old man had seen Su Ming go through the 3 disasters, perhaps he would have immediately helped him without providing an explanation. But now that Su Ming had gained full maturity, the old man wanted to help him a little bit more. He wanted to let Su Ming experience the disaster to his limits, since only then would he gain a great number of benefits for his development in the future. The old man knew that this time, he might die in the disaster. It would be good if he did not die, but he was also prepared to die, and Su Ming was his hope. He was the hope that could fight against Arid Triad in the future. That was why the old man would never hold back on providing everything needed for Su Ming to grow even faster. Su Ming, the number of disasters you can get through with your own power will determine how many times you will no longer need to go through the antecedental spirit's disaster when you have your spirit ascend. This is an incredibly rare chance. You must have all your cultivation base erupt from your body and seize the chance to obtain your serendipity through this disaster. The old man looked at Su Ming. There was encouragement and expectation in his eyes, and his expression was very sincere. It was the first time he showed such a sincere look to Su Ming, who saw it and nodded. He knew that the old man did not lie. He had already gone through 3 disasters, and he could indeed go through his second and third spirit ascensions now. Based on this logic, if he successfully went through his 4th disaster, he could head on to challenge his 4th spirit ascension. The moment Su Ming looked above him, an indescribably huge will suddenly descended from above Death Vortex with a loud bang. It contained a domineering and supreme as well as imposing air. When it descended, it moved through the vortex easily and looked like it was about to chase away all the fog. At the instant it descended, the will did not gain corporeal form. but instead seemed to remain an illusion. Once it filled death region, it surrounded Su Ming. A low murmur echoed from the will, and it sounded like the mumbles of a person sleep-talking. Yet its words contained an indescribable presence. They seemed to possess some sort of strange power that could make everything real. Your hands and feet shall become green. That was the first sentence spoken by the voice. At the moment it reached Su Ming's ears, his hands and feet turned green. The 9 deaths disaster is derived from the concept of being at death's door 9 times. It will turn into 9 deaths, making you to experience 9 different deaths. This disaster will descend without being seen and without warning, making people unable to fend against it and difficult to stand up against it. The more you fight back, the stronger the disaster becomes. There is only one way to clear it, which is to use your will. You must search for the one chance to live during the 9 deaths. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe said, his voice reaching Su Ming's ears. His voice was grave and deep as it echoed in the air. When Su Ming heard it, his hands and feet had already turned emerald green, but they were swiftly growing darker. In the blink of an eye, his limbs turned dark green. A numb sensation instantly rose in Su Ming's heart. It came from the discomfort in his body, and it directly affected his mind, causing him to instantly sense the arrival of death. But that was not all. His body was not the only one affected. Su Ming could also sense that all of true Morning Dao world was affected during that instant. It had started turning green. Die! The will filling up in death vortex said one word once it declared Su Ming's hands and feet to be green. During that moment, Su Ming felt intense pain in his limbs. Wisps of green smoke that were like threads covered his body while heading onwards to cover his soul and mind. Wherever they went, a thick aura of death would spread out. Su Ming threw his head back and roared. His face contorted, and faint green light lit up around him. His expression was ferocious, and his will was desperately fighting against the intent to die growing in his body. The feeling of death swept through him with loud rumbles like a tidal wave, and Su Ming was like the lone ship in a raging sea, struggling to persevere. But his struggle did not last long before the will formed by the 4th disaster filling in death vortex murmured once more. Your veins will wither, your teeth will dry. Die! A loud bang shot up in Su Ming's body, and his veins withered as if they had lost their life force and energy. They became dry just like how a river would dry up. His teeth became dry as well, as if they had become loose. His entire face instantly became much older. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, and his expression grew ferocious. The final word felt like a heavy hammer striking Su Ming's body. It made him stagger backwards, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His cultivation base was rapidly disappearing and his body was swiftly becoming weaker. The shadow of death became larger while it loomed over him. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe watched this scene from not far away. He sighed in his heart. He could tell that Su Ming had already reached his limit. He moved forward, about to lend a hand, but Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. His expression grew even more ferocious, and his eyes became bloodshot. With great difficulty, he lifted his numb right hand and pushed it in the direction of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, as if he wanted to stop him from coming towards him. I can do it, Su Ming hissed through gritted teeth. Blood trickled out of his mouth from the effort, but a hint of determination as well as madness appeared on his face. God of Berserkers, transformation! At the moment it sounded like Su Ming was gnashing his teeth. More than 100 million great berserker souls charged at him. They surrounded him and swiftly fused into his body, making it feel like he had just obtained nourishment, and he quickly began recovering. But at that moment, the murmurs from the 4th disaster appeared again. Your voice will scatter. Die! Su Ming let out a shrill scream of pain, and his god of berserkers transformation started showing signs of scattering. It didn't seem like the 100 million great berserker souls could make his body recover anymore. His screams also grew incredibly weak. It sounded like were scattering in a manner as if he was about to die, making all those who heard them sense that he was no longer struggling. Instead, they would feel as if he was gasping on his deathbed and sighing before he died. Even Su Ming's true morning Tao world began withering, as if it was about to disappear from arid triad. Your nostrils will flare. Die. Your lips will become cold to the touch. Die. The continuous murmurs and the impact from the declarations of wanting him dead made it seem like the will was the curse of destiny that could not be resisted. Each statement had an immediate effect on Su Ming's body, like how lips now turned purple. As they became cold, it felt like all warmth had disappeared from them. Su Ming's breathing weakened, and his nostrils instinctively flared to try and gain more air. Damn it! Just what is this disaster? The madness in Su Ming's eyes grew stronger. He stayed in his god of Berserker's transformation since this was the only method with which his body would continuously recover, but even so, he could not recover to how he was previously, and the divine ability was losing its effect rapidly. The deterioration of Su Ming's body had become incredibly bad. He was just like a mortal who was about to die and was struggling before his end. At that moment, if he called out to the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, the other would immediately take action. But Su Ming chose not to. He did not believe that he could not fight against the fourth disaster. He refused to accept that he would die from the fourth disaster. He would not. He refused to admit defeat. His pride did not allow him to fail like this. As intense pain filled Su Ming's body, a large amount of red appeared in his bloodshot eyes. They dimmed as if he was a candle flame in the wind and he was about to extinguish at any moment. But right then, Su Ming came to a swift realization. This isn't a disaster. This is a curse. The so-called 9 deaths disaster killed a person in an unseen manner, so it was clearly a curse. The disaster was powerful and caused a person to feel powerless against it because all of Arid Triads will went to curse a single person. Because of that, there was no way that anyone could fight against it. They could only passively be cursed. Su Ming understood that this was a form of manifestation of Arid Triad's will. Not only did he understand that the 9 deaths disaster was a curse, he also understood during that moment that the so-called antecedental spirits disaster was also a form of manifestation of Arid Triad's will. It was just like how he could kill any cultivator he wanted in his true world with his will of a true world and could also use his will to send a similar disaster on them. Your lips will swell, and your teeth will be scorched. Die! The moment Su Ming understood everything, the murmurs from the will appeared again. This time, when they echoed in the air, the will made Su Ming's face change. It swelled, and his loose teeth felt a sort of heat, even though his body was clearly cold. This feeling was very contradictory, similar to the relationship between life and death. The moment that feeling appeared, Su Ming could vividly sense that death had descended on him without him being able to resist it. He was still under the effect of his god of Berserker's transformation, but it was on the verge of crumbling. Your hands will fall out of your sleeves. Die. You will sweat, but it will not flow down. Die. With a bang, Su Ming's god of Berserker's transformation scattered. The 100 million great Berserker souls could no longer strengthen his body and fight against the Arid Triad's curse. It's just a curse. If it's curses, I know them as well. Su Ming's body was weak and he was about to die. At the moment the old man stopped hesitating and was about to help, Su Ming began laughing. His laughter was incredibly weak, and it could not even escape from his throat. Could only come out without a sound. However, an arc had appeared on the lips of Su Ming's swollen face. As he laughed soundlessly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Murmurs swiftly tumbled out of Su Ming's mouth. There was some strange power contained in his voice, and it immediately echoed in the air, stirring up his true world clone. He was clearly using his power of a true world to curse Arid Triad. This was his strongest art, Arid Curse. The strength of this art could affect those in Avicania realm, but its true might could allow him to curse Arid Triad's will and make it show signs of waking up from its sleep. Your tongue will roll back. Your reproductive organs will shrink. This is the 9 deaths disaster. Die! The final murmur of 9 deaths disasters will rang out through the area during that instant and turned into a loud, thunderous rumble. The sound shook the sky and earth, and it caused death vortex to shudder. During that instant, Su Ming's curse was completely executed. Curse Arid Triad. Booming sounds surged into the sky during that moment. Su Ming's curse required a doll, but at that moment, he did not have one in hand. So he used his own body as its replacement. With the will of his true world clone, he would curse Arid Triad's will and the 4th disaster. This was a fight between curses. It was also the strongest counter of Su Ming's life when he was intent of rising against the will wanting to bring about his death. When he launched his counter, for the first time ever, he showed an absolute unwillingness to surrender, an indestructible madness, and posed a threat to Arid Triad's will. There are 2 outcomes. 1, I will die and make you wake up beforehand. But your awakening ahead of schedule will make you incomplete, and this does not go according to your will. I might not know what sort of changes will happen when your awakening is early, but I believe that you are sentient and will not wish for it to be so. The second would be that the disaster will shatter because of me. It will shatter, and it will stop trying to use a curse on me. This was a blatant threat from Su Ming. It was very direct and also very thorough. The moment Su Ming cast his curse and had it crash into the 9 deaths disaster in an unseen manner, an enraged roar seemed to be emitted by someone who was still sleeping rang out in the silent Arid Triad expanse cosmos. It had an indescribably mighty pressure. When it reverberated through space, it filled all of Arid Triad expanse cosmos. If there would have been any life forms that were awake at that moment, their bodies and souls would have been destroyed, no matter what sort of level of cultivation they had. At the instant the voice appeared, the 9 deaths disaster around Su Ming disappeared without a trace. All the curses on him weakened before they vanished simultaneously. Everything about him returned to the state before the disaster fell on him. At the same time, his will reached a breakthrough, causing his aura to become even greater. The vortex he formed became thousands of feet tall, and he could sense that he had gone through a sort of cleansing. At that moment, he had the confidence to go through his 4th spirit ascension. The sleeping Arid Triads will had compromised. At the moment a brilliant light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe suddenly took a step forward and appeared before him. His expression was solemn when he lifted his right hand and swiftly grabbed the disappearing 4th disaster in the vortex. His action jolted the 4th disaster. I will clear all of your subsequent disasters. Your task is to head to the depths of death vortex and verify my assumptions. Go. Hurry. Su Ming's gaze fell on the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe before he cast a glance at the 4th disaster that he had seized through the air and whose disappearance was halted when it was going up death vortex. When he looked at it, Su Ming knew that he was supposed to not be able to get through his 3rd disaster. His level of cultivation had not been the reason why he was able to clear the disaster, but his possession of a true world. He had the years of life belonging to a true world, which was why he could be so willful when getting through the 3rd disaster. He had barely escaped death during the 4th disaster. If he had not used the Arid curse and been full of madness, willing to die with Arid Triad's will if it did not choose to compromise while still asleep, he would have definitely died. In his current condition, if he was to face the 5th disaster, Su Ming had not a shred of confidence to pass it. In truth, he had already given it his all during the 2nd disaster. Su Ming might want to get through the disasters himself, but he was not reckless or foolish. If he did not have the ability and would definitely lose if he took the bet, he would not force himself to try it. He had already reached his limit a long time ago. With eyes shining, he remembered the words the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had said regarding Arid Triad's will. In silence, he took a swift step backwards. Thank you, Senior. When Su Ming moved back, he wrapped his fist in his palm. Don't thank me. I was the one who went searching for your disaster. Helping you is the same as helping myself. While the old man swung his arm, he lifted his head, and the 5th disaster came swiftly from the rumbling death vortex. The disaster roared. When the sound echoed in the air, The death vortex immediately filled with countless lightning bolts as if it had turned into a lightning storm. The fifth disaster, the fiendish withering of Earth in 5 directions. I've heard since a long time ago that the power of this disaster can destroy all lives. Today, I would like to see whether this fiendish withering of Earth in 5 directions can bury my will of an antecedental spirit. As the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe laughed, he did not wait for the 5th disaster to descend on him. He turned into a vortex that shot upwards, taking the initiative to head towards the incoming disaster. Su Ming stared at the old man, and resolve appeared on his face. Turning around, he charged into the depths of death vortex. He knew that the subsequent disasters were not ones he could stand against. He had an even more important mission, and that was to head into the deepest parts of death vortex in search for the connection between himself and the broken will in this place so that he could verify the old man's guess. He had to find the answers. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe longed to learn of all of this. However, he did not have a way to obtain his answers, which was why he placed all his hopes on Su Ming. He hoped that Su Ming would be able to obtain them, and that was why he told him all of his guesses. He already treated Su Ming as his scion, but he did not pass down any of his power or his divine abilities to him. Instead, he gave Su Ming a form of determination that would allow him to learn all the secrets of Arid Triad's will, Arid Disaster, and Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. Perhaps there were some people who had the same determination before their era's destruction during the countless eras of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. With great wisdom, they tried to search for all the answers. Perhaps some people succeeded, but perhaps no one had ever succeeded. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe was unable to find the truth, even though he believed that he had already found his way to the edges of the answer. But he could not truly find the secret. Su Ming was the scion he chose, and he inherited those guesses and determination to continue moving forward. He would continue go forth until he found the answer, until he found the greatest secret of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. Su Ming knew all of this. That was why when he turned around and the booming sounds behind him surged into the sky while the old man's howls and roars echoed faintly in the air, he did not turn his head around to look. Instead, resolve appeared on his face. He charged towards the depths of death vortex. He did not know how deep was death vortex. He did not know how far he was from the end, and he did not know whether the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe would be able to help him clear the disasters in the end. He did not know any of that, but it was not important. What mattered was only Su Ming's persistence. It caused his feet and body to turn into determination itself, and he headed further into the distance. Time passed in the vortex, but Su Ming had no idea how fast. He could no longer hear the rumbles from the antecedental spirit's disaster, and neither could he hear the roars of the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Everything around him gradually became quiet, until it was completely silent around him. Not a single sound could be heard. The rotations of the vortex seemed to be something that would last for eternity. It was as if Su Ming had moved into another world, which was an empty and quiet world. Everything was silent. Everything was empty. It was as if nothing existed. But as that feeling arose, Su Ming slowly came to realize that the death aura in this place became less until it practically disappeared. In the end, it was replaced by the power of Bright Yang. Bright Yang was the arch-enemy of all lives in death vortex. It was a forbidden aura spelling death that could not exist at the same time with death. Only Su Ming could survive it because he had a true world clone. He could move back and forth between death and Bright Yang and transform his aura at will. Because of this, he could continue charging forward in the portion of death vortex that was filled with Bright Yang aura. Gradually, it became greater, to the point had it surpassed all that Su Ming had previously seen in the past. It filled the vortex until it could no longer be known as death vortex, but had to be known as Bright Yang vortex. Su Ming had no idea how much time had passed. At the moment the Bright Yang aura reached its peak in density, he slowly came to a stop in the depths of the vortex and stared at the area in front of him in a daze. Before him was a brilliant galactical vortex, as if death vortex was a funnel. At that moment, Su Ming stood at the end of the bottom part and felt that if he took one more step, he could step out of the funnel-like vortex. When he stepped into the empty world with that brilliant galactical vortex, he would not see the end of it. It was as if it was an expanse cosmos that had no end, so all those who saw it would feel a sense of insignificance wash over them. This is. When Su Ming began to speak in a murmur, his heart suddenly trembled, because at that instant, a voice traveled forth languidly from the galactical vortex at the bottom of the funnel-like in-death vortex. It sounded ancient, and it contained an indescribable weakness, as if most of its strength had flowed away in the passage of time. It echoed in the air without consciousness. Morris Alba. The appearance of this voice caused Su Ming's heart to tremble. He sensed something calling to him, a sound that made his soul tremble coming from the beautiful galactical vortex in the empty world. A brilliant light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Since he was already in this place and had already seen everything, there was no reason for him to leave. Even if he would run into endless dangers when he took that one step, if he left just like this, not only would the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe be disappointed in him, even Su Ming would not be able to forgive himself. With eyes sparkling, he took a step forward without hesitation. He moved from the funnel-like in-death vortex into the endless space. At the moment his body fused into it, he began trembling furiously. He could not control those shivers, and disbelief appeared in his eyes. In fact, his chest began to rise and fall continuously, as if Su Ming had discovered an astonishing abnormality that shocked him so greatly that even his self-control could not hold him steady. This is... Su Ming swept his gaze across the area. The third eye at the center of his brow instantly opened, and his divine sense erupted with a bang and quickly spread through the area. Is this true morning Tao world? The disbelief in Su Ming's eyes became stronger. When he stepped into the place, he immediately sensed a hint of familiarity. There was no way Su Ming would find this familiar feeling unfamiliar to him. It was the presence of true morning Tao worlds before it was possessed. There was no way Su Ming could ever forget it. He had thought against it before he had devoured it, which was why he was intimately familiar with it. This place felt as if it was the true morning Tao world Su Ming had yet to possess. If that was all, it would not be enough for Su Ming to lose his composure. But at the moment he noticed this, he made another great discovery. It was that discovery that caused Su Ming's heart to no longer be able to remain calm. A storm raged in his soul. This presence, this is in-death aura, this entire true world, this entire universe, this entire space is filled with boundless in-death aura. How can this be? Su Ming instinctively took a few steps forward. When he completely left the funnel-like in-death vortex, he seemed to have come to understand something. He turned his head around and looked behind him. What he saw was a huge vortex. It was the exact same as the vortex he saw in the true morning Tao world on the other side. However, the similar appearance did not mean that everything was the same. Su Ming could no longer sense in-death aura from the vortex, but bright yang aura. The thickness of that aura made him feel as if all lives filled with in-death aura would disappear in it. Everything was reversed. On the other side of arid triad expanse cosmos was an entire true world filled with bright yang aura with only in-death vortex where endless aura of death could be found. While in this place, the entire world was filled with in-death aura, and the vortex that was the exact same as in-death vortex was filled with an astonishing amount of bright yang aura. Everything was in reverse. The level of things reversed caused Su Ming to suddenly remember an epiphany he had gained when he was in the land of berserkers. In-death region is like a mirror. Beyond the mirror is bright yang, and within the mirror is in-death. I once thought that the area in the mirror was the land of berserkers and the countless dimensions in the vortex. But by the looks of it now, I was wrong. In-death vortex is a mirror. The world in the mirror is not the mirror itself, but this place. Su Ming stared at his surroundings in a daze. He did not know what was the name of the expanse cosmos he saw at that moment, whether it was known as arid triad or something else. A mirror? No wonder I can feel true morning Tao world's presence here. If this place is the world in the mirror, then the four great true worlds must exist here as well. Everything here should be the same as in arid triad expanse cosmos, but I wonder if there is anything alive here, and there are certain things different here as well. Arid triad's true morning Tao world belongs to me. There is a whirlwind there, as well as arid triad's gap, but everything here is empty, and there are also quite a number of cultivation planets here. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and charged into the distance, but in just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he came to a stop. What made him stop was the entire true world experiencing a strange change practically the moment he stepped into the place. The changes in the beginning were not obvious, but in just the time it takes for half an incense to burn, they had grown much stronger. Whirlwind immediately appeared in the originally empty area. It seemed to have just been born, but it was growing stronger with each passing moment. After a moment, it filled the entire area. This scene caused Su Ming to stop moving and his pupils to shrink. He could sense one of the cultivation planets in this true world swiftly shattering. A large portion of the true world shattered for an unknown reason as well, as if a wave of power had descended on it to make the true world go through a change. The whirlwind was the wind currently in arid triad's true morning Tao world, the one formed by the power of the world. The originally complete cultivation planets began to swiftly crumble, and the entire true world began to swiftly change into arid triad's true morning Tao world, as if it wanted to become exactly the same. In fact, when Su Ming lifted his head, he saw the whirlwind swiftly gather together above him, and he could vaguely see the end of space. The universe there was torn. Rumbling sounds spread through the entire true world, and a huge gap appeared. Arid triad's gap. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He could recognize all the shocking changes happening in this previously empty and quiet true world once he arrived. It transformed to become the exact same as arid triad's true morning Tao world. In fact, during that instant Su Ming could also sense that this true morning Tao world had started to slowly gain his presence. It was Su Ming's own presence. He would definitely not mistake it. He stood in a daze as he personally watched the entire true world completely turn into arid triad's true morning Tao world in a short 2 hours. It had arid triad's gap, a whirlwind, and morning Tao sex base. Regardless of whether it was its structure or appearance, it was completely the same as arid triad's true morning Tao world. The true world's will was there as well. It seemed to get worn down, and it could not fight against the power forcing this upon it. It seemed to be predestined and nothing could not change it. The true world's will could only let out unresigned, soundless howls and roars that only Su Ming could hear. The will tumbled about, and it was swiftly being replaced by Su Ming's will. But Su Ming did not do anything. He only stood there and watched all of it in a daze. In fact, when 2 hours passed, the true world before him became the exact same as his true morning Tao world in arid triad. Once that happened, Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he spread his will outwards and tried to touch the will in this true world, which was very blatantly his. When the two exact same wills came into contact with each other, Su Ming's body let out a bang. It was loud and monstrous bangs, and made him feel as if his head was about to burst. His body trembled. Blood capillaries instantly filled his eyes, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. But there was an excited and thrilled look that surpassed what a mind could imagine in his eyes. His divine sense roared, and ripples appeared in his soul. His state of being was rapidly rising in levels. The power of his will of an antecedental spirit and his mind also increased by 1-fold during that instant. It was a full 1-fold, as if an entire true world had appeared out of the blue and had fused perfectly with his true world. Su Ming surpassed his previous self, rising to a realm that even he found impossible to believe. This realm made Su Ming feel as if he had possessed 2 of the 4 great true worlds in arid triad. Booming sounds echoed in Su Ming's mind, causing him to throw his head back and roar. His voice shook the sky and earth, stirring up endless ripples in the true world, as if he was announcing that he was the master of everything in this place. Not only was he the master of arid triad's true morning Tao world, he was also the master of the true morning Tao world in the mirror. I understand now. This is the world in the mirror. If certain events have happened in the world outside, then this place will change along with it, but this change does not happen at the same time. It needs a turning point, such as my arrival. This was its turning point, because in Arid Triad I am true morning Tao world. When I arrived in this place, everything in this place changed. If that is the case for the true world, then I wonder whether it is the same for the lives here. Su Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart as he sensed himself swiftly becoming stronger. At that moment, he had a feeling that even if he came face to face against a cultivator in Avacania realm, he would not have as much difficulty in fighting against them as he did in the past. Strong light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he was confident that even if he came face to face with the third disaster, he could get through it with even more ease. In fact, even the fourth disaster could forget trying to reduce him to close to death's door as it did previously. In fact, Su Ming even had a certain amount of confidence that he could get through the fifth disaster. His clear increase in strength was not reflected in his cultivation base, but in his will, soul, and the state of his being. Everything in Arid Triad can control the setup in this place. Then, if that is the case, could it be that the changes in here can also control the setup in Arid Triad? In fact, will I be able to meet another version of myself here? When Su Ming thought of this, his heart suddenly trembled. In his mind, this idea was a little far-fetched and crazy, yet in his heart he believed that it was true. The other version of me is here, as well as all the people the other version of me knows. In fact, every single life in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos also exists here. If that's the case, then Senior Tian Bai's guess is correct. All life in the universe has its arch-enemy, and it is the same for Arid Triad's will. Everything in the universe has two sides. If there is Yin, then there will be Yang. True Morning Tao world exists in this place, along with the other three true worlds, as well as Divine Essence Star Ocean. In fact, All Spirits Hall is here as well. Brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, his heart and mind were shaken by his own guesses and discoveries, and it was difficult for him to completely calm down. If there is an All Spirits Hall here, since I can obtain twice the increase in power due to the true worlds, then if I can experience the first Spirit Ascension here again, and go through all 9 Spirit Ascensions here and another 9 in Arid Triad, how much stronger will I become? Su Ming's heart pounded. He did not need to think too far ahead. When he thought about being able to go through 3 Spirit Ascensions in this place, then go through another 3 in Arid Triad, he would have gone through 8 Spirit Ascensions. He had no idea how strong this level of Spirit Ascension would be, and he did not dare to imagine it. More importantly, I have to find my other self in here. I wonder if he has Arid Triad's path reflected on him, and whether the things he went through are the same. But I don't think this will be true. The other version of me in this place should have another path to his life, because even though this is a mirror, it needs a turning point before both worlds can overlap, and only then it transforms. Before I came to this place, this turning point did not exist, which is why my other self would have experienced a completely different life. My other self is not the only one affected. All the lives in this place are the same. They would not be connected to the world outside. I might be calling this a mirror, but in truth, this isn't like a mirror. Instead, it's like 2 expanse cosmoses. Perhaps they overlap with each other once in a while, but after that, they are separated again. Unless someone can move between these 2 expanse cosmoses, there won't be anyone to trigger the mirror-like effect. This is what is happening here. The light of understanding appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then, logically speaking, there is a will similar to Arid Triad in this expanse cosmos. It is. When Su Ming thought of this, his heart trembled. He remembered the theory the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had mentioned. It is the arch-enemy of Arid Triad's will. Harmonious Morris Alba. Su Ming's expression continuously changed. He thought of far too many things, such as the 3 ancient wills. They had to be lives who had come from this world, but due to certain unique reasons, they had to live in a death vortex. This place can fuse with Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, but they are existences that contradict each other. Then it can be said that I can fuse with the other version of myself in this place. Once I do so, I will become the one and only presence in this place and Arid Triad. Perhaps only by doing so will I be myself. Su Ming's thoughts continued running wildly in his mind. He thought of many things, and at that moment, for some unknown reason, something someone told him a long time ago in the land of berserkers appeared in his head. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you will be you. I finally understand it. Su Ming fell silent before he sighed softly. I can somewhat guess some of the reasons as to why Senior Tianbai said that the will in this place is connected to me. If this guess is correct, I will be able to tell whether my previous guess is the truth. All of this will depend on what status my other self has in this world. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. All of his guesses were connected to one single point. As long as he could establish it, he would become enlightened. Surely, my other self has already sensed some changes at this moment. Su Ming's eyes shone. When he spread his divine sense outwards, he turned his will into his divine sense so that it could transform into the will of heaven. It swept through the entire true world, and since Su Ming's will was comparable to two true worlds, when he sent his divine sense spreading out, the area he covered was so big that it could be said to be boundless. After a moment, a strange and hesitant look suddenly appeared on Su Ming's face. He did not manage to find the other version of himself, but he did find another person within his divine sense. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Then he charged into the distance. The place was filled with death aura, just like how Arid Triad was filled with bright yang aura. The people born in this world couldn't notice it, since it was difficult for them to tell that there were also 4 great true worlds in this world filled with death aura. Their names were different. Morning Dao was known as Immortal Sect. Sacred Yin was known as Illusory Yang. The Emperor of Abyss was known as Sky Hill. As for the 4th true world, it was known as Victory Colony. In true Victory Colony world was a palace in space. Right then, there was a figure sitting in there while meditating. That figure belonged to a young man. His age could not be told from his face, but those who saw him could vaguely sense that the dust of time had filled the area around him. He had his eyes closed while his expression was aloof. If Su Ming was there, he would definitely be able to tell with just one glance that this person was his other self in this universe. Their appearances was the exact same. The man's originally calm expressions was suddenly shaken. His eyes flew swiftly open, and all those who saw him could clearly see the shadow of a butterfly in his pupils. His body trembled, and his aura swiftly increased, as if a force had rushed into his body, causing his state of being and will to instantly increase in power exponentially. The entire process lasted for about 2 hours before it slowly calmed down. The young man's eyes were filled with red at that moment. To him, it felt like the world had turned over its head in that time. His power had increased by a lot, and a dazed look appeared on his face. The sudden increase of his power caused him to be extremely puzzled. What happened? The young man frowned and mumbled softly to himself. 2 hours ago, his level of cultivation had only been at the equivalent of life realm, but right then, he had instantly become an existence with the power equivalent to those in death realm. This explosive increase in his power should originally cause him to feel discomfort. After all, it was an external power, but it was definitely not the case. It was as if this power had always belonged to him. When the young man fell into contemplative silence, a glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his head. He looked beyond his palace, and in just the span of a few breaths, a figure came inside. It instantly appeared before the young man and turned into an old man. The old man was dressed in a black robe, and there was a butterfly embroidered on his robe. As he approached the palace, he immediately knelt down. The old man had extraordinary power, and he was also in death realm, but his act of kneeling to the young man was not at all lacking in fluency or filled with dissatisfaction. Instead, it was incredibly sincere. It was as if he was worshipping his progenitor. Greetings, child of Morris Alba. Your Grace. A drastic change has occurred in true Immortal Sect world. The entire true world was reduced to a wreck in just 2 hours. Most of the planets had crumbled, and there is also a whirlwind surrounding it. In fact, a huge gap has appeared above. The old man explained quickly with an anxious look on his face. I understand. The young man looked as composed as ever. The old man looked as if he had something else to say, but he did not voice what was on his mind. Instead, he got up and was just about to announce his leave when the young man suddenly asked, "Did the other two children of Morris Alba do anything?" "Not for the moment," the old man answered respectfully. When he saw the young man sinking into contemplative silence and making no move to give further instruction, he left the hall. It's also within 2 hours, and it's in true immortal sect world. There is something strange about this. The young man remained silent for a moment before a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. As one of the 3 great incarnations of Harmonious Morris Alba's will, he possessed the ability to communicate with Harmonious Morris Alba's will since he was young, and it was precisely because of this that he became one of the 3 children of Morris Alba. He was the representative of Harmonious Morris Alba's will in this expanse cosmos. He had a high status, and with just one sentence he could determine the deaths of 10,000 people. With just one sentence he could make the universe go mad. This was his right because as the incarnation of Harmonious Morris Alba, he was believed to be the manifestation of Harmonious Morris Alba's will in the expanse cosmos. Could it be that my disaster has arrived? In silence, the young man closed his eyes. He lifted his right hand and pressed it at the center of his brow. With it, his body shuddered, and the image of a butterfly gradually appeared behind him. It surrounded the young man and turned into a whirlwind. The butterfly flapped its wings before it completely merged with the whirlwind. It concealed the young man's figure within it, which was him using his right as the child of Morris Alba to initiate a simple communication with Harmonious Morris Alba's will, or rather, he was borrowing Harmonious Morris Alba's power. The strongest power he had as the incarnation of Harmonious Morris Alba. This was an ability only he and the other 2 children of Morris Alba shared, and it was precisely it that allowed him to be able to instantly kill someone in Death Realm even though he was previously only in Life Realm. Oh! During the sudden change in true immortal sect world in Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos, the entire true world was reduced to ruins. Countless planets were shattered, causing the cultivators in the place to find their hearts tremble under this disaster. Thankfully, true immortal sect world had always maintained a certain degree of mysteriousness. It had some limitations set on it, such as the number of cultivators being restricted in the true world and the area around Bright Yang Vortex being declared a forbidden ground. Because of this, the damage caused by the disaster that swept through all of true immortal sect world mostly affected the true world itself. The cultivators were not too influenced by it. At the edge of true immortal sect world was a cultivation planet that had been split into half. There was once a tall mountain reaching 100,000 feet there. Right then, it had been reduced to a gorge. Beside it was a middle-aged cultivator who looked around the area with a bitter smile. There were 7 people surrounding him at that moment. They had aloof expressions of their faces as they glared at the person. "Fellow Taoists, why trouble yourselves to chase after me? I, Qian, truly did not steal your sect's jade wire. I really didn't steal it. I already swore I didn't steal it just now. The middle-aged man stared at the 7 men, and while explaining himself with a bitter smile, the 7 people's expressions instantly changed drastically. They took a simultaneous step forward and surrounded the middle-aged man. One of them immediately said in exasperation, "Shut up. If it was not because of eldest senior brother's orders, we would have long ago captured you and brought you back to the sect. We already gave you a chance. And you still dare to talk about the oath you swore just now." They did not dare let this middle-aged man continue speaking, because they would never forget just how terrifying the scene just then had been. The group of 7 in pursuit of this middle-aged man had finally been able to catch up to him in true immortal sect world. Since this person was a close friend of their eldest senior brother, they had not made things difficult for him. They only wanted to make him explain things clearly. As for whether they were supposed to bring him back to the sect, they were to do so judging on the situation. After all, there were 60 people whom they were supposed to investigate this time, and the person before them was just one of them. Things had gone very smoothly at the start. Once this person provided his explanation, he looked as if he was afraid that they would not believe in him, and hence, he swore an oath saying, that if his words were lies, the sky and earth would crumble. The 7 of them would naturally not believe in oaths. After all, they had heard rumors about the middle-aged man's character. It was said that he swore the same oath every single day to different people. However, what they did not expect was that the moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, the sky and earth immediately crumbled. But that was not all. The middle-aged man had reacted to the situation very quickly and immediately swore another oath, saying that if his words were lies, the planet would immediately shatter. And right when he said those words, the planet rumbled and shattered. Then, in a panic, the middle-aged man swore another oath, saying that space would shatter. And then, a whirlwind howled in space, as if it truly wanted to crush the universe. It looked like all of true Immortal sect world was faced with an apocalypse. Not only were the 7 people stunned by the scene, even the middle-aged man looked like he had seen a ghost. Then, as the world went through the drastic change, he fled. But the 7 caught up to him again. When the middle-aged man heard the exasperated shouts, a distressed expression immediately appeared on his face, and he felt incredibly depressed. He had sworn plenty of oaths in his life, but not once had they come true. What happened just then had terrified him. He had not thought that with just one sentence, he could make the sky and earth crumble. And judging by the looks of it, the sky and earth in all of true Immortal sect world had crumbled, the space shattered. All of it pushed him into the misconception that the universe was punishing him. But isn't the price for the punishment too great? I am just a nobody. I just like to swear oaths. There's no need to use the destruction of an entire true world to warn me, right? The middle-aged man was feeling incredibly anxious. At that moment, when he saw the 7 people surround him and take a step forward with hostile expressions, he instinctively spoke. I swear. Shut up. How dare you still try to swear? Do you want us to capture you, or will you follow us obediently? When the 7 saw that he was about to speak, their expressions changed drastically. One of them immediately formed a seal and looked like they wanted to cast a divine ability. When he saw that the 7 were about to attack, the middle-aged man roared, I swear, damn it, I swear that if I stole your jade wire, then the child of Morris Alba will come to personally punish me. His roar was filled with the tone of someone who had been wronged. This was the first time he swore this oath. After all, swearing by the name of the child of Morris Alba in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos was an incredibly serious matter. It was the same as swearing by the name of arid triads will in arid triad expanse cosmos. Regardless of whether it would come true, the oath itself required a form of determination. When the 7 heard this, their footsteps came to a halt. They were truly afraid now. The person before them gave them a feeling that he was a little too strange. Every single oath he swore had come true. At that moment, when the 7 heard the man's words, one of them instinctively lifted his head to stare at the heavens. Almost the same moment, he shuddered and sucked in a sharp breath. In that inhale was the shock he felt. As the other people raised their heads as well and the middle-aged man did the same thing, they saw a long arc charging toward them from the sky. It instantly drew close, and within was Su Ming. The instant the 7 saw his face, they sucked in a sharp breath. We, disciples of freezing winter sect, greet the child of Morris Alba. The 7 knelt down simultaneously, and the middle-aged man's face turned pale as he nearly fell down on his bottom. He suddenly felt that his retribution had arrived. Child of Morris Alba. Su Ming's eyes shone with a barely noticeable glint. With his intelligence, if he did not want anyone to see anything off about him, no one would be able to find even a single clue, unless he ran into old monsters like the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. In fact, even the old monsters like the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe would not be able to see everything. After all, the level of complications and number of trials Su Ming had experienced in the 1,000 years he had lived was definitely not something other cultivators could imagine. The people before him were part of the cultivators he had seen in this true world with his divine sense, but he had come for the middle-aged man named Qian. But he was not entirely certain, because everything in Arid Triad existed here as well. He was not certain whether this man named Chen was his old friend. When he heard the title these cultivators used to refer to him and saw the anxiety contained under their respectful demeanor, Su Ming reached his other goal. He had wanted to appear before these people to see whether they would see him as the other version of himself in this world. Freezing winter sect. Su Ming's expression remained the same. When he said those words faintly, he sounded as if he did not quite remember this sect. Our sect is not great. Your Grace, there is no need for you to pay too much attention to it. Our sect is one of the 4 sects under the jurisdiction of Li Tianwang, one of the 3 immortals of Jade Palace. The sect masters of our sect have always inherited the divine position of Li Hai, who is one of Li Tianwang's 4 generals. One of the 7 cultivators immediately explained while worshipping him respectfully. I have some uses for this person. You may leave now. Su Ming did not ask anything in detail, and instead chose to speak calmly. The 7 men hesitated for a moment before they cast each other a glance. Then, they bowed to Su Ming again and turned around to turn into 7 long arcs that charged into the universe. Soon, they could no longer be seen. The middle-aged man's feet trembled. He wanted to slap his own mouth, cursing in his heart that he absolutely should not have sworn in the name of the child of Morris Alba. But even so, he still thought that there was something too bizarre about all his oaths coming true. It was so bizarre that it made him stare at Su Ming dumbly, and his heart trembled even more. Your Grace, why did you come to this lowly commoner? The middle-aged man felt slightly tongue-tied, and he instinctively put on an obsequious expression. Su Ming turned his head and directed his gaze on the middle-aged man. After a long while, he suddenly said, Chen Chan! Here! The man was Chen Chan, the person who had accompanied him for some time after getting acquainted with him in the land of berserkers until Su Ming was forced to head to the barren lands of divine essence. The Chen Chan who he had lost contact with ever since. Su Ming had asked his second senior brother about Chen Chen later. This person had left on his own not long after Su Ming went to the barren lands of divine essence. Even now, Su Ming still remembered the grief and anger on Chen Chen's face when he witnessed the deaths of all those from the 9th summit when the direct descendant of Morning Dao sect descended among them. The determination to become someone powerful had flickered within him at that time. With those memories, Su Ming stared at the man before him and found himself slightly unable to tell whether he was Arid Triad's Chen Chan or the Chen Chan of this expanse cosmos. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he suddenly asked, Do you still recognize me? When he said those words, Chen Chun suddenly trembled. From the moment Su Ming appeared, not many changes on his expression could be detected. At most, he had shown that he was frustrated by his own oaths. But in truth, at the moment Chen Chun saw Su Ming, an anguish that other people would find hard to detect appeared in his heart. This anguish came from Su Ming's current appearance. It came from the memories of a certain past, but he did not believe that Su Ming was the one he knew. Instead, he stood there in a daze and stared at Su Ming blankly. Su Ming's appearance was slightly different from when he was in the land of berserkers. However, once one stared at him for a long period of time, they would still be able to find some traces of the Su Ming of the past. Su Ming stared at Chen Chan, and after a long while, he sighed softly. Do you still remember the 9th summit? When he asked this question, Chen Chen jolted. Disbelief appeared on his face. There was no way he would forget the 9th summit. It was a place he would never forget. He had unintentionally left his expanse cosmos in the past and entered Bright Yang Vortex to come to the berserker's world, and when he was there, he had gotten acquainted with a few people. Everything that had happened in the 9th summit and the tragedy that fell upon it in the end were engraved deep into his mind. At that time, he did not know about the secrets regarding harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos, but when Su Ming left for Divine Essence Star Ocean, Chen Chan had chosen to leave as well. Once he returned to his own world, he began to wander about harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos, and by chance, he was able to witness a grand event in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos from the distance. That grand event was the appearance of the 3rd child of Morris Alba in True Victory Colony World. He would never forget how excited he had been when he saw him. He would also never forget the indifference he met when he tried to approach the third child of Morris Alba and how lost he had felt. Similarly, he would not forget the dreariness he felt when he understood what happened, and how he had distanced himself as far as possible from the third child of Morris Alba. Your Grace, I do not understand what you said. Chen Chun remained silent for a moment before he forced that obsequious expression belonging to a nobody on his face and spoke with a smile while his heart was filled with anguish. He did not dare to be certain of his own answers because as time passed, he slowly came to realize a secret regarding harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. The people who existed here existed in the outside world as well. But they were not the same people. The Su Ming he saw before him was clearly the exact same as the child of Morris Alba. It was difficult for Chen Chan to tell whether this person was Su Ming or the child of Morris Alba. Su Ming fell silent. He had recognized Chen Chin. Based on his reactions, Su Ming had been able to see many things, but he did not force Chen Chan to get reacquainted with him. Instead, in silence, he cast Chen Chan a deep glance. I didn't expect for you to have come from this place. Take care of yourself. Chen Chan was Su Ming's friend. Their relationship might not run as deep as the relationship Su Ming shared with his senior brothers. But this person was not his enemy. He was a friend. As Su Ming shook his head, he turned around and walked into space. Since Chen Chun was hesitant and had difficulties that made him refuse to get reacquainted, then Su Ming would not force him to do so, no matter what that difficulty was. There were times when friendship was formed due to a chance meeting, but when the two people ran into each other again, perhaps they would become strangers again. When he watched Su Ming's figure slowly rise into space, great conflict appeared on Chen Chen's face. Then he loudly shouted one question. Who is the person I fear the most beside you? Yu Xian. Su Ming came to a halt in midair, then turned his head around to stare at Chen Chen. Why did you say that? Once Chen Chen asked this question, he stopped speaking. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes. As the Mutt, the Abyss Dragon bullied you, and Yu Xian bullied the Abyss Dragon. That was why you believed that Yu Xian was the strongest and most terrifying in the past. Su Ming looked at Chen Chan, and a nostalgic expression appeared on his face. That period of time was filled with beautiful moments. You are. I am not the child of Morris Alba. I am Su Ming, the one from the land of berserkers. At the instant Su Ming said those words, more tears fell from Chen Chen's eyes. He stared at Su Ming in a daze, and excitement gradually appeared on his face. Su Ming, it's you. It's really you. You're not the child of Morris Alba. You're Su Ming. Oh. On a cultivation planet that had been struck into two halves was a sky that was no longer blue. Instead, it was dark. Those on the planet could see the wind howling and charging at the ends of the sky. The ground had shattered, the mountains had crumbled, and the empty land was filled with numerous cracks. Within an empty spot between some of the cracks was a table. On it were 2 pots of wine. Su Ming sat beside the table, and by his side was Chen Chun. Su Ming listened to Chen Chun recounting his tale. He had entered Bright Yang Vortex completely by accident and went into the land of berserkers. Then, due to Su Ming leaving to the barren lands of divine essence, he chose to leave and return to harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. When he was here, he met many people, and some of them were the other Su Ming as well as the other Yu Xian. This is harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. There is a legend in the land of berserkers about a butterfly named Harmonious Morris Alba. That legend is real. Harmonious Morris Alba is a supreme existence in our expanse cosmos. There are 4 true worlds here. There is a title of the child of Morris Alba here as well. They are like the children of Harmonious Morris Alba and at the same time its incarnations. In truth, due to some special reasons, they are capable of communicating with Harmonious Morris Alba's will. They can borrow the power of Harmonious Morris Alba. Chen Chan stopped speaking and cast a glance at Su Ming before he said hesitantly, I also saw, by Su. She isn't a cultivator. She's a mortal I saw many years ago on a cultivation planet in True Sky Hill World. She's from a huge mortal family in that planet. I didn't see second senior brother or Hu Zi, but I remember Yu Xian clearly. She's currently in True Victory Colony World, and she's... Chen Chun stopped speaking again. He hesitated for a moment before he continued speaking. She's the lover of the third child of Morris Alba. Su Ming was silent. He had guessed a long time ago that the other versions of the people in Arid Triad would exist in harmonious Morris Alba, but the land of berserkers was in the vortex, and the people there might not have alternative versions of themselves in harmonious Morris Alba. Only those with certain characteristics would have other versions of themselves here. It was so for Su Ming, and it was the same for Bai Su. It was easy to explain Bai Su's presence. She was a cultivator of Arid Triad to begin with. As for Su Ming, his presence was also very easy to explain. He was not a life from Death Vortex to begin with. This is harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. There are 4 great true worlds here, and they are Immortal Sect, Illusory Yang, Sky Hill, and Victory Colony. There are quite a number of cultivators in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, and they are all scattered throughout the 4 great true worlds. Besides True Immortal Sect world being isolated many years ago, and all forms of power being forbidden to form their influence in this place, there is one child of Morris Alba defending each of the 3 other true worlds. There are also various powerful sects such as Sky Hill's Jade Palace in the 3 true worlds. There is the Jade Sovereign, Li Tianwang, the god of 2 tunnels, and Feng Hua. The Jade Sovereign is the leader among them, and the other 3 have their own sects. They are all uniformly known as Jade Palace. Then there is True Illusory Yang world. There are the saints of 4 continents. Saint Do is the leader, and the secondary saints Yun, Dao, and Su have their own forces of power. There is also True Victory Colony world. Under the child of Morris Alba are the 10 great mournful death souls. They control the supreme treasure, 18 spirit hell, and they are incredibly powerful. 3 children of Morris Alba, and one of them is the other version of me in this expanse cosmos. This also explains why I can move through the vortex, but the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe cannot. The other me can communicate with harmonious Morris Alba's will. He is the supreme child of Morris Alba, only second to harmonious Morris Alba. Su Ming let his eyes fall shut to hide his thoughts. A brilliant light shone beneath his eyelids. And then he thought of another question. Who are the other 2? Children of Morris Alba? If the other me can communicate with harmonious Morris Alba, then can I do it as well? And Ditian is hidden in Death Vortex. Does he have some form of connection with harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos as well? There's Su Xianyi as well. This person is a man of great talent and ambition. My level of cultivation might surpass his, but I still can't guess the details of his plan. I feel as if I'm missing some very important clues. By the looks of it, does he also know about harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos existence? When Su Ming thought of this, a myriad of thoughts spun in his head. In silence, he did not bother himself with the forces of power in the 3 great true worlds here. The thing he paid attention to the most was that the 3 children of Morris Alba, who could use the divine abilities of harmonious Morris Alba's will. If I can take you to... While Su Ming was mulling over his thoughts, Chen Chun seemed to have said something. Su Ming stopped thinking and lifted his head to look at him. I was saying that if you want to see Bai Su, I can bring you to the planet where she lived. But 1,000-something years have already passed. As a mortal, she should have already passed away a long time ago. Chen Chun did not know what Su Ming had gone through. His memories still stayed in the past, which was why he said those words. Su Ming was silent for a moment, as if he remembered something. Once he touched his storage bag, he nodded. Chen Chun had a slightly complicated look on his face. Clearly, he had misunderstood Su Ming's feelings for Bai Su. He sighed. After a moment, the 2 of them turned into 2 long arcs that charged out of the planet and left into the distance. True Sky Hill world was filled with brilliant nebula. From the distance, they looked incredibly beautiful, and they dazzled the minds of all who saw them. 2 long arcs shot through the sky, and Su Ming continued getting closer to them with Chen Chun as they moved forward. With Chen Chen's level of cultivation, it would take him an incredibly long time before to step into Sky Hill. But with Su Ming sweeping him up with his power, They traveled at a speed that surpassed shifting. In just 2 hours, Su Ming and Xianxia left true Immortal Sect world and stepped into Sky Hill's galaxy. It was boundless and quiet. Not many cultivators could be seen, and even if there were some in the area, they would not be able to notice Su Ming. Under Qian's instructions, when the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn passed, a blue cultivation planet appeared before Su Ming. That cultivation planet was incredibly beautiful. It was blue because most of the planet was occupied by an ocean. There were 2 continents on it. Based on Qian's instructions, Su Ming moved, and the universe in his view changed. He landed on the top of a mountain located on the continent to the right of the planet. A mountain breeze howled, and it brought with it a chilling presence. The place was covered in a white layer of snow, and when Su Ming cast his gaze over, he saw snow falling down from the sky. It looked like there was no end to it. Qianxia thought for a moment before he lifted his finger and pointed into the distance. It's this continent. I remember seeing her in the city of the mortal country in that direction. When Su Ming looked over, his expression was as calm as ever. After a long while, he shook his head. It's been 1,000 years. Countries will always change. There's no. Su Ming closed his eyes and spread his divine sense outwards. After a long while, when he opened his eyes, a complicated look appeared on his face. He turned around and brought Qianxia with him to disappear from the snow on the mountain. When he reappeared, he was standing outside a village next to a mountain. The village seemed to be secluded from the world. There was smoke rising into the morning sky. Occasionally, the sounds of dogs barking could be heard, and they were mixed with the sounds of children playing. The village was not big. There were only about 60 families in it. In the snowy morning, several children were building snowmen while laughing. Su Ming watched all of this quietly before calmly walking over. Mortals could not see him move past them. When he walked to the house belonging to one of the families in the village, Su Ming stopped. There were quite a number of women moving in and out of the house at that moment, and they were delivering hot water non-stop into one of the rooms. Occasionally, the sound of a woman exerting all her strength would travel out of the room. A man standing outside paced back and forth in anxiety. His wife was in labor, but she could not give birth. It was as if the time had not arrived yet, and the person they were waiting for had not arrived yet. Su Ming stared at it for a moment before walking into the courtyard to step into another room. It was an ancestral hall, and there were quite a number of plates placed in it. They were the ancestors of this family, and they were worshipped by this family generation after generation. Qianxia stayed by Su Ming's side and quietly watched him stare at the plates in the ancestral hall. Eventually, his gaze landed on the topmost plate. By his ears were still the occasional screams from the woman in labor in the other room. After a long while, Su Ming sighed softly and touched his storage bag before he turned around, and with one step, he appeared in the woman's room. As he stared at her experiencing difficulty in giving birth, he found that her face somewhat resembled that of Bai Su. In silence, Su Ming patted his storage bag, and an illusory shadow resembling a wandering soul flew out to float around him. It was the Celestial Maiden. As he stared at the Celestial Maiden, Su Ming sighed softly. With a swing of his right hand, the Celestial Maiden's soul circled Su Ming a few times, as if there was a hint of a reluctance to part within it. Then she slowly fused into the woman's womb. Perhaps it was destined that I would come here to cut my ties with you the second time in this place. The first was in Arid Triad, and the second in Harmonious Morris Alba, Su Ming said softly. He stared at the soul disappearing into the woman's womb, then turned around and left quietly. At the instant Su Ming left, he heard a baby's cries. The voice seemed to carry a reluctance to part, along with a hint of regret, but the sounds of laughter and cheers from the family washed away the sadness. Qianxia stared at all of this in a daze. He did not understand why this happened, because he did not understand what Su Ming had went through. On a continent of this planet in True Sky Hill World was a lake. Su Ming sat beside it and watched the lake as snow fell from the sky, but it did not freeze the water. There was steam rising from the surface of the lake, making it clear that there was a heat source underneath. So, Tell me where your enemies are, Su Ming said faintly. Qian Chun was momentarily stunned by his side. He was just about to say something when Su Ming turned his head and stared at Qian Chun with a smile. I won't be staying long in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. I have certain things to do as well while I'm here. If you don't tell me, then once I leave, you won't have this chance anymore, Su Ming said while smiling. There was no way he would not be able to tell with his intellect that Qian Chun had intentionally mentioned by Su to lure him to come to Sky Hill. If anyone else had done this, Su Ming would harbor killing intent toward them. But Qian Chun definitely had something he needed from Su Ming, so instead of lurking around, it would be better for them to be direct. An awkward expression appeared on Qian Chen's face. He looked as if he wanted to explain something, but then gritted his teeth and wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Sky Hill Jade Palace's Western Deity Sect, which is under Li Tianwang's jurisdiction. The current seal-bearer eldest disciple in that sect should have been me, but I was framed by wicked people and they forced me to leave. This person has vast and deep connections in Western Deity Sect, and he is the son of Li Shou, one of the Li Tianwang's 4 generals. He destroyed my cultivation base and snatched my lover so that he could seize the status of the seal-bearer disciple. He forced me to constantly flee, as if toying with me. This is something that happened in the past, and it's also because of this that I was forced to flee into Bright Yang Vortex, which is how I entered the Berserker's world. I returned later on. This person might not have attacked me again, but every single time I returned to the sect to make offerings to my master, he caused trouble for me. My level of cultivation is not as great as his, and I can't take revenge for what he did to me. I can only endure it. Those troubles are like the ones I ran into just now. A sect I visited lost a treasure of theirs, and I was made accountable for it. If it was not because I am somewhat acquainted with Freezing Winter Sect's seal-bearer eldest disciple, I would have been unable to run from being humiliated by this person again. How do you want to deal with Western Deity Sect? Su Ming asked while looking at Qian Chun. Killing him alone is enough, but if... Qian Chun gritted his teeth, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Before he even spoke, Su Ming nodded. I don't do things by reason or rationality. I only care about the feelings of those close to me. Since you asked, then Western Deity Sect should be destroyed, Su Ming said slowly. Once these words left his mouth, Qian Chun sucked in a sharp breath. He had wanted to say that if Su Ming was able to, he would like him to kill a few of his opponent's seniors in secret as well, but when he thought of the status of Western Deity Sect's sect master, he had hesitated. Are there any more? Su Ming asked. There is also Northern Waves Sect. It is also one of the 4 sects under Li Tianwang. In the past, Qian Chun felt slightly worked up. He had heard the casualness in Su Ming's words and had a vague guess of Su Ming's level of cultivation. At that moment, before he finished speaking, Su Ming nodded again. Northern Waves Sect. Are there any more? And there's also Jinan Sun's sect. It's also Li Tianwang's. All right, I will wipe off this Li Tianwang you speak of and destroy all of his sections. Will that be enough? Freezing Winter Sect is actually quite nice to me. Huh? Wipe off Li Tianwang? He's a powerful warrior in Death Realm, and his power is so great that it's unfathomable. When Qian Chun said those words, he sucked in a sharp breath again and stared at Su Ming blankly, because Su Ming had just said those 4 words to him again. Are there any more? No, none. No more. Qian Chun shuddered in his heart. He suddenly felt a little scared. Based on what he understood of Su Ming, his casualness was definitely not an intentional slight. He was truly completely unbothered and dismissive of this matter. Wiping off several sects and a powerful warrior who had already perfected Death Realm while being so unbothered and dismissive of it was enough proof to tell just how great Su Ming's level of cultivation had become. This caused Qian Chen's breathing to quicken, but he still did not quite dare to believe it. Li Tianwang is... All right, bring me to Western Deity Sect first. You will need to do something about your face too. After all, after this is done, I will leave, but you will still stay here. Su Ming turned around and lifted his right hand to swing it at Qian Chun. Xianxia's appearance immediately changed, and he turned into an old man. His presence had also become different. Unless there was someone whose will was stronger than Su Ming's, no one would be able to tell that the old man beside him was Qianchun. The reason Su Ming chose to help Qianchun was because they were old friends. Since Qianchun had already spoken, Su Ming would not refuse him. Besides, destroying a few sects and a cultivator in Death Realm he was indeed completely unbothered by it. Forget Li Tianwang, even if he had to wipe off all the powerful warriors in True Sky Hill World, it would not be an impossible feat for Su Ming. Besides helping Qianchun with his revenge, Su Ming had his own goals as well. He wanted to make a ruckus and bring attention to himself in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. He wanted to catch the attention of all the powerful warriors and make the other version of himself who was a child of Morris Alba come to him. It would be much easier than him searching for his other self on his own. After all, this was harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. If his other self wanted to hide, Su Ming would find it troublesome to find him. There were plenty of other places that he wanted to visit in his short time here, such as the All Spirits Hall. With that being the case, it was much better if he put on a disguise. Then, everything that he would do would be blamed on that child of Morris Alba. With it, he could force his other self to show up. He wanted to fuse with his other self. This was a cruel matter, but after experiencing so many things, Su Ming knew deeply that if it had the chance, his other self would also choose to fuse with him. The difference only lay on who was the dominant personality after their fusion. Both sides had their own resolve. There was no right or wrong in this. If there was, then the one who was wrong was the world. Su Ming did not immediately head off in search of All Spirits Hall because he had come to realize that his strength might also cause his other self to become stronger due to his appearance in this place. Besides the supreme child of Morris Alba, the strongest force of power in True Sky Hill World was the Jade Palace. The Jade Emperor was clearly a sublime paragon, and there were three main forces branching out from under him. Li Tianwang, the god of two tunnels, and the young Feng Hua. They built their own forces of power and quite a number of sects. They were like a huge tree whose roots were deeply rooted in True Sky Hill World. Western Deity Sect was just a branch among the many branches of the tree. Under Qianchun's lead, Su Ming descended upon it in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As he stared at the sect in the distance, monstrous killing intent appeared in Qianchun's eyes. He had already made up his mind. When he charged forward with Su Ming later on, he would definitely kill that seal-bearer eldest disciple with his own hands, and he would definitely use every bit of his power to penetrate the 13 planets. Western Deity Sect was a sect formed by 13 cultivation planets. It had tens of thousands of disciples and had stood tall for a long period of time in the galaxy. Li Shou, the sect master's name, was a name given to the generations of sect masters who would inherit the title of the four generals under Li Tianwang. Every Li Shou was a powerful warrior in Death Realm, and their might was not to be questioned or provoked. Yet right then, a loud bang that shook the skies and earth and could be heard in all of True Sky Hill World reverberated through Western Deity Sect. That loud bang caused Qianchun's heart to tremble, and his eyes went wide in disbelief, because he saw that Su Ming had only lifted his right hand and pushed down. True Sky Hill World looked like it was about to shatter. Ripples swept through the galaxy and turned into a huge hand that stretched out boundlessly. It covered all of Western Deity Sect and pushed down swiftly. As loud booms reverberated through the air and Qianchun was caught in a state of disbelief, the 13 cultivation planets withered and crumbled, shattering to pieces. The bodies and souls of innumerable cultivators were destroyed on the spot. Even if there were some powerful warriors who tried to fly into the air, the moment they flew up, they would explode while screaming shrilly. Only one person, a middle-aged man dressed in battle armor, charged out with a shout full of despair. His face was filled with terror and indescribable panic. He seemed to want to say something, but when the huge hand furled into a fist, all the fragments from the planets and the people, including the man dressed in battle armor, were reduced to nothingness when the hand clenched into a fist. When it unfurled, Western Deity Sect disappeared from True Sky Hill World. From the beginning till the end, only a few breaths had passed. Northern Waves Sect. Lead the way, Su Ming said faintly as he looked at the dumbstruck Chen Chun. The thick killing intent Chen Chun had harbored previously turned into cold sweat at that moment. All his preparations beforehand had disappeared due to what he had seen. He had recognized the cultivators who had tried to fly up. Every single one of them were existences who could make him tremble. They were powerful warriors who could make the entire galaxy shake with a stomp of their feet. But they could not even fly out into the galaxy. Their bodies and souls were destroyed in a wretched manner. And the man in the battle armor had given Chen Chun the greatest amount of shock, because there was no way Chen Chun would mistake him. It was the sect master of Western Deity Sect who possessed the power of Death Realm, Li Shou, one of the 4 war generals under Li Tianwang. That person was so strong that Chen Chun could only dream of obtaining his strength. In fact, there was a long period of time when Sect Master Li Shou had been the strongest person in the universe in Chen Chun's mind. Yet right then, this powerful warrior could not even withstand a single blow from Su Ming. Chen Chun finally understood the reason behind why Su Ming had sounded so casual when he said he wanted to wipe off Li Tianwang. Northern Waves Sect. Northern Waves Sect. Chen Chun felt his spirits lift. His voice was hoarse, and blood capillaries due to excitement appeared in his eyes as he pointed into the distance. Northern Waves Sect is over there. After the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, booming sounds reverberated through the air in Northern Waves Sect. The entire sect was reduced to ash in an instant. None of the cultivators and the powerful warriors managed to escape the disaster. All of their bodies and souls were destroyed. With Su Ming's strength, he was the will of heaven. The strength of his will was only weaker than that of Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba. He only needed a single thought if he wanted to destroy a person or a sect. The time it takes for another 2 incense sticks to burn past, and Jinan Sun's sect was wiped out from True Sky Hill World by a hand. 3 sects were destroyed, and the entire process took less than 2 hours. The speed of it was so quick that even Chen Chun, who personally saw it with his own eyes, found himself unable to react to all of this. And it was worse for Li Tianwang, who was under the jurisdiction of Jade Palace. Chen Chun was so worked up that he could no longer measure the level of his excitement. He only knew that his eyes were red, and it was due to his excitement. He went through his memories to search for the people who once oppressed him, and he found quite a number of people. Just when he was about to tell Su Ming about each and every one of them, an enraged roar came charging forth from a distant galaxy. Who is it? Who has the gall to destroy my sex? When this voice appeared, Chen Chun suddenly shuddered. He could immediately recognize the owner of the voice, Li Tianwang. He was one of the 3 strongest people in all of True Sky Hill World besides the child of Morris Alba and the Jade Emperor. All the various rumors regarding Li Tianwang rose in Chen Chen's mind at that moment, and they brought terror to his heart. Su Ming. Chen Chen instinctively looked at Su Ming, but just as he was about to remind him of the other's status, he saw Su Ming raise his head and look at the long arc charging towards them from the distance. He also saw the aloofness and indifference in his eyes. "Kneel down before you speak," Su Ming said faintly. His voice echoed through all directions like thunder. His will filled the space behind him, causing the galaxy to distort, and he intentionally turned it into a huge butterfly. This was not the ability of a child of Morris Alba borrowing the power of Harmonious Morris Alba. It was an illusion Su Ming created with his own will, but in Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, this scene could stun everyone alive. Within Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos was True Victory Colony World. It had a floating palace, and within it was a child of Morris Alba who was communicating with Harmonious Morris Alba's will. At that moment, Su Ming's other self in this world experienced a full body shudder. Slowly, his body stopped being rigid. The shadow of the butterfly in his eyes flashed swiftly a few times. His breathing clearly became several times quicker. At the same time, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He became greatly uncertain. He had been communicating with Harmonious Morris Alba's will to verify the truth of his assumption, and used Harmonious Morris Alba's will to calculate the best route of action for himself. But after he heard the answer, he sank into an even greater state of daze. The other me from Arid Triad, Harmonious Morris Albas will has clearly showed great interest in my other self. He fell silent for a moment, then the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. It wants me to bring this person to the burial ground of Morris Alba? Or rather, it wants me to devour and fuse with this person so that the two of us can become one. If I can do this and obtain dominance, it will fulfill one of my requests. The young man fell silent again. The uncertainty on his face grew more prominent, and he looked as if he was thinking of his choice. Soon after, footsteps appeared from beyond his palace. A woman appeared beside the door. She was incredibly beautiful, and there was a graceful gentleness to her. She walked into the hall and arrived next to the young man before she quietly crouched down and pressed down on the young man's hand. The young man lifted his head and their gazes met. If Su Ming was there, he would definitely be able to tell with just one glance that the woman's appearance was that of Yu Xian's. Or rather, this was the other Yu Xian in this world. However, while her body looked normal, when she touched the young man's hand with her own, her hand seemed to phase through his. It was not that the young man was not real, but the Yu Xian before his eyes was an illusion. Why did you insist on coming here? The young man stared at the woman before him. This was his lover, and tender affection appeared in his eyes. He raised his left hand, as if he wanted to touch the woman's face, but he only managed to touch air, and he could not help the hint of pain that appeared in his eyes. Your soul is scattering. You shouldn't come out. You have to stay in the black wood I prepared for you. I promise you, one of these days, I will definitely let you truly wake up. As the young man mumbled, the uncertainty on his face disappeared, replaced by determination and resolve. This was his lover, a dead person who he could not awaken even if he was a child of Morris Alba. Her soul would occasionally be separated from her body, and she would scatter while she drifted about. It was due to an accident many years ago. As the child of Morris Alba, he had been communicating with harmonious Morris Alba's will, and for some unknown reason, he had lost consciousness. When he woke up, he saw his lover lying in his bosom and found that he had been the one who had personally extracted his lover's soul and made her fall asleep. This was a backlash against him as a child of Morris Alba. Even when communicating with harmonious Morris Alba's will, he would still face backlashes, and when it occurred, he would lose consciousness and turn into an aloof murderer. It was the same for every single child of Morris Alba, but he did not expect that his backlash would arrive so early. He went mad. In desperation, he did everything he could to contact harmonious Morris Alba's will, regardless of the cost. He wanted his lover to recover, but harmonious Morris Alba's will did not give him any response. Fuse with my other self. One request. When a brilliant light shone in the young man's eyes, the woman before him bit her lip and shook her head, as if she did not want her lover to make this choice. I don't have any other choice. I saw my other self's actions in True Sky Hill World just now from harmonious Morris Alba's will. He is me and I am him. I can sense his thoughts. He is intentionally luring me towards him. Honestly, even if he didn't lure me out, I would still go to him of my own free will. This is our destiny, a destiny in which only one of us can live. From the moment he stepped in and I communicated with harmonious Morris Alba's will, this destiny was set in stone. If he doesn't die, I will. The young man was silent for a moment. Then he caressed the illusory woman's face. Her soul turned into a flash of dark light before she disappeared from the hall. Disappearing along with her was the young man. When he reappeared, he was in a chamber under the hall. It was surrounded by a large number of seals, but they were harmless. They only isolated that particular space from the entire expanse cosmos, causing the flow of time in the chamber to be completely different from the world outside. It was as if time had been frozen for eternity in there. In the chamber was a huge log, and the center of it had been emptied. Lying in there was a woman in red. Her eyes were closed as if she was sleeping. The young man appeared beside the log and looked down at the woman blankly. He stared at her brow, her eyes, her nose, and her lips, and as he stared at her, Grief appeared on his face. All the other people in the Expanse cosmos only knew that the children of Morris Alba were supreme entities, but they did not know about the price the children of Morris Alba had to pay during the backlash. The appearance of each backlash was sudden and abrupt, and it would appear not only when they tried to communicate with harmonious Morris Alba. They could lose their consciousness at any random moment, and once they did, everything around them would be destroyed. The children of Morris Alba could not have family or friends. It was just like how everyone would have to lose something to gain something. This was the price they had to pay. That was why he would usually not venture out, but would restrain himself in the palace, as if he had sealed himself in there. Unless there was a need for him to move out, he would sit for long periods of time without getting up. He stared at the woman quietly, and the determination on his face grew stronger. After some time, he straightened up, and a fierce light lit up in his eyes. During that moment, there seemed to be no difference between him and Su Ming. With a swing of his arm, the young man disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, he was in the palace. With one step, he moved out of the hall, and his voice echoed in the air. 10 mournful deaths. The moment he spoke, the air around him distorted, and 10 figures manifested. Their bodies were indistinct, and their aura of death was incredibly thick. They were not living people but the souls of the dead. They had died in the passage of time, but the young man who used harmonious Morris Alba's will had changed that. He had forcefully reversed time and extracted the 10 strongest souls in the history of the Expanse cosmos. He had also used harmonious Morris Alba's will to give the 10 great mournful deaths the 18 spirit hells, making it so they could kill without end once they moved into formation. Come with me and fuse with harmonious Morris Alba's will to destroy the cause of this trouble in the world outside. The young man's voice was cold. As he spoke, the shadow of the butterfly in his eyes flashed rapidly. It appeared faintly behind him as well. With a step forward, he charged into the distance. The 10 great mournful death behind him exuded a ghastly presence. Without a single word, they spread out as if they formed the wings of the young man. From the distance, the young man looked like a real butterfly flapping its wings in space. Beneath it, though, 18 vortices were spinning. It was the mighty pressure formed by the 18 spirit hell. Piercing howls could be heard coming from the vortices, and they were filled with pain and madness. Wherever they went, all lives would fall down to their knees and worship them. Oh! Xianxia stared nervously at the long arc charging towards them from a distance, and he instinctively turned to look at Su Ming beside him. Su Ming seemed to be completely unbothered by the swiftly approaching long arc. He instead lifted his head to stare at space before he suddenly asked, "Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos is moving? Can you sense it?" "What?" Xianxia was momentarily stunned. "Perhaps it's just a figment of my imagination." Su Ming shook his head. During the instant just then, he had a strange feeling. It was as if all of harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos was moving. This feeling was something he had never sensed before. Only when he obtained the will of another true world in this place and possessed 2 true worlds' wills in his mind did he obtain this strange feeling. It was as if he had achieved some sort of balance. This feeling came abruptly, but when he tried to search for it, he could find no trace of it. He could only treat it as a figment of his imagination. Booming sounds echoed in the air. The long arc closed in, and in it was a man dressed in golden armor. That man was tall and incredibly built. In his right hand he held a golden tower, and his face was filled with rage. But when he saw Su Ming and the butterfly behind him, his rage turned into shock and disbelief. Child of Morris Alba. The man in golden armor shuddered. When he was about thousands of feet away from Su Ming, his expression changed a few times in succession. The man in golden armor forced down his rage and hissed out, "Your Grace, why did you destroy my sex? Kneel down and speak." Su Ming had an aloof expression on his face. He cast the man a cold glance before speaking to him. The moment he uttered them, the universe roared. The butterfly behind him also flapped its wings. A great will immediately spread out from Su Ming with a bang. It was so great that it shook the sky and earth. This was the supreme will formed by Su Ming once he combined the wills of both true worlds. This will was definitely not something a cultivator could fight back against. When faced with it, anyone would be completely aware that they were before a supreme state of being and know that they were two completely different beings. Under the roars of that will and the mighty pressure, the man in golden armor jolted. He swiftly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Cracking sounds came from his body, as if it could not withstand the pressure. He roared, and the tower in his hand flew out, swiftly growing in size, as if it wanted to fight back against Su Ming, but in just the span of a few breaths, crumbled with a loud bang. When it shattered into pieces, the golden armor on the man's body broke down as well. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, and while shuddering, he was forced to kneel. To him, it felt like the entire universe had collapsed on his body, and with his level of cultivation, he simply could not fight back against it. He could only kneel down. The space then fell silent. The mighty pressure seemed to have frozen the entire galaxy. The light in the eyes of the man whose golden armor had shattered slowly disappeared. His cultivation base was frozen and all his life force was destroyed when he knelt down. Cracking sounds echoed in the air. As Chen Chen's heart shuddered, he saw Li Tianwang, whose strength was so great that he was akin to the might of heaven in his eyes, breathe his last. His life force, his cultivation base, and his soul were all destroyed the instant he knelt down. And just like that, he died. Do you still have any enemies? Su Ming did not even spare Li Tianwang a glance when he posed the same question to Chen Chun once more. Chen Chun was completely terrified and quickly uttered his answer in a stutter. No, no more. Chen Chun no longer had any enemies, but the death of Li Tianwang, who was a powerful warrior in Death Realm and a famous person in True Sky Hill World, would definitely not be ignored. The destruction of Li Tianwang's forceps might catch quite a lot of people's attention, but there was practically no one who was at Li Tianwang's level among them. Only those who shared the same level of cultivation among those in the forceps would pay attention to this. This was why it did not matter whether it was True Sky Hill World's child of Morris Alba, the Jade Emperor, or any other powerful warriors. None of them paid any attention to this matter. Within True Sky Hill World was a huge cultivation planet with golden light shining from it. That light reached far and wide, and the planet was much larger than a normal one. There were no continents on the golden planet, only an ocean. It was not blue but golden, which was why the cultivation planet appeared to be golden from the distance. Covering the entire ocean was a group of palaces that could be described as extravagant. The palace located at the center was like the imperial palaces of the mortal worlds. It had a hall which contained a dragon throne, and sitting on it was a middle-aged man dressed in a lavish emperor's robe. The man had an awe-imposing expression. At that moment he was frowning. Floating before him were 3 spirit plates. Almost the moment Li Tianwang's body and soul were destroyed, the spirit plate with Li Tianwang's name carved on it had cracked. Not a single hint of life spread out from it anymore. Since you're here, then come in. The man in the emperor's robe lifted his head and cast a glance at the area beyond the hall. His voice was gentle, but there was an imposing tone to his words that held an air of supremacy. When his voice echoed in the air, 2 figures walked into the hall from beyond the building that resembled an imperial palace. One of them was a boy dressed in a red robe. His were cold and dark. By his side was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He had a slender build and looked incredibly handsome. A third eye resembling Su Ming's was located at the center of his brow. Greetings, Jade Emperor. The young man wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed slightly before he spoke slowly. As for the boy beside him, he had a sullen expression on his face and did not speak. The 2 of them were naturally the people who shared the same status as Li Tianwang in True Sky Hill World's Jade Palace. They were both powerful warriors who had perfected Death Realm, the young Feng Hua and God of 2 Tunnels, while the middle-aged man sitting on the dragon throne was the strongest person in this True World's Jade Palace. The Jade Emperor, the person second only to the children of Morris Alba. Li Tianwang has died. The Jade Emperor cast his gaze on Li Tianwang's spirit plate and sighed softly. He clenched the dragon throne's armrest tightly with his right hand as his heart seethed with incredible rage. Jade Palace is already not as great as it was before, and in our current generation, we are the only ones who can obtain the legacy and continue living. Yet Li Tianwang was killed. Jade Emperor, what are your plans? The young man in blue asked calmly. The young Fenghua spoke up in a sharp voice that was filled with great killing intent. What else can we do? The person who killed Li Tianwang might have extraordinary power, but if we let him remain unscathed, Jade Palace will become the laughingstock of the entire galaxy. That person must die. He must pay with his life. No matter who he is, since he chose to provoke Jade Palace, he must pay the price. You know that this person has extraordinary power. If he can kill Li Tianwang, then it is not impossible for him to kill us. Li Tianwang has already died, so why must you act this way? The young man in blue frowned, but before he could finish speaking, the boy's sharp voice immediately cut him off. The both of us might not be his opponent, but what about the Jade Emperor? If even the Jade Emperor is not his opponent, there is still the child of Morris Alba. No matter what, that person must die. If he doesn't die, I will leave Jade Palace. What is the use of me staying here if Jade Palace can't even fight back? The boy's voice echoed through the entire hall, causing a chilling glare to swiftly appear in the Jade Emperor's eyes. He stared at the boy coldly, and after a long while he slowly stood up. Say that one more time. Let me hear it again. The young Fenghua fell silent. He lowered his head and did not say a word. The Jade Emperor let out a cold harumph. Then, with a swing of his arm, he took a step forward. Li Tianwang's death will not catch the child of Morris Alba's attention, and it's impossible for us to ask him for help. Only when Jade Palace's survival is at risk will the child of Morris Alba take action. Since that person chose to provoke Jade Palace, then no matter what sort of price we have to pay, he must die. 5 mountain generals. Where are you? When the Jade Emperor finished speaking, loud bangs swiftly came from the golden ocean beyond the palace. As they reverberated through the air, 5 mountains shot up from the bottom of the ocean and charged into the sky. They were 5 towering mountains. At the instant they appeared, they crumbled with a bang, and 5 giants that were thousands of feet tall appeared from within. They were all dressed in armor. Once they stood up, they knelt down on the surface of the ocean towards the palace. 5 generals, hear me? I order each of you to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers of Jade Palace and arrange the Great 5-Direction Rune. With the young Fenghua as your commander, kill the enemy. Once a stately voice traveled out of the palace, the 5 giants raised their heads and voiced their obedience together. The next moment, they flew out of the golden ocean. Soon after, the ocean roared. As huge waves tumbled about, 100,000 people in armor flew out from the 5 giants' regions in the ocean. They formed an army of 500,000 heavenly soldiers and charged into the sky. A long arc flew out of the palace as well. It was the young Fenghua. At that moment, magic wheels spun under his feet, sweeping up his body so that he could instantly catch up to the 5 generals. He took the lead and disappeared into the sky. 3 sieves. Where are you? When the Jade Emperor's voice echoed from the palace again, the entire ocean in the Cultivation planet sank by hundreds of feet. 3 golden dragons roared and rose from 3 different directions. When their roars echoed in the world, another shout filled the sky. 3 sieves. I order you to execute the rain and cloud surging art. Seal the 2 dimensions. Execute the soldier art and gather 300,000 sky soldiers, with the god of 2 tunnels as your commander. Kill the enemy. Roars shook the sky. As the god of 2 tunnels flew out with a sigh, the 3 golden dragons roared and moved. Immediately, their countless scales reflected endless golden light. It turned into 300,000 creatures with dragon heads and human bodies. Dressed in armor, they charged with the 3 golden dragons as well as the god of 2 tunnels into the air. Seal the 5 directions and the 2 dimensions of space. After the 2 fiends try to kill him, next will be me, the Jade Emperor, who will attack. Golden Ocean, take your form. When the voice from the palace on the surface of the ocean appeared again, The golden ocean in the Cultivation planet rumbled and shook before it rose from the seabed and swept up to the sky, looking like rain that was going backwards. At the moment the golden ocean rushed into the sky, a person walked out of the palace. He was dressed in an emperor's robe, and he was naturally the Jade Emperor. The moment he walked out, all the golden seawater surrounded him, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge statue. It was the Jade Emperor's statue. It shone with brilliant golden light and was about 10,000 feet tall. The man portrayed looked to be filled with a power that could shake the sky and earth, and when he appeared, he immediately caused True Sky Hill World to tremble. His existence alone seemed to push the True Sky Hill World to the breaking point. An ancient and archaic presence filled him, making the statue look like it had existed for an unknown number of years. Once it moved, it instantly cut through the air. Then it strode into the sky. The Jade Palace might not be marching to their enemy at full strength, but right then, even the Jade Emperor had personally gone into battle, and this was a telling sign of Jade Palace's killing intent and resolve. Oh! Su Ming sat in the space belonging to True Sky Hill World. Needless to say, it was the place where Li Tianwang had died. At that moment, his corpse was still not too far away from him, still kneeling. They should be here soon. Chen, you can leave first. What will happen next has nothing to do with you. If you stay here, you will be in danger. If we are fated to meet again, then we will, Su Ming said faintly while he looked at Chen, who was beside him. Chen fell silent. He could vaguely guess what Su Ming was waiting for, and with a slightly pale face, he bowed to him quietly. Take care. Chen knew that he would be absolutely useless and would instead bring himself huge trouble if he stayed. He had always been a resolute person. Once he bowed to Su Ming, he turned into a long arc and charged off into another direction. Su Ming stared at Chen's back for a while before turning his head and resuming his quiet wait. He was waiting for his other self as well as the people who would come seeking revenge for Li Tianwang's death. No matter who arrived, on that day, the universe would be dyed red. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye half a day went by. Golden light shone from the distance, and when its ripples spread out, Su Ming did not manage to see his other self, but he did see Jade Palace, who came seeking revenge for Li Tianwang. Su Ming cast a glance at the golden light in the distance before he said flatly, "Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish, Jade Palace." While Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos had drawn their swords and were prepared to fight, in the vortex known as Bright Yang Vortex in this Expanse Cosmos and in Death Vortex in Arid Triad was the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. He had his head thrown back and was laughing out loud. His aura had become chaotic. He looked incredibly disorderly, and his life force had become incredibly weak. But he continued laughing. During the fifth disaster, fiendish withering of earth in 5 directions. His blood had turned into rivers, his body transformed into land, his fingers changed to mountains, his limbs mutated into mountain ranges, his eyes were altered into the sun and moon, and all his hair transfigured into all forms of life in the world. Everything about him was separated. This was the 5th disaster, but he had blasted it away forcefully. Then came the 6th disaster, the disaster of emptiness, which would only appear during the period of time when daylight was about to change places with night. If Su Ming ran into this disaster, he would definitely die. Even the current Su Ming would still die. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had managed to get through the disaster, but he had paid a huge price for it. However, he still laughed as he faced the final disaster, the Heaven disaster. If I get through this disaster, I will have my spirit ascend for the 9th time, and I will become an ancestral spirit. Slumbering Arid Triads will. I want to challenge you. As the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe laughed loudly, he charged into the vortex above him. With determination, madness, and an indomitable spirit, he rushed into the vortex, straight towards the final disaster manifesting itself, the Heaven disaster. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe disappeared into the area of the vortex that was previously above him. During that moment, the flow of time slowed down. An unknown amount of time passed before a sigh filled with anguish traveled through the air. The old man's face appeared swiftly in the vortex. On his face was a dazed look, as if he had just seen something that left him in disbelief. Su Ming, it's here. Is moving. My guess is correct, but also wrong. My death is not in vain, because even if I die, I've learned the last secret of Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba. So this is what is happening. This is what is going on. As the old man laughed madly, his face crumbled with a bang. His antecedental spirits will spilled out from him in the form of blood, and a drop of it charged into the vortex below him. There was a red bolt of lightning chasing after the blood, and it disappeared into the vortex as well. The disaster ended. Su Ming did not see this scene, and he had no way of knowing what the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had seen at the end of the heaven disaster. He did not know that he had gotten dazed or why, that he had gone mad, or that he said that his guess was correct but also incorrect. Su Ming did not know any of this. If the blood formed by the old man's will of the antecedental spirit did not get wiped off by the red bolt of lightning in the end, then perhaps, once Su Ming obtained it, he could gain some understanding from it. The instant the antecedental spirit's disaster disappeared from death vortex, Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, which was originally sealed for all of eternity, instantly recovered. To all the people, the period of silence only felt like the blink of an eye. They did not notice it. There was no way for them to know how many instances were contained in that blink of an eye or how much time had passed. It seemed to be wiped off without a single sound, making it difficult for anyone to find out about it. Everything returned to normal. The second disaster, which had been put on hold due to the Arid disaster, descended again. The cultivators from St. Defier, as well as Dark Dawn who had stopped entering Arid Triad's gap, surged through Arid Triad's gap in large numbers, while stirring up loud bangs that shook the sky and earth. Arid Triad's disaster had arrived for the second time. The first was the antecedental spirit's disaster belonging to Su Ming. The second was the disaster of the invasion. The cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier had been waiting for that day for a long, long time. To them, that day was something they longed for so dearly that they even dreamed about it in their sleep. The former ancient Wu and ancient Shu finally descended in large numbers after leaving for an unknown number of years. The cultivators from Dark Dawn and St. Defier descended and stirred a loud bang that shook all of Arid Triad. The bodies of the cultivators from the ninth summit who guarded the whirlwind instantly crumbled. But before they died, they still managed to deliver their message. The cultivators from the three great true worlds sent to defend the gap would be the ones who would rise to the fight issued by the enemy. Their mission was to stall them for the longest amount of time possible, even if they died. A fierce battle was immediately launched. The peace and quiet in Arid Triad was immediately broken. A disaster that would sweep through all of the worlds showed its fangs at that moment. Compared to True Sacredine World and the Fourth True World, True Morning Tao World's ninth summit had clearly prepared themselves more adequately. It did not matter whether the entire True World continued with its existence with Su Ming's will or whether the original Morning Tao sect was located in a spot that was difficult to attack but easy to defend. But the ninth summit had managed to obtain some advantage. The runes had been activated, and due to Hu Zi's preparations over the years, their defenses were much stronger than originally. Most of the 100-something relocation runes were instantly shut down. This action did not cause any form of panic in the ninth summit, because it had been practiced in the form of drills under the lead of Su Ming's second senior brother countless times. Perhaps when they ventured out, they would not be St. Defier and Dark Dawn's opponents, but their lockdown was also a form of protection. They had the entire True Worlds while surrounding them, and it would not be easily broken by St. Defier and Dark Dawn. Unless there was a powerful warrior in Avacania realm who personally attacked them, the possibility of them being invaded during the first stages of the war was not high. At the same time, Arid Triad used True Morning Tao World as a battlefield to launch a large-scale battle against the worlds beyond. A different battle occurred in True Sky Hill World within Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, though no one knew whether it was because it was due to the connection between the two expanse cosmoses as mirrors. Su Ming sat in space and stared at the golden ripples spreading out from the distance. The ripples locked down the entire area and were moving towards him in a large area. There were 5 figures who looked like hills rushing towards him with roars. There were 500,000 cultivators dressed in armor behind them. Su Ming knew that they were Jade Palace's heavenly soldiers who Qianshan had mentioned before. The ripples are being moved forward by human lives, huh? Su Ming's expression was aloof. He lifted his right hand and swung it forward. The galaxy immediately shuddered. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers who were swiftly charging towards Su Ming immediately felt as if the space before them had been lifted up before they could get close. It turned into an invisible wave that swept up the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and once they looked like they had been enveloped by it, Su Ming clenched his right fist, and with a bang the 100,000 heavenly soldiers jolted and shattered. The difference between their levels of cultivation and the realization of the difference between their states of being made Su Ming's existence feel like the galaxy to those heavenly soldiers. They were no better than ants at that moment. When the bang traveled through the air, the galaxy above Su Ming looked as if it had been torn apart. Golden light scattered downwards, covering a large area. 3 golden dragons appeared and charged towards Su Ming while roaring. There were 300,000 cultivators dressed in golden armor and wearing stern expressions behind them. The dimension around Su Ming instantly froze, and soon after, even time showed signs of being frozen. It was as if the small region around Su Ming had been isolated from true Sky Hill world. The time next to him was completely different from the world around, and it sank into a state that was almost similar to eternal stillness. At that moment, a shrill whistle came from the distance. In a layer of a light formed by wind and fire was a boy in red. In his hand he held a long spear of 30 feet. The magical wheels under his feet spun and stirred up a violent gust of wind as well as a sea of fire. In an instant he drew close to Su Ming, and with a thrust forward, he sent the spear straight at the center of Su Ming's brow. The boy had already reached perfection in Death Realm. Once he appeared, his presence shook the sky and earth. The moment when the 3 golden dragons above Su Ming roared, a young man dressed in blue appeared. His robe instantly turned into an armor, and in his hand he held a halberd. When he brandished it, crimson clouds filled the area beneath his feet. The third eye at the center of his brow opened up fully, and a strange and enchanting light shone from it. He exuded an indescribably sharp presence when he closed in on Su Ming. During that same instant, the area in front of Su Ming roared. An ancient golden statue of 100,000 feet tall appeared before him. Its golden light reached 100,000 feet, and it immediately filled the galaxy. Murmurs that sounded like chants tumbled out of the statue's lips. It lifted its right hand, which was as large as a city wall, and sent it towards Su Ming. When the statue appeared, the universe looked like it was about to crumble, unable to withstand the statue's might. The cultivation level of the person within it was also surpassed Death Realm. In Su Ming's senses, his power was similar to someone who had ascended their spirit twice. We of the Jade Palace and of the gods will exterminate the monstrous Taoist. Golden light in 3 worlds. Both Young Feng Hua or the god of 2 tunnels had naturally been able to tell at first glance that Su Ming had the appearance of the child of Morris Alba. The looks of the 3 children of Morris Alba were not a secret in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse cosmos. However, even if they recognized him, they still attacked to kill him, because they had not been forbidden to do so by True Sky Hill World's child of Morris Alba. Since the child of Morris Alba in this true world had not forbidden them to kill him, they could attack without hesitation. They also believed that if any danger appeared, their child of Morris Alba would descend and intervene. And once they saw Su Ming's face clearly and the illusory butterfly behind him, they prepared to have a hard time killing him. They wanted to launch a counterattack and to intimidate. They wanted to let other people know that even if the child of Morris Alba killed one of their own from Jade Palace without reason, they would not yield. He had to face the fate of being devoured. The 3 powerful warriors of Jade Palace stood with the Jade Emperor being at the center, and the god of 2 tunnels and the young Feng Hua matching him on the sides. With the 5-direction rune to seal space and the 3 sieves to seal the dimension, they formed a monstrous killing rune. It could be said that it had gathered together the most powerful forces of that true world. Jade Emperor had poured out his full power to attack a single person. The Jade Emperor's will might not be that of an antecedental spirit, but he had the strength equivalent to someone who had had their spirit ascend twice. With another step, he would reach a Vanikea realm. When this sort of person with this sort of power gathered together all of Jade Palace's strength, the murderous force behind him could make the entire universe tremble. If Su Ming did not possess true Morning Dao world and ran into this sort of encirclement, he would definitely die. Even if he had the god of Berserker's transformation, it would be difficult for him to find a way to survive. After all, this was a murder plot that gathered together most of the forces of a true world. But once Su Ming possessed true Morning Dao world, he had obtained a true world clone. His level of cultivation could no longer be easily confined within the limits of those who had their spirits ascend once. The ability to turn his antecedental spirits will turn into the will of heaven, and use the true world's will to operate his antecedental spirit, surpassed a cultivator's limits and reached a state that was equivalent to the master of the universe. Even if Su Ming had to face the murderous plot, he could still remain undefeated, but if he wanted to fight back, he would have to pay a certain price. However, once Su Ming stepped into harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, he had become completely different from before. He obtained another true world's will, and his power had increased by one-fold. The mighty pressure formed by the wills of two true worlds made him surpass what a cultivator could ever reach, and his state of being entered a state where he was only second to Arid Triad. In this state, unless Su Ming ran into multiple cultivators in a Vanikea realm at the same time, it would be difficult for him to face anyone who could put up a fight against him. Even the current plot to murder him could not stir up much of Su Ming's interest. He looked indifferently at the young Feng Hua and the god of two tunnels as well as the palm from the 10,000 feet ancient golden statue charging towards him, his expression remaining as calm as water. "You overestimate yourself," Su Ming said flatly and spread his will outwards. The illusion of the butterfly behind him became muddled at that instant. When it spread out, it grew several thousands of times bigger. In an instant, most of the galaxy was covered in the illusion of the butterfly. There were nearly 1 million heavenly soldiers within its area, along with 3 powerful warriors, the 3 Sieves, and the 5 mountain generals. The instant they were enveloped by the illusory butterfly, the time seemed to freeze about them, but this state of being frozen was only aimed at other people, not Su Ming. He took a step to his left and raised his right hand to seize young Feng Hua's spear. At the instant he touched it, a loud bang shot up, and the long spear shattered inch by inch. When shock slowly appeared on the young Feng Hua's face, Su Ming pointed at the center of the youth's brow. A loud bang shot into the air again. The young Feng Hua jolted. By then, Su Ming had already turned around. When he lifted his head, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. The third eye at the center of his brow opened, and he looked at the other man. The god of two tunnels' body was magnified endlessly before Su Ming's third eye, until he saw through his robes, his flesh and blood, his soul, and the legacy he had in his blood. Then, Su Ming's third eye fell shut, and a will that the god of two tunnels could not fight against descended on him. When a bang shot up and echoed in space, the god of two tunnels shuddered violently, and blood poured out of his body. All of this happened in a flash. When Su Ming averted his gaze, he lifted his left hand and pointed at the incoming statue's palm. The moment he touched it, the statue's palm shuddered fiercely and shattered, inch by inch. Its countless shards then fell backwards. All lives will perish. Su Ming pulled back his left hand and swung his arm casually. The illusory butterfly that enveloped most of the galaxy flapped its wings lightly. With it, countless ripples spread through the galaxy. Wherever they went, the 5 mountain generals shuddered. Their bodies started showing signs of being turned into a bloody mess, as if it was difficult for them to maintain their physical bodies. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers behind them also shuddered when the ripple spread out. Blood poured out of their eyes, noses, ears, and mouths. The 3 Sieves let out shrieks that were elongated countless times. Their bodies swelled up as if they were about to explode the next instant. Pain showed up on the faces of the 300,000 sky soldiers next to them. This was not time being frozen, but the flow of time being slowed down. Only the flow of Su Ming's time remained normal. Soon, he finished declaring that all lives would perish. It was at that moment that a shocking will descended from a distant galaxy at an incredible speed. Based on what Su Ming could sense from the will, it seemed like it was a butterfly that was completely different from the one created by him. It seemed to have come from the same source as harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. Fellow Taoist, do not kill them. At the instant the butterfly appeared, a dark voice shot through the slowed-down galaxy and traveled into Su Ming's heart. It belonged to True Sky Hill World's child of Morris Alba. But that voice was too late. The instant it echoed in space, the slowed-down flow of time in the galaxy around Su Ming returned to normal. As it did, shrill screams of pain and loud bangs rose up like the roar of a storm. They became louder, seeming to want to stir up a storm that would sweep through True Sky Hill World. Amid the loud bangs, the huge bodies of the 5 mountain generals crumbled together. Their flesh and blood spilled in all directions. Once their bodies and souls were destroyed, the 500,000 heavenly soldiers behind them lost their armor. Their flesh and blood vessels were reduced to powder. Neither their blood nor bones could be found. Everything about them returned to nothingness. Immediately after, the shrill roars of the 3 sieves sped up and became piercing to the ears. While roaring, the 3 golden dragons exploded. Their golden blood spilled through the area, and the 300,000 sky soldiers formed by their scales shuddered. Then they died, reduced to powder. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the long spear belonging to the young Feng Hua beside Su Ming crumbled, and the youth's body shattered. A mouthful of blood he did not manage to cough up in time shot out from his shattered body. As he fell backwards with a face filled with shocked disbelief, it became his last expression. With a loud bang, his body fell apart. Blood gushed out of the god of 2 tunnels' mouth. As he shuddered, he retreated swiftly, but when he took 3 steps backwards, his third eye exploded. His body looked the same as before, but the legacy in his blood, his soul, and all his flesh was reduced to powder during that instant. Only his external appearance remained the same. His eyes went wide, seeing Su Ming's calm expression as the last thing before they turned glassy. We were courting our own ruin. Anguish and understanding was in the god of 2 tunnels' mind in regards to the final scene he saw in his life before his head was crushed. The final one to be destroyed was the 10,000 feet tall golden statue. The Jade Emperor's palm shattered to pieces, and countless golden fragments rushed towards his body when they fell backwards. His body shuddered and roared as he tumbled backwards. The golden fragments instantly turned into a golden ocean. At the same time, an extremely pained roar shot out from the ancient statue's body, as if it had come out through gritted teeth. When the ancient statue shattered, the Jade Emperor was revealed within. He coughed up 7 consecutive mouthfuls of blood, and with each mouthful he took 3 steps backwards. When he took 21 steps back, the Jade Emperor's face turned pale. He lifted his head, and incredible shock as well as terror appeared on his face. He looked at his surroundings. Everything around him was empty. The 800,000 heavenly soldiers had been buried in space. The god of 2 tunnels had died. The young Feng Hua had died. The 5 mountain generals had died. The 3 sieves had died. When the Jade Emperor cast his gaze at Su Ming, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was incredibly shrill and forlorn. Su Ming did not speak. He watched the Jade Emperor laugh shrilly before him while standing with a calm expression on his face. Since those people had come to him, their destinies were already determined. As the Jade Emperor laughed forlornly, a sigh traveled through space. The butterfly in the distance flapped its wings. When it approached the place, it enveloped the Jade Emperor. It was a black butterfly, and it seemed to be staring at Su Ming from a spot in the galaxy not too far away. A voice with an air of time, age, and a complicated tone Su Ming could sense echoed in the galaxy. My fellow Taoist not of this world, I do not want to be your enemy. I will take this person with me. Su Ming stared at the butterfly, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. He could sense a familiar feeling from the butterfly. This feeling lay in the depths of his memories. It spoke of a time that was a very long time ago. The solemn look soon turned into a complicated one, and it was a match for the complicated tone contained in the voice, or rather, it was a complicated emotion shared by the both of them. Su Ming, people change. As we grow up, as we experience more things, we change. Perhaps one day I will change. And I think you will as well. Su Ming, when we grow up, will we change? There was once. Su Ming. I succeeded in my berserker's initiation. Haha. I can now practice the ways of a berserker. From now on, I am a berserker. So, am I good or am I good? There was once. Su Ming. Don't worry. Whoever bullies you in the future, I will beat them up for you. There was once. Haha. I, Lei Chun, am going to be the man who will become the tribe leader. Su Ming, you have to work hard and become the elder. Then, in the future, Dark Mountain Tribe will belong to the two of us. Bei Ling is such a jerk. Su Ming, do you want to beat him up tonight if we get the chance? But we might not be able to win against him. Su Ming, I think I like someone. It's the person I talked to you about yesterday. Didn't we see Bei Ling? There was a girl beside her. She's also from Dark Dragon Tribe. She's really busty and she looks way prettier than Bei Ling. Su Ming, I'm tired. Don't walk so quickly. Say, let me tell you something. Did you know that when you were off picking herbs, that what's-his-name's house caught on fire? His house was right next to yours. Hey, are you listening to me? I'm telling you. There was once. Su Ming. I'm not going back. I heard that there is another tribe on the other side of the plains and over the mountains. That tribe is located very far away, but it's much stronger than Windstream. I'm going to go there, and no matter what price I have to pay, I will become stronger. Even if I have to become a fallen berserker, I'll do it. The voice long lost in the passage of time appeared in Su Ming's mind at that moment. He stared at the black butterfly and fell silent. Are we going to change? With the complicated feelings in his heart, Su Ming stared at the black butterfly with a blank expression. He found an old friend of his in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, but could not find any traces of him in Arid Triad. He was a childhood companion, and he could be said to be Su Ming's first best friend, a companion who was a chatterbox but swore that he would protect him in the future, a friend who had the goal of becoming the tribe leader, a childhood friend who valued friendship and who had grown up with him. But this person was not him. The most unforgettable familial love from Dark Mountain came from the elder, the most unforgettable romantic love was by Ling, and the most unforgettable friendship, that with Lei Chun. 1,000-something years had passed since then. Once a lot of time passes, there is no longer a way to go back. The childhood friend had already become a stranger, but the memory in the depths of Su Ming's heart still remained. He did not want to forget and cast it aside. He always retrieved it when no one watched him, but it was a memory. Only a memory. Within it was one particular fragment of memory that recorded a shrill, pained scream Su Ming had heard when he was on Han Mountain City's chains of Han Mountain. That's impossible. I buried you with my own hands. Is this an illusion? Is this another one of those illusions that are part of my training? There was also another fragment. It was the scene depicting the murmurs of the phantom equal of Phantom Deus tribe, who searched for the next phantom equal. It was something that shone in his memories for all eternity. The last fragment was from the heavenly incense rune. The scene within the secrets of the universe had allowed Su Ming to see a face filled with remorse when he died. Besides silence, Su Ming had no idea how to express the complicated feelings and anguish in his heart. Everything seemed to verify the truth of the concept of life they spoke about by pure coincidence on a day some 1,000 years ago on the snow-covered ground of Dark Mountain. Are we going to change? This topic had been too heavy for two children, so heavy that they had only thought about it at random, and even when they did, they only touched on it lightly, because they did not understand the future and did not know how many times the paths of their lives would intersect in the fog that was the future. They did not know whether they would stand together side by side when their paths intersected, or whether they would go their separate ways. While Su Ming remained silent, the black butterfly too did not speak. After a long while though, it chose to open its mouth. His voice still contained the same complicated tone. I do not want to become your enemy. Your enemy is not me. He is already on his way. Perhaps as the child of Morris Alba in this true world, he knew of more things than any other person. He knew of Arid Triad's existence and knew that there was another version of himself over there. Perhaps it was because his other self had transformed him in an imperceptible manner, which was why he had memories regarding Su Ming, though no one knew how many. No matter what, Su Ming could sense the complicated tone in his voice, and he did not try to hide it either. In silence, the butterfly flapped its wings and swept up the Jade Emperor to gradually leave into the distance. Lei Chun, Su Ming mumbled. The butterfly in the distance did not stop. It gradually faded away, as if it wanted to disappear into space. Lei Chun. Su Ming looked up swiftly. His voice echoed in space like thunder as he cried out his best friend's name and the name of the person with whom he had formed the most unforgettable friendship in Dark Mountain Tribe. At the moment the black butterfly was about to fuse with space, it stopped abruptly. You asked me in the past whether we would change, and my answer was no. You didn't answer me at that time. So now, can you tell me your answer? Su Ming stared at the butterfly. That was his very first friend. The black butterfly did not speak for a long time. When about 10 breaths had passed, it still did not utter a sound. Instead, it fused with space and disappeared without a trace. Su Ming lowered his head. A hint of grief appeared on his face. He knew that the person before him was not Lei Chun, but he still asked because he cared. He cared about Lei Chun, his one true childhood friend, whom he had never been able to find. This was friendship. It was different from familial love, which was a form of love that would never change, since it would not last as long. However, when it manifested, it would be like familial love. It was different from romantic love as well. There was no need for them to face each other every single day, but when it was required, the existence of friendship would make a person feel that having it was enough to last them for a life, and that feeling would be even stronger than romantic love. When being children, friendship was playing with mud, running together, playing around, watching the sun rise and set, and chattering non-stop into the friend's ears when the other was sad to cheer them up. It was a person with whom Su Ming could thump chests, with whom he could laugh loud and long, and whom he would spend his entire life remembering. Friendship was a feeling that would only grow stronger as time passed and create companions who would brag about their younger days with you when the both of you grew old. Su Ming quietly lifted his head and stared into space. After a long while, he sighed softly. He had avoided the Lei Chun he saw in the secrets of the universe and chose to avoid that gaze filled with great remorse. He did not want to think too much about it. In fact, he did not even want to think of the reason behind it, just like how he had not wanted to think about the matters regarding Su Xianyi even though he had guessed them, and just like how he did not want to face his understanding regarding the changes in his emotions related to Bai Ling. Su Ming valued his relationships. For all of them, he could overturn the world. For Chen Chen, who was his old friend, he would wipe off a true world. He was not a good person, and neither was he a person who walked down the path of righteousness. Sometimes he was like a despicable person, and sometimes he was a little too calculative, but for the people who had formed ties with him, he could give up his everything. Su Ming's enemies had to face death, and his friends were the people who he could entrust his back. They were people he could trust. Familial love, friendship, romantic love. Su Ming used his life to treasure these 3 types of relationships. Silent, Su Ming sat in the empty galaxy with his eyes closed. No one could see nor sense the loneliness in his heart because the only thing they were allowed to observe was the cold-heartedness and the slaughter. They hid away the value Su Ming placed on his relationships and his persistence towards them. When an unknown amount of time passed, Su Ming lifted his head and stared into the distant galaxy. He had been waiting for a long time, and the person had finally arrived. A purple butterfly that was so huge that no end of it could be seen was before him. The souls of the 10 morning deads spread out as if they were the wings, lifting the young man before them. There was resolve and killing intent in the young man's eyes. This was the moment of destiny. When you learn who you are no longer you. When you no longer know who you are, you will be you. As Su Ming mumbled to himself, he forced down the anguish in his heart, kindled the fighting spirit in his eyes, and met the gaze of his other self coming towards him. Oh! At that moment, with the Jade Emperor in tow, the black butterfly appeared on a meteor not too far away from the huge golden planet in True Sky Hill world. The meteor floated in space and moved based in some trajectory. On it was a very ordinary-looking house. The black butterfly disappeared next to the house, turning into a man dressed in a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly, but he was big and incredibly built. He stood silently with his head lifted to stare at the sky. Not a single sound left his mouth. Behind him, the Jade Emperor wiped off the blood at the corners of his lips and stood up. After a long while, the Jade Emperor hesitated for a moment before he asked softly, "Your Grace, he is not the child of Morris Alba from True Victory Colony World. Who is he?" "He is an old friend. More accurately speaking, he is an old friend of my other self." The child of Morris Alba dressed in the black robe mumbled hoarsely. The Jade Emperor seemed to want to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he did not speak. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but this person isn't someone I can attack. The only person who has the right to attack him is that person who is in Victory Colony. Go back and train. I will help you mend the damages Jade Palace suffered." The black-robed child of Morris Alba shook his head. As he spoke with a faint tone, he turned around and walked into his house. On the side, the Jade Emperor bowed silently. There was a slightly complicated look on his face. Hidden within it was fear from having just escaped death. Once the child of Morris Alba from True Sky Hill World returned to his house, he chose to leave. The child of Morris Alba of this true world pulled away the hood from his head to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. It had an ancient air to it, and there were more signs of time on this Lei Chen's face compared to the Lei Chun in Su Ming's memories. However, all those who saw him could still tell that he was Lei Chun. He sat down quietly, and a complicated look appeared on his face. He sighed softly, and a hint of regret appeared on his face. If Su Ming was there and could see it, he would definitely be able to recognize that the Lei Chun he saw in the Secrets of the Universe was this person. "Father, Su Ming has come here." Lei Chun quietly lifted his right hand and seized the air. In his hand, a jade slip with dashes of black and white intersecting with each other, as if yin and yang had fused together, appeared. They gathered together perfectly to form a communicative jade slip that could move between harmonious Morris Alba and arid Triad. As he stared at the jade slip quietly, a hint of conflict appeared on Lei Chen's face. In the end, it turned into resolve. He did not send his message. Instead, he put away the jade slip. "Are we going to change?" Lei Chen mumbled, and his expression betrayed his feeling of being lost. In True Sky Hill World, as Su Ming and his other self in this expanse cosmos met each other's gazes and saw the resolve in each other's eyes, a battle of destiny that could not be avoided was on the verge of beginning. They did not need to communicate, and neither did they need to attack to test the other. They only watched each other quietly with the galaxy between them. Everything was written in their eyes. To make himself stronger, to protect the people he wanted to protect, to survive the disaster, to make sure that the scene in the Secrets of the Universe did not happen. Su Ming had to become stronger. He had no other choice. Becoming the strongest in the world was the path he was determined to tread. Fusing with his other self in this expanse cosmos was the same as fusing the two people from each side of a mirror together. From then on, the person could gather up the power of both expanse cosmos to reach perfection and the strength to determine their own destiny. This was Su Ming's choice. To awaken his beloved, to make harmonious Morris Albas will satisfy his request, and to make himself stronger so that the backlashes could be reduced in number to the point where he would no longer suffer any. The young man would fight against all the misfortune destiny had for him due to his status and move against it. This was the choice made by the other Su Ming. He had no other choice. This was the only path he could take. In truth, harmonious Morris Albas will gave him two paths, but he would not choose the first path. In this world, in this universe, there could only be one Su Ming, even if harmonious Morris Alba and Arid Triad both existed at the same time. This was what he believed. This is Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. In here, I have my 10 great mournful death souls, and Harmonious Morris Alba's will is also here. If I cannot manage to make this person fuse with me, then why should I mourn the fact that I will end up being the one who will merge with him? I am he and he is me. I have Yu Xian as my wife in this expanse cosmos, and he definitely has a Yu Xian in his own expanse cosmos. He will definitely not allow her to die. This is a battle of destiny. This is my destiny, and also his, or rather, this is our shared destiny. The other Su Ming in this expanse cosmos was one of the 3 children of Morris Alba. When he met Su Ming's gaze, his fighting spirit was kindled in his eyes. 10 mournful death souls. As his words echoed in space, the 10 mournful death souls formed by the strongest people around him swiftly spread out. When they took a step forward, they instantly scattered and appeared around Su Ming and his other self. They formed a type of lock that enveloped this particular galaxy. The moment the 10 mournful death souls surrounded the area, they sat down, formed seals with their hands, and pushed their palms against their chests. They immediately lifted their heads, and in their half-open eyes, dark light shone. Due to their state of being empty, all emptiness does not exist. Due to their resentful murmurs, all those that do not exist will turn into emptiness. Due to their existence and them being emptiness itself, all emptiness and all that do not exist can be made as offerings 18 times. They can become the 18 spirit hells. Murmurs that held an ancient tone echoed in the galaxy. At that instant, a piercing dark light erupted from the 10 mournful death souls. It swiftly rose into the heavens and looked like 10 thin threads that immediately intersected with each other to form the foundation of a tower. When they intersected again, they overlapped with each other, layer by layer. This process only lasted for the span of a few breaths before a tower formed by 10 dark threads of light intersecting with each other stood tall in the galaxy. It had 18 levels. The dark light spreading out from it enveloped Su Ming and his other self before it gathered together to gain corporeal form. It turned into an ancient tower that was filled with a ghastly aura of death. The other Su Ming, the young man who was one of the children of Morris Alba, swung his arm and said in a ghastly voice, "Su Ming, the battle between us today is due to destiny. Do you dare to fight this battle of destiny with me in 18 spirit hells?" As he spoke, he moved forward and instantly charged at Su Ming. Wherever he went, a sea of fire would be stirred up beneath his feet. When it swept outwards in all directions, it formed a huge butterfly, and in the 18th level of the spirit hell, the fire butterfly charged at Su Ming. He lifted his head, revealing the fighting spirit in his eyes. He did not speak. Instead, he used his actions to show his respect for his other self in this expanse cosmos. He attacked at full force. Su Ming charged at his other self, who was rushing towards him. The two of them instantly closed in on each other, and each of them threw a punch. A loud rumble shot into the heavens at that instant. The butterfly formed by the sea of fire by the child of Morris Alba pounced on Su Ming. It instantly closed in on him, and the power equivalent to that of the Jade Emperor erupted from it. Amid the loud bang, Su Ming's will spread out to fight against the tower's tremors. The 18th level crumbled swiftly, and the child of Morris Alba, the other Su Ming in this expanse cosmos, coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he was forced back, he stepped into the 17th level. He then lifted his right hand and swung it, stirring up a violent gust of wind that formed countless wind blades. It swept up the fire butterfly formed by the sea of fire and charged at Su Ming. A fierce light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He moved, and the moment he gathered the wills of 2 true worlds together, he formed a huge hand before him to strike the incoming butterfly of fire and wind. Booming sounds surged into the sky. The 17th level, the 16th level, and up to the 7th level of the spirit hell shattered at that moment. They were all crushed by the hand formed by Su Ming's will. The child of Morris Alba was continuously forced back. His eyes were bloodshot. When he coughed up blood, he threw his head back and roared. A butterfly with the power of 11 levels of spirit hell immediately appeared behind him. It exuded a terrifying presence that was equivalent to the power of an antecedental spirit, who had performed a spirit ascension thrice and who had a presence of those in Avicania realm. The butterfly flapped its wings and instantly approached Su Ming. At the moment it touched him, a loud bang shook the sky and earth. The butterfly crumbled into pieces. While in it, Su Ming also turned into a butterfly, as if he had been reborn after he was destroyed. At the moment he rushed out, he opened his mouth, and the end of Will's sword flew out. Booming sounds reverberated through space. The 7th level, the 6th level, and up to the 2nd level of the spirit hell crumbled. A low growl came from the 1st level of the spirit hell. It was the child of Morris Alba spreading out his arms and roaring at the heavens when he was forced so far back. His body lit up with fire, and the dark threads of light that formed the 18 spirit hell charged over at him. In an instant, they surrounded him and the tower disappeared. The 18 spirit hells were replaced by the child of Morris Alba, who had turned into a butterfly. He swiftly lowered his head and charged at Su Ming. Strange murmurs tumbled out of his mouth while he did so. Mournful death souls, form your race. The moment he finished speaking, the 10 mournful death souls that surrounded Su Ming jolted, and when they lowered their heads again, murmurs echoed in space. Due to them existing in the first place, all existences can be lost. This is death. Due to the living remembering them, all the dead possess thoughts in their states of emptiness. This is mourning. The mournful death soul take the thoughts of the living, take the existences of the dead, take the acts of chasing after spiritual hopes, and take the power that controls the cycles of life to form incense sticks. With this, we turn the mourning to the dead. We let those that exist continue to exist, and make those who have died return to emptiness. Mournful death soul. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly as he stared at the large number of dark threads of light that formed the butterfly of his other self. He then swept his gaze past the 10 great mournful death souls. Su Ming did not understand them, nor did he know why they were known as mournful death souls. But he could sense that there was an ancient air about them that had lasted for a long period of time. At the instant they spoke, a law that Su Ming did not understand seemed to have come forth from the ancient past. A chilling glare shone in the eyes of the other Su Ming. He turned into a huge butterfly and charged over. Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He formed a seal with his hands and swung his arm. Countless mountains immediately appeared, but they were all illusions. In the blink of an eye, around 1 billion mountains surrounded him. They filled the boundless space and were strewn all over the place before they overlapped with each other to form 9 mountains around Su Ming. This was the strongest mountain shifter art he could cast with his will had almost being perfected. When booming sounds rang out, Su Ming swung his arm, and the 9 mountains charged at the child of Morris Alba. Loud booming sounds shook the sky and earth, for out of the 9 mountains instantly crumbled, but the butterfly that was the child of Morris Alba also shattered. The other Su Ming coughed up blood. When he tumbled thousands of feet backwards, killing intent filled Su Ming's eyes. When he took a step forward, the remaining 5 mountains charged at the child of Morris Alba like sharp arrows. All of this seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth it took only an instant. When the last traces of the rumble echoed in the air, the 5 mountains closed in on the child of Morris Alba. They were about to attack him with crushing force, when dark light suddenly shone about the 10 mournful death souls. A huge, dark vortex immediately appeared around the child of Morris Alba. It rotated without a single sound, and a face swiftly appeared within it. The features on the face were clear. It was a very memorable face, but strangely, when Su Ming looked over, he had a misconception that he would instantly forget that face because he could not have it remain in his mind despite the fact that he memorized it. Almost the moment this feeling appeared, a deep voice tumbled out of the mouth of the face in the vortex. Due to them existing in the first place, all existences can be lost. This is death. At the moment those words were said, the 5 mountains charged over and collided with the vortex. Su Ming's pupils shrank swiftly. He clearly saw the 5 mountains disappear without a trace. They did not tremble or showed no signs of abnormality before it. Yet not a single hint of them remained. It was just like what those words had declared. Due to them existing, they could be lost. You won't be able to break the art cast by my mournful death souls. These 10 people aren't real mournful death souls. They are only people who possessed some of the blood belonging to the mournful death souls when they were alive. After they died, I activated their legacy, and each of them only have 1/10 of the true power belonging to the mournful death souls. The mournful death souls. They are a race whose existence lasted almost as long as morning dew in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos during ancient times. There are few of them, but they managed to shake the entire expanse cosmos, because this race was able to fuse with laws from birth. No matter where the mournful death souls are, there is nothing they will not know. They still have plenty of other strange powers. The Lord Harmonious Morris Alba was the one who personally wiped them off in the past. But only their physical bodies were killed. Their legacies could not be wiped off. This is something not even the Lord Harmonious Morris Alba could do, because this race was an abnormality. Their legacies lasted for a long time. When I became the child of Morris Alba, I summoned them from emptiness and turned them into my mournful death souls. The voice of the other Su Ming from this expanse cosmos echoed in space, and it held a dark tone along with a hint of ferociousness. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He stared at the soul in the vortex, and without a single word, he took a step forward. He immediately appeared beside one of the 10 mournful death souls and lifted his right hand to grab it. But he only caught empty air. The mournful death soul seemed to not exist. Su Ming's right hand had went right through it. They never existed to begin with, and it's precisely because they don't exist that they exist. As the child of Morris Alba's laughter echoed in space, the eyes of the face in the vortex sparkled swiftly. The 10 mournful death souls around Su Ming contorted before they disappeared like the wind. An interesting race. They remind me of another strange power I ran into before. Su Ming's cold gaze landed on the face in the vortex. When he spoke, black light shone around his body. It was the light of extreme darkness rapidly spilling out from him. It instantly turned into the origin of the light of extreme darkness. As it moved, it turned into an ocean of light that charged towards the face in the vortex. Due to the living remembering them, all the dead possess thoughts in their state of emptiness. This is mourning. At the moment the light closed in on the face, more words came from the face in the vortex. The child of Morris Alba behind the vortex swiftly let out a roar filled with great killing intent. My thoughts are the thoughts that are born from emptiness, and they want you to die, 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 die. A loud bang shot up. When the first declaration of wanting him dead was said, Su Ming's light of extreme darkness closed in and disappeared without a trace. When the second declaration of wanting him dead was voiced, his expression instantly changed, and as loud bangs came from his body, he moved back. But right when he took his third step back, the third declaration of wanting him dead was said, and it caused Su Ming to jolt. He felt as if his blood was flowing in reverse. His face went pale and he moved back again. He felt as if a huge explosion had happened in front of him, causing a tremor so great that it made him move back. And during that moment, the fourth cry for his death struck Su Ming's heart like a hammer. His mind roared. The strange power made Su Ming feel as if he could not fight against it. Regardless of whether it was his divine abilities or will, it was difficult for him to get a grasp of its existence. It was as if this power lay in his heart, and it had burst into flames due to stimulation to damage his body from within. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. When Su Ming moved back, the fifth cry for his death came charging towards him. Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forced back again. This time, he only stopped when he was thousands of feet back. Red filled his eyes, and a hint of ferociousness appeared on his face as he stared at the face in the vortex as well as his other self floating behind it. He lifted his right hand and wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. The ferociousness on his face turned into killing intent. As expected of my other self, your level of cultivation is clearly not as great as mine, but you found a way to injure me. Su Ming lifted his head, and while speaking, he swung his right arm. A vortex immediately appeared above his palm. When it spun increasingly faster, a galactical vortex gradually appeared. The one who injured you isn't me. It's the mournful death soul. If you cannot break the art cast by my mournful death souls, you'll be sealed and slowly become one with me. I am you, and you are me. The other Su Ming stared at Su Ming from behind the face in the vortex. He did not bother to hide the blatant killing intent in his eyes. When he spoke, he lifted his right hand and swung his arm. The eyes of the face in the vortex immediately sparkled. Then the vortex charged at Su Ming. The mournful death soul take the thoughts of the living, the existence of the dead, the acts of chasing after spiritual hopes, and the power that controls the cycles of life to form incense sticks. With this, we turn the mourning to the dead. We let those that exist continue to exist, and make those who have died return to emptiness. The murmurs of the voice from the face in the vortex traveled through space. When they entered Su Ming's ears, he felt as if it contained a decaying, ancient tone, as if it was a murmur that had existed for an unknown number of years. At that moment, when it appeared in space again, it caused the galaxy to shudder. Su Ming's pupils shrank. During that instant, he suddenly had a strong feeling that his will, cultivation base, and even his life force had been diminished. There seemed to be a strange power contained in those words. It could interfere with the changes in the universe, so Su Ming could clearly sense that the will of true immortal sect world, which had disappeared from harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos due to his appearance, had started showing signs of recovering. In fact, Su Ming even sensed that the will he possessed of true morning Tao world from arid triad expanse cosmos had also started showing signs of recovery. Su Ming's heart shuddered. A powerful sense of danger instantly rose within him, but not a single hint of wariness appeared on his face, because Su Ming believed that there was not a single form of power in the world that could exist eternally. All things had an arch-enemy, and that arch-enemy was not limited to one for all eternity. Instead, if there was one arch-enemy and it was destroyed, after a certain amount of time, another one would appear. It was just as the old men from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had said, and Su Ming believed him wholeheartedly. If the powerful arid triads could have an arch-enemy, then it would be even more so for the mournful death souls. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes, and his will erupted from him with a bang. It was the great will formed by two true worlds gathered together, and was only second to the most powerful will in any expanse cosmos. The mighty pressure formed by the will could destroy millions of cultivators, and even his other self had to submit to it unless he borrowed the power of harmonious Morris Alba. Once he obtained this power, Su Ming could bring a myriad of changes to his divine abilities. He was no longer limited to a certain range, and as long as he could think of something, he could manifest what he thought about and execute it. At the instant Su Ming's will spread out, a red bolt of lightning immediately appeared in front of him. It had an astonishing presence, and the moment it appeared, the galaxy in the area seemed to sink into a relative state of eternal stillness. This was clearly the antecedental spirit's disaster. However, this was an imitation formed by Su Ming with his will. It might not be as strong as the real antecedental spirit's disaster, but it was enough to astonish all who lived. If the mournful death souls could be wiped off by harmonious Morris Alba's will, then no matter how strong this race is, they have their limits. At the moment Su Ming spoke with an aloofness, the red bolt of lightning charged at the face in the vortex. He did not wait to see the results. With a swing of his arm, 5 bolts of lightning appeared in front of him. They instantly turned into 5 faces that intersected with each other to form 5 colors before they transformed into a hand. With a loud bang, it went to seize the face in the vortex. We let those that exist continue to exist, and make those who have died return to emptiness. The face from the vortex murmured, and it simply allowed the red bolt of lightning to strike it. The moment it touched the face, it disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the 5-colored hand vanished when it touched the vortex amid the loud bangs, as if it had truly returned to emptiness. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He took a few steps back and frowned. At that moment, his other self behind the vortex coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, but his eyes sparkled brilliantly. It's useless. I summoned these mournful death souls, and they are connected to my will, which also means they are connected to harmonious Morris Alba's will. If you cannot destroy them, you will be devoured by them, and then fuse with me. When the other Su Ming said those words, he formed a seal and pointed forward. The eyes of the huge face in the vortex immediately opened, and it charged at Su Ming. When it moved forward, it grew bigger. In just the span of a few breaths, it grew to nearly 10,000 feet tall. It spread out and approached Su Ming without stop. Wills were useless. Divine abilities were not effective. Arts could not really damage it. Even if it was an enchanted treasure, it would disappear because it existed, just like what the murmurs from the face in the vortex had declared. Because it did not exist, that was why it existed. Since harmonious Morris Alba's will was the strongest force, the three children of Morris Alba were powerful not only because of their levels of cultivation, but because they could borrow harmonious Morris Alba's will. After all, the moment they became the children of Morris Alba, they were bestowed its strange divine abilities. And this expanse cosmos Su Ming had been bestowed the will of the mournful death souls when he became the child of Morris Alba, which was what he had asked for. He summoned the mournful death souls who were destroyed by harmonious Morris Alba's will into this universe. And with this power, he could wipe out all cultivators. Even those in Avicania realm would eventually be killed. Unless they used some sort of special method. It was going to be incredibly difficult for Su Ming to possess his other self. After all, it was harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos, and its will would definitely not easily allow a child of Morris Alba who could communicate with it to fuse with a person from Arid Triad. Before the Battle of Destiny, Su Ming had absolute confidence that he would win, but similarly, his other self also had a lot of confidence that he would win. As they attacked and fought against each other, the other self's confidence grew stronger, while a frown appeared on Su Ming's face. The face in the vortex continued expanding and drawing closer to him. Su Ming took a couple more steps back. The mournful death souls are indeed astonishing. No wonder harmonious Morris Alba's will would attack and wipe off this race. I only have two true worlds wills with me right now. It's still impossible for me to fight against Arid Triad or harmonious Morris Alba, which is why it'll be difficult for me to wipe them off or make them disintegrate. But if I just want to get rid of the mournful death souls, it's not necessary for me to come into direct contact with them. I can use another method to do so. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly when a thought appeared in his mind. He moved back and swiftly closed his eyes. As long as you believe, it will exist. The strange power Su Ming had come to understand when he was in the barren lands of divine essence appeared in his head. This power was illusory. If it did not exist, then everything would disappear, but once someone believed in it, it would definitely exist. I believe that in this universe, besides Arid Triad and harmonious Morris Alba, there are definitely other expanse cosmoses that exist. I also believe that the expanse cosmoses beyond them have surpassed even Saint Defier and Dark Dawn, and another universe exists in a galaxy far, far away from here. I, too, believe that in that universe are living beings. All those who are swept into that place can never return. They can only live there, and will either prosper as time goes, or be destroyed. As Su Ming mumbled under his breath, he lifted his arms and swung them forward. His will immediately spread out with a bang. It could not weaken the face in the vortex, since it was already the manifestation of the strongest power in the expanse cosmos. That was why when Su Ming said those words, with his will and the will of heaven in his grasp, he released his right hand. The vortex he had in his palm floated upwards and turned swiftly into a black hole that could absorb everything. The black hole instantly absorbed Su Ming's will while it spread out from him and expanded. The vortex was deep, and no one could say where it went to. It slowly continued stretching downwards endlessly. I believe that the mournful death souls will definitely rise to power in that distant world. But once they rise to power, they will definitely fall to ruin. This is your destiny. This is the destiny I, Su Ming, have set for the mournful death souls. Su Ming's eyes flew open, and a strange light shone in them. His left eye turned into a galaxy which was true Morning Dao world, and his right eye became space which was true Immortal sect world. The third eye at the center of his brow opened as if it had somehow fused with true morning Tao world and true immortal sect world. A brilliant light spread out from it before it fused into the vortex in front of him, making it instantly grow exponentially larger. When it spread out, it was no longer a circle but horizontal, as if space had been torn to reveal a crack, and it showed its fangs to the galaxy. I believe that the place in that galaxy will be your home. The mournful death souls will be exiled. They will be chased out of harmonious Morris Alba, and won't be allowed to exist in arid triad. Monstrous killing intent appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His final words echoed like thunder, and the crack in front of him expanded again. At the moment the face in the vortex approached, the crack went to devour it. The other Su Ming's expression changed swiftly. He intended to stop him, but he was a step too late. A loud bang shot up and echoed in true Sky Hill world. It spread out in all directions and reverberated through the entire true world. In fact, it spread to the other true worlds as well. When the child of Morris Alba looked over, he could clearly see that Su Ming had used the power that would exist if he believed in it to fuse the wills of the true worlds that were only second to arid triad and harmonious Morris Alba to form the huge crack in space. It went through space and connected to an expanse cosmos of an unknown distance from this place. That expanse cosmos might exist or it might not. However, Su Ming believed that beyond arid triad, harmonious Morris Alba, Saint Defier, and Dark Dawn was another expanse cosmos. With the belief that this expanse cosmos existed as his basis, Su Ming used the wills of two true worlds as a lead, and with the power that would exist if he believed as the structure, he formed his divine ability. It did not possess any astonishing destructive power, and it would be difficult for him to kill even a mortal with it. But there was only one use for this art, and it was the one Su Ming had mentioned, exile. Since it was difficult for him to wipe off the face in the vortex formed by the mournful death souls with his cultivation base or divine abilities, he changed tactics and activated the crack that would exist as long as he believed in it. He would have the crack devour the face in the vortex and banish it to the expanse cosmos that would definitely exist as long as Su Ming believed in it. Booming sounds echoed in the air, deafening to the ears. The huge face in the vortex was swiftly devoured by the crack as it expanded endlessly and was banished to the expanse cosmos Su Ming was certain existed. I curse you. With my name. I curse all of you mournful death souls to fall to ruin once you rise to glory. Before the crack disappeared, Su Ming said his final words to the mournful death souls. They traveled into the crack and the other expanse cosmos through it. They were branded into the laws of that expanse cosmos and into the destinies of the mournful death souls. This was a curse Su Ming had formed with the wills of two true worlds. It would become stronger as Su Ming's will grew stronger in the future until it eventually became a predestined fate for the mournful death souls. Boom! The crack turned into a thin line in space, then faded away. The only people who remained existing were Su Ming, and the other Su Ming who was staring into his eyes and who no longer had the face in the vortex to protect him. The child of Morris Alba was silent at that moment. His expression was dark as he stared at Su Ming. There was an incredulous look in his eyes, along with despair and an unwillingness to admit defeat. Now we have no one else to interrupt us. It's time for us to have our final battle. Since they helped you and you will eventually become me, I blessed the mournful death souls to rise to glory, but since you are not yet me, I cursed them to fall to ruin. Su Ming's expression was cold. As he spoke, he took a step forward and charged towards his other self. The child of Morris Alba swiftly fell back with a sullen expression. Killing intent shone in his eyes, and he lifted his arms. With one hand he struck his chest, and with the other the center of his brow. Power of harmonious Morris Alba. With my thoughts as the child of Morris Alba, I will have harmonious Morris Alba appear. When he spoke, all of true Sky Hill world shuddered. A monstrous will instantly descended with loud bangs. It brought with it a domineering and ostentatious air. There was also a madness in it, as if it was a supreme existence in the universe. At the instant it descended, a pair of huge wings manifested behind the other Su Ming. They were colorful and exuded a brilliant light. The child of Morris Alba threw his head back and roared. His presence instantly erupted. A vast will shot through his body and filled the entire area. It formed a huge vortex under his feet. It spun with loud bangs and caused all of True Sky Hill world to rotate as well. Countless planets spun, and countless meteors rotated about. The entire galaxy started circling around the child of Morris Alba, who had turned into a butterfly. He was the center, the most brilliant sun in this true world. As you wish. The battle of destiny between us will come to an end now. If I win, I will agree to one of your requests. If you win, you must also agree to one of my requests. The voice of the child of Morris Alba echoed in space, and it sounded as if the entire true world was roaring. Very well. Su Ming did not hesitate. At the instant he said those words, his will erupted from him, and the images of true immortal sect world and true morning Tao sect appeared around him. It was a fight between wills. There were no loud bangs caused by divine abilities, no dazzling arts, but this form of battle surpassed that of divine abilities and arts. It was not a battle of cultivators, but a battle of ideals. There was no way cultivators could come in touch with a battle of this level. If they saw it, they would implode and die because their minds could not handle it, because their blood could not bear with it, and because their wills could not overpower those wills. Battles of this level were battles of the peak that only true almighties who could shake the so-called rules of heaven, and who could even make the wills of Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba, who were expanse cosmoses, look aside. At some point in time, the child in Dark Mountain had grown into a prodigious person of such a degree. This was a future Su Ming had been unable to see in the past. True immortal sect world and true morning Tao world surrounded Su Ming at that moment, just like a pair of wings. The wills of the two true worlds clustered around his will and charged at the child of Morris Alba. Once the will of Harmonious Morris Alba descended on him, it was as if the other Su Ming turned into the envoy who could allow Harmonious Morris Alba to move about in the galaxy. As the child of Morris Alba, he had all his life erupt from him to turn into a wave of impact. At that moment, both Su Mings were like two shooting stars that would press forward without turning back. They swiftly closed in on each other at that instant. True Sky Hill world turned into a vortex. Su Ming's two great true worlds became the strongest attack in his life, and the eyes of the child of Morris Alba turned bloodshot because of the will of Harmonious Morris Alba. To resurrect his beloved, he gave up everything for the attack. Su Ming could be proud. When he was in Arid Triad, he was a massively talented person, a powerful person who had the wills of two great true worlds gathered on him. He was a noble existence who could cause the universe to shake and who stood above cultivators. And his other self in Harmonious Morris Alba was also a massively talented person. He was one of the three children of Morris Alba. He was a powerful warrior who surpassed cultivators and who could communicate with Harmonious Morris Alba's will. They were one person in two different worlds and with two different fates, but were both similarly brilliant. Perhaps the other two children of Morris Alba had similar experiences, but Su Ming's battle was undeniably the most brilliant of them all. There is no right or wrong in this battle. Booming sounds surged into space. As the two wills clashed against each other, their thoughts seemed to have fused. They did not need to say any words, but both of them could sense it clearly. There is no good and bad in this battle. Booming sounds echoed in space. The two wills clashed against each other time and again, causing the galaxy where the both of them were to tremble. The vortex formed by True Sky Hill world spun faster, and transparent threads appeared, floated, rotated, and surrounded the area. This battle is part of our destiny. This is a battle of wills and spirit. A battle of will and spirit was used to describe rashness most of the time. They were not perfect and were usually filled with negative connotations, but during that moment, this phrase did not have any sort of negative connotations. It was used as a description of a realm. The will in this phrase was used to describe willpower, and the spirit here was the aura that existed in all living beings. This was a fight between wills, a fight to the death of two lives to fulfill the meaning of their life, and once it ended, only one of them could exist. The booming sounds grew louder. As they surged into the heavens, Su Ming's will grew larger, and the natural instinct to snatch and plunder caused him to seize everything from his other self as their wills clashed. On the other hand, the child of Morris Alba who had harmonious Morris Alba's will gathered on him knew that he was bound to fail in this battle of wills and spirits, because the will with which he fought was not something of his own. He had known it since the moment the 10 mourning dead souls had been exiled. But even if he was going to fail, he did not have the right to flee. He could not choose to escape. He was Su Ming and Su Ming was him. The two of them were bound to merge into one, and even harmonious Morris Alba longed for them to do so. If that was the case, then they might as well be one complete whole. It would allow his two selves from Een Death and Bright Yang, harmonious Morris Alba and Arid Triad, beyond the mirror and within the mirror to become complete. They would be able to become the highest form of existence in the universe. This was destiny. It was something both Su Ming's were conscious of. If the Su Ming from Arid Triad was in his place, he would eventually choose to do the same. Since he could not be in control of the situation, he would become the one who would merge into the other, because only by doing so could the person who survived become the strongest and be able to protect all that he wanted to protect. They were one, and the things they wanted to protect were the same. This was something that the two wills noticed wholly when one side became stronger and the other became weaker as they continuously clashed with each other. This clash of wills and the booming sounds lasted for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn before a long string of laughter echoed in space. There was regret in that laughter, along with an ancient tone and a soundless sigh. My other self from Arid Triad, today I will become one with you, and the both of us will become complete, but remember this, you must remember your determination, and you must remember what you wish to protect. Remember the person the both of us want to protect. Take Yu Xian away. Take her to Arid Triad, search for Arid Triad's Yu Xian. When the both of them fuse into one, she will wake up. Since there is only one Su Ming in this world, then there can also only be one Yu Xian as well. From now on you are a powerful warrior from Arid Triad, and also a child of Morris Alba from harmonious Morris Alba. An astonishing bang shot up. It came from harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. When the other Su Ming's voice echoed in space, it fused with the bang, and it gradually went into the distance. At the same time, the rotating vortex formed by all of True Sky Hill World came to a stop. When it did so, an innumerable number of invisible threads were flung out, and they swiftly went to the spot where the two wills clashed. Layer by layer, thread by thread. In the blink of an eye, the area around Su Ming was covered by countless invisible threads. Since too many of them filled the area, they gradually became visible, though they were still semi-transparent. When all of True Sky Hill World was completely covered by those threads, what appeared in the galaxy was a huge cocoon. It was a cocoon of a butterfly before it spread its wings for the first time. At the instant the cocoon was formed, harmonious Morris Alba's will descended completely in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. Its presence felt just like the antecedental spirit's disaster from Arid Triad. It caused all of the operations of harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos to become still for all eternity. Only the cocoon continued growing swiftly. Su Ming's presence alternated between being strong and weak while he was in it, as if he was going through an incredibly important metamorphosis. It would cause his life to become complete. Once he fused with his other self within the mirror, he would reach a unique rise in power. No one knew how long it would last. When he woke up, he would no longer be incomplete, as he had been in the past. Instead, he would become the one and only Su Ming in the world. The metamorphosis was not just a simple serendipity for Su Ming. Harmonious Morris Alba's will had went out of its way to descend and surround him. It prevented any kind of accident from happening when it froze harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos for all eternity. When it descended personally, it acted in a manner similar to a guard that treasured the chance to see something that had never happened before. It valued this chance so highly that it had looked forward to it for a long time. It had waited for the day Su Ming would break from the cocoon. The flames of war burned fiercely in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. The cultivators from St. Fire and Dark Dawn had their own unique cultivation systems. With their powers which they believed to be the only ones that were true, At the moment they rushed out of Arid Triad's gap, they clashed against the first defense formed by the cultivators of the three great true worlds. With an overpowering advantage and while dealing an incredible number of casualties to the cultivators of the three true worlds, they faced no challenge when rushing forward. After all, they were cultivators of the fourth era who had inherited their legacies from the second era. There were no dislocations in between eras, no missing parts in their cultivation systems when their legacies were passed down from era to era. It was unlike for the cultivators from Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. After living through several eras, their cultivation system might look complete, but it lacked a soul. They had the system but lacked the thoughts contained within it. The battle had only lasted for 3 days, and almost all the cultivators from the three true worlds in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos had died. Blood filled true Morning Tao world, and torn limbs floated everywhere. Shrill roars had once reverberated through space intensely, but at that moment, all of them gradually faded away. Only a thick stench of blood remained. It spread through the area, bearing witness to the tragic battle. During it, not a single person from the three true worlds of Arid Triad had taken even half a step backwards, which was a sight that was rarely seen. Not a single one of them had the thought of retreating. Perhaps they once had, but right behind them were their homes. In the face of the ferocious smiles of the invaders, they watched countless people stand beside them with bloodshot eyes and self-destruct to stop the invaders. After seeing such scenes, no one chose to move back. Even if they retreated to the end of the universe, if all of Arid Triad stopped existing, what was the use for them to remain alive while gasping for their last breath? Unyieldingness was a subjective word, but it became something corporeal in that battle. It became the source that made all the cultivators from the three true worlds in Arid Triad to descend into madness. They continued to self-destruct, continued to fight, and continued to die. All the cultivators from the three true worlds in Arid Triad might have died while the loss Saint Defire and Dark Dawn suffered was not great. But the madness from the cultivators of Arid Triad shocked them greatly. It was a madness of rather dying than surrendering and lowering one's head. It was a fearlessness that allowed them to give up their all to protect everything they cared about. They lasted for 3 days before almost all of them haddied. When all their enchanted treasures crumbled, the second army of cultivators from the three true worlds in Arid Triad arrived. A war that seemed to be able to continue without stop was lit in true Morning Tao world. The cultivators from Arid Triad were used to the whirlwind in true Morning Tao world, which was why in some sense, it also became a protection of Arid Triad. To the cultivators from Saint Defire and Dark Dawn, who were not used to the whirlwind, it was incredibly difficult to handle. But the difference between their cultivation systems was a ravine that they could not avoid. It meant that the winner of the battle in which countless cultivators had died would not be Arid Triad, no matter what. Arid Triad could not compare in terms of overall levels of cultivation, and in the face of the countless cultivators from the two expanse cosmoses, Arid Triad too could not compare. The only thing it had was a conviction that allowed its people to fight to the death due to their unwillingness to admit defeat. Either they would win and Arid Triad would remain Arid Triad, or they would lose, and all the cultivators from Arid Triad would become slaves. They would be enslaved for generations and never be able to lift their heads, never be able to determine their own lives. How were they supposed to make a choice? There was no choice. The second army of cultivators from Arid Triad lasted for 4 days before they crumbled again. All of them died. All of true Morning Tao world turned bloody red, and a thick stench of blood filled the space. The bloody stench was so strong that even the whirlwind could not make it disappear. Could only fill space and accumulate to no end. The third, fourth, fifth armies, 5 armies of cultivators were deployed, and each was stronger than the last. Their enchanted vessels were more astonishing each time, but they had only been able to graze Saint Defire and Dark Dawn's feet, while holding them back for most of a month. Once the ancient gods appeared and huge ferocious beasts from Dark Dawn the size of the ancient gods came out from the gap, endless ripples appeared in all of true Morning Tao world. The war ended at that moment. The appearance of the ancient gods, the huge beasts from Dark Dawn, the descent of the 8 paramount Daos from Saint Defire, and the ferocious appearance of the 10 murderous saints from Dark Dawn caused the war, which had a power imbalance to begin with, to completely lose its balance. In fact, the scale had disappeared into thin air. The sublime paragon of sacred Een was severely wounded, and body and soul of the sublime paragon from the fourth true world were destroyed. When one of the two powerful warriors was injured and the other died, as if dust had finally fallen to the ground, the morning bell rang in arid triad expanse cosmos. When the fifth army of cultivators was destroyed, the sixth army did not appear. Instead, in silence, true sacred Een world activated their sealing rune and completely locked down true sacred Een world. They no longer sent any cultivators outwards. Instead, with the act of locking down their entire true world, they began setting up a tight defense. They had already lost their courage to continue attacking, because they could not see hope. Right then, they could only continue strengthening the power of their rune, which they had prepared for years, in an attempt to fight against the power of Saint Defier and Dark Dawn. The sublime paragon and many powerful warriors of this true world activated their full strength to make their rune complete and flawless. This was a passive choice. But they could not see the future even after they made this choice. After true sacred Een world sealed their true world, the fourth great true world fell silent, and they too chose to lock down their true world. They stopped sending out cultivators. During that moment, it was as if there was no longer any force of power that could stop Saint Defier and Dark Dawn's footsteps. An innumerable number of cultivators from the two expanse cosmoses spread out to occupy large areas. Once they formed two huge camps, they completely occupied true Morning Dao world, causing this place to no longer belong to Arid Triad. There was a large number of cultivators who did not join the ninth summit previously, and they were scattered all over the true world. They would occasionally engage in a fierce battle against the foreign cultivators, but they were just mere sparks. They could not create a huge blast. All of true Morning Dao world was reduced to ruin. There was only a bloody stench in space and blood everywhere. The land of berserkers could not be seen in true Morning Dao world because when war erupted, all the berserkers were shifted into the ninth summit, the place once belonging to Morning Dao sect. It was done the moment Su Ming's second senior brother received his message, delivered to him via the true world's will. When a large number of cultivators descended from Saint Defier and Dark Dawn, true Morning Dao world practically became a galaxy belonging to those two expanse cosmoses, and true Sacred Een world and the fourth true world were forced to choose to seal themselves. 5 spots were exposed to Saint Defier and Dark Dawn. 1. The Emperor of Abyss True World. 2. Ninth Summit. 3. Heavenly Incense Rune. 4. Sun Sinking Talisman. 5. In Death Vortex. The Emperor of Abyss True World could be said to have been the first to choose to seal itself when the war broke out. The cultivators in there were kept in extremely good condition, as if they were an independent entity, and were not at all connected to the other true worlds in Arid Triad. As for Heavenly Incense Rune, Dark Dawn was the first to approach it, but the heavenly incense had been extinguished, which made them unable to obtain even a single shred of its life force. They could not use all the preparations they had made and could only give up. Dark Dawn and Saint Defier were both interested in Death Vortex, but the cultivators from Saint Defier were the first to approach it, as if they had agreed upon this with Dark Dawn, and that was why Dark Dawn did not follow them. Only the huge sun-sinking talisman floating in the galaxy had cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defier surrounding it at the same time. Both sides sent out a large number of cultivators to investigate and attempt to activate it. The last was the ninth summit, which was located in the spot previously belonging to Morning Dao sect. This place practically became the spot for Saint Defier and Dark Dawn to train their soldiers. The cultivators from the two expanse cosmoses were not in a hurry to sweep through Arid Triad, but had instead stationed themselves in true Morning Dao world. On one hand, they wanted to investigate the sun-sinking talisman, and on the other they wanted to widen the gap, causing it to expand non-stop. At the same time, they trained their soldiers using the ninth summit and continuously attacked its rune. The entire process lasted for about a month, and by then the ninth summit's rune was severely damaged, but it did not crumble. However, the cultivators from the two expanse cosmoses attacking the ninth summit had only become stronger. It was as if they had become acclimated to Arid Triad during the month, as if they had stationed themselves in true Morning Dao world to get used to it. Once that happened and they became capable of bringing forth their full power, the nightmare started. Sacred Een was attacked by Saint Defire, and the Emperor of Abyss was attacked by Dark Dawn. Both expanse cosmoses deployed their armies to these two true worlds, and a shocking war broke out. The fourth true world looked as if it had been intentionally overlooked. They did not go overboard in provoking them. However, the ninth summit was not as fortunate as the fourth true world. Instead, its rune was continuously weakened until it gradually reached the point of breaking. Outside the ninth summit was a large number of cultivators surrounding the sect. They were not in a hurry to break the rune. In truth, it was useless even if they were in a hurry. The ninth summit's rune had been personally crafted by Wuxia, but that was not all. True Morning Dao World was Su Ming's clone, and while this clone had lost some semblance of sentience because Su Ming was in harmonious Morris Alba, he could still use the true world's will to protect a rune. As the army of cultivators attacked the runes beyond the Emperor of Abyss and Sacred Een, a man and woman stood behind the many foreign cultivators surrounding the ninth summit's rune. They were staring at it coldly. I do not understand. This is just a simple rune and a simple sect. Why are the two supreme paragons paying such a high amount of attention to it? They actually retracted the order to attack forcefully. If we could ask the three supreme paragons to attack, this rune would have been reduced to ash in a moment. The woman was incredibly beautiful while twirling her hair. Her voice was clear, but there was a cold indifference in it. I don't understand it either, but our supreme paragons are only second to the Lord Saint Defire and the Sovereigns of Dawn. They are near to the level of the envoys of the Lords Saint Defire and Sovereigns of Dawn. Their orders must have come from the Lords Saint Defire and the Sovereigns of Dawn. If that is the case, then there is no need for us to persist in it. But speaking of which, I do not know whether you've noticed this, but True Morning Dao World makes me feel uneasy. The middle-aged man beside the woman was dressed in a blue robe. He had a frown on his face as he stared at Ninth Summit's rune while speaking languidly. Beyond Arid Triad's gap was Saint Defire Expanse Cosmos, and in it was the 90th Expanse Cosmos among the 180 Expanse Cosmoses there. This Expanse Cosmos was located at the center of Saint Defire, and its galaxy was not black. Instead, there was a faint red glow in it. There were no planets in the galaxy, but there were countless blue threads floating about. Those threads were all illusory, as if they did not exist, and they looked to be eternally suspended in the air, which gave the galaxy a dreamy air. It was completely different from a normal galaxy. The people who lived there for a long time would notice that the world outside was different compared to their homeland when they went to the galaxies beyond for the first time. There were countless bubbles of different sizes in the seemingly endless galaxy within the 90th Expanse Cosmos. At that moment, within a bubble about 100,000 feet big were two people, and they were sitting in it. One of them was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a casual blue long robe. His long hair was tied up and coiled on top of his head in a bun. That person had a face as fair as jade, and he looked gentle and elegant. There was a smile on his face. In his right hand he held a chess piece while he stared at the chessboard in front of him with rapt attention. Sitting across him was an old man in a white robe. This old man was twirling a part of his mustache while he smiled and stared in silence at the middle-aged man, who seemed to be deep in thought. I made a wrong move previously, and with just one wrong move, every single subsequent move I made was filled with mistakes. After a long while, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. He placed the chess piece in his hand by the side and raised his head with an expression filled with various emotions. If I can make the Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei admit that he made a wrong move, I feel honored, the old man said with a smile. His voice was hoarse, and it sounded as if time flowed from it. I made a wrong when playing against the Lord Saint Defire Xianxia, who has remained a Lord Saint Defire since the universe was created, who has never passed down his legacy, and who is the only person who remains as an eternal entity. I can't find myself complaining. The middle-aged man shook his head as he spoke at a moderate pace in a self-deprecating manner. But I don't quite understand this. Senior Xianxia, why did you ask to play with me with your divine thought when I was about to descend to Arid Triad? As he spoke, the middle-aged man lifted his head. There was still a smile at the corner of his lips, but there was a hint of fierceness in his eyes, and it looked like it was the light that could make the universe lose its color. It was incredibly aggressive. The old man was silent for a moment before he said languidly with a deep voice, "The chess piece in your hand might not be a chess piece. The chessboard you see might not be a chessboard as well, but no matter what, since we agreed that the first cultivator in Avakinia realm sent to Arid Triad would be from Dark Dawn, then I do not wish that this one wrong move would result in subsequent mistakes for the entire game. Returning to Arid Triad is the most important thing for the both of us. There can be no error in this. Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei, please regard this matter with importance." The sharp glare in the middle-aged man's eyes grew sharper, and the smile on his lips became colder. "It's not yet time for Saint Defire to try and control how I do things. As for this chess piece in my hand, it is his honor to be able to become my chess piece. Also, this chess piece in my hand is destined to be my chess piece. He can't escape from my palm." There was no arrogance on the middle-aged man's face, but the confidence in his words caused his presence to stand above all in the universe. "And if you end up with a board full of mistakes because of one wrong move?" the old man asked faintly. "Even if I end up with a board full of mistakes because of one wrong move, the person who made the move is me, and I can restart the board," the middle-aged man said coolly. "If the chessboard is broken, then I will create the chessboard again." A glint appeared in the old man's eyes as he enunciated his next words slowly. "And if the chess piece became the player?" "That's impossible," the middle-aged man said resolutely. "Perhaps this is indeed impossible. But what if there is another person besides this chess piece? Are you talking about the ant from that 9th summit? That person who fused with true Morning Dao World's will is just conceited. How dare he fuse with a true world's will? Right now, he should have long since lost his sense of self. Can he still even be considered human?" the middle-aged man said coldly. "I sensed something earlier. There was a strange power that spread out from a spot in Arid Triad, and a tunnel was opened. That tunnel went to an unknown spot and exiled some people as if they had been banished. Can you do such a thing?" The old man stared at the middle-aged man, and a stern look appeared on his face. "That's why you did not want us to forcefully attack the 9th summit. Instead, you forced down the fighting spirit of those paragons and chose to stall for time." The middle-aged man's expression was still as cold as ever, and his thoughts could not be read from his words. "Before we see the light of things and are certain whether he is fused with true Morning Dao World, or whether he has truly replaced true Morning Dao World, I am not willing to offend this person. I also do not want to spread the flames of war and incite this person's wrath." The old man was silent for a moment before he said slowly, "At that time, the price of causing a chessboard full of mistakes because of one mistake would result in the cultivators from our expanse cosmoses being buried by that person's anger because of your command. When I mentioned a wrong move, I was not talking about you but myself. Saint Defire made the wrong choice when we chose our chess piece in the past. Right now, the Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei is about to descend to Arid Triad, and I do not want you to continue making mistakes." The middle-aged man stared at the old man. After a long while, the aloof look on his face disappeared and was replaced by the smile that was as gentle as a spring breeze. He did not speak, but instead stood up and took a step into the distance. 3 steps later, his figure disappeared without a trace from the world of bubbles. One wrong move, and a whole chessboard of mistakes. The chess piece isn't frightening. What is frightening is the player you do not see beside that chess piece. The old man frowned and sighed softly. He lifted his head and looked around himself. A hint of determination slowly appeared on his face. At the center of Dark Dawn Expanse Cosmos was a black galaxy. There was a place filled with ghastly white skeletons in it. They were endless and could not be counted. There was a middle-aged man who sat at the top of the mountain of the white skeletons. Needless to say, the man was the person who had been in the world of bubbles. He slowly opened his eyes, and a white light shone in them. A hint of a cold sneer appeared on his lips. Xianxia has lived for too long. What made him outstanding is gone, and he became a mountain without a summit. It's just some ninth summit and a person who was so conceited that he fused with a true world's will. Why should I be concerned about them? He isn't my chess piece, and he isn't even worthy enough to be my chess piece. My piece is in the Emperor of Abyss True World. The middle-aged man stood up slowly. When he took a step forward, the mountain of white skeletons behind him rotated. The entire mountain range swayed and turned into a sea of white skeletons. They spun beneath the man's feet before they swept him up and rushed through the galaxy at an extreme speed. He charged towards Arid Triad's gap. Oh! When the flames of war spread through Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, Death Vortex continued rotating. A strange power seemed to have appeared in it, causing all the people from Dark Dawn and St. Defire to find it hard to take even half a step inside. It was just like with the Antecedental Spirit's disaster. Even if it could enter Death Vortex, it would be weakened. Death Vortex continued to remain mysterious in other people's eyes, as if it would continue rotating eternally. The depths of Death Vortex were connected to the vortex belonging to Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos, which was like a mirror reflecting Arid Triad. At that moment, all of Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos had descended into silence. Every single operation in the Expanse Cosmos had come to a stop, except for the cocoon Su Ming had turned into at the spot where he and his other self had fought in True Sky Hill World. The cocoon was only about 100 feet tall. From the distance, it did not seem eye-catching. There was no mighty pressure spreading out from it or any astonishing presence. It was so common-looking that it seemed incredibly ordinary. But right beside it was a sight rarely seen. Harmonious Morris Alba's will had personally descended there. It surrounded the area, and with the entire Expanse Cosmos frozen, it prevented all interruptions from the outside world. Cared about this, protected Su Ming, and it looked forward to his emergence. As the days passed, its care, protection, and expectation grew stronger. It would not allow a single accident to happen to Su Ming's metamorphosis. It would not allow him to fail because his appearance, his fusion with the child of Morris Alba, the possession of the wills of two great true worlds, all of these things were filled with the possibility of variation. In its mind, Su Ming was not the person who fused with a child of Morris Alba, but the first person who fused with a child of Morris Alba while possessing the wills of two great true worlds. The implications behind this were completely different from everything that had happened before. In fact, to Harmonious Morris Alba's will, the children of Morris Alba were not its children, but servants. When they fused with a person from Arid Triad, they would either continue being its servants or become a part of Arid Triad. It did not care about which came to be. But Su Ming had possessed Morning Dao and Immortal Sect, which was why a cocoon had appeared after he merged with the child of Morris Alba. And since he was a cocoon in some sense while he was in the cocoon, Su Ming was already in existence in the same realm as Harmonious Morris Alba and Arid Triad. In fact, he was already a race they acknowledged. That was why Harmonious Morris Alba paid so much attention to him. It seemed to have seen a vague form of hope from Su Ming. That was the first time. It saw hope after countless years and after countless eras had transitioned from one to another. It was the hope to return home. In the countless eras it could no longer count. It heard its home calling to it more than once, but it could not find the hope to return there. During that moment, however, that hope had been magnified endlessly. Even if it was Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos will, it still trembled as its hope continuously grew. It was different from Arid Triad. Compared to the aloof and nearly numb Arid Triad, it possessed thoughts and emotions that were similar to those of a human being. That was why there would be 3 children of Morris Alba in the place, while there was no such thing in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. Time trickled by, but not much time of it passed. One day, when a light cracking sound traveled through the silent galaxy, Harmonious Morris Alba's will surrounded the cocoon in an excited manner. The cracking sounds grew in number, as if the cocoon was shattering from within. The cracking lasted for a period of time. Eventually, a thin crack appeared on the cocoon's surface. It slowly spread out. When a clear cracking sound spread out incredibly distinctly, the crack widened to a breadth of a finger. Not a single sliver of light spread out from within, but all those from beyond could see into the cocoon. They could see that there was a young man with his eyes closed inside. He was naked and looked like he was sleeping calmly. He had a head full of black hair, and his face was so fair that he looked sickly pale. The third eye at the center of his brow was not vertical, but a horizontal line. Above it was another vertical line. That vertical line was like a cut that penetrated the third eye. It looked like a cross, but the moment Su Ming opened his eyes and the third eye flew open, the cross looked like a butterfly that had spread its wings. Su Ming opened his eyes. His right eye seemed to contain countless planets in it. They had endless death aura, and it was harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos true immortal sect world. His left eye was a void. It was empty, like a ruin, and a calmness that felt like dead stillness spread out from it. But in that empty space was a bright sun, and it was the current true morning Tao world. The two great true worlds had perfectly fused with Su Ming's will. When he closed his eyes, he was a true world, and when he opened his eyes, he was Su Ming. The vertical line at the center of his brow marking his third eye was reminiscent of a butterfly when it spread its wings, which caused Su Ming to look like a powerful warrior from arid triad expanse cosmos, but also a child of Morris Alba from harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. However, he was a child of Morris Alba who was different from all the rest and was one whose existence was unprecedented. His skin was incredibly pale, which made it look like didn't have a lot of power. In fact, he gave off the feeling that he was very frail and weak. But with this sort of body, when Su Ming opened his eyes and extended his right hand out of the cocoon to tear it slightly open, an astonishing power erupted from him. It was so strong that it would make a person feel as if there were blades cutting into their eyes when they saw it. Cracking sounds spread out as Su Ming tore the crack on the cocoon wider. Then, he lifted his left hand, and the cocoon was instantly ripped apart both ways, allowing Su Ming to slowly walk out from within. He walked out naked, but the next moment, he turned his head around and swung his right hand. The cocoon immediately melted to turn into a white robe that covered his body. He stared at the galaxy before slowly closing his eyes again. He could sense that his body had become unprecedentedly stronger. He felt complete from having merged with his other self from this expanse cosmos. His physical power felt like it no longer had any flaws. All lives practiced cultivation because they wanted to mend the flaws in their bodies. But at that moment, it was clear that no flaws could be detected in Su Ming's physical body any longer, because he was complete. A body without flaws gave Su Ming a strong feeling that even if he came face to face with a cultivator in Avacania realm, it would be hard for them to affect him. His soul had also become complete. His level of cultivation might still be stuck at only having his spirit ascend once, but at that moment, Su Ming was very certain that he could have his spirit ascend up to 5 times. The endless path of the powerful was now clearly presented before Su Ming. After a long while, he opened his eyes. At the instant he did so, he sensed the entire true world move. Or rather, all of harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos was moving. This sort of movement was a constant. It moved at all times, but since he was in the expanse cosmos, he did not notice it. And only Su Ming could sense it, since his will was in 2 true worlds. It was also because his life had become complete at that moment that this feeling became even clearer. Not only was harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos moving, arid triad expanse cosmos was also moving. They were both moving based on a fixed pattern. Tell me the truth. After a long while, Su Ming spoke languidly. There was not a single person who could be detected around him, but Su Ming's voice still echoed in space, because he could sense a huge will so great that it was indescribable in the area. Su Ming did not find it unfamiliar. He understood that this familiarity came from his other self, and the vast will that was familiar to him could only be harmonious Morris Alba from this expanse cosmos. There is no truth. A muffled voice with a thick ancient air echoed around Su Ming. That voice might have appeared suddenly, but it gave off a feeling that it should have always been in this galaxy. If there is truly one, then you can try to perceive it yourself. I will let you perceive it. The muffled voice echoed in space calmly, as if there was not a single shred of emotion contained in it. But when it landed in Su Ming's heart, he could detect plenty of emotions, such as anguish, resignation, lamentation, and melancholy. At the same time the voice appeared, harmonious Morris albas will swiftly rushed at Su Ming and instantly enveloped him. It extended outwards until it touched his body, but did not forcefully seep into him. Instead, it stopped. A thought appeared in Su Ming's head. In silence, he did not choose to resist, but instead had his divine sense scatter, allowing harmonious Morris albas will to fuse into him, and at that instant, it became connected to his will. Su Ming's mind instantly roared. His vision became blank, as if his soul had left his body and was continuously rising, rising, rising. 10,000 years seemed to pass, but it also seemed as if only a moment was gone. When Su Ming's mind became clear, he saw a scene that he would never forget, a scene that shook his soul. It was a vast, empty space. No planets could be seen. No dazzling light could be detected. It was just like the beginning of any galaxy. There was no end to this place, only a vastness that could not be described with words. In that vast space, Su Ming stared into the distance. He saw light. It was a colorful light, and as wings flapped, the light gradually entered his eyes. There were 9 butterflies. There were 9 butterflies in this vast galaxy, and they were the only things that existed there, only things that flapped their wings, and only things that caused Su Ming to focus his attention on them. The 9 butterflies were of different sizes. Their wings might be colorful, but there were slight differences between each of them. They flew in the galaxy and were the most dazzling scene within it. They are all harmonious Morris albas. They are born along with the universe, and they take on the shape of the universe itself. Harmonious Morris alba's muffled voice reached Su Ming's ears. It lasted for a long time in space and sounded nostalgic. Su Ming stared at the vision in a daze. He could not tell which of the butterflies was the harmonious Morris alba he currently existed in. As he continued observing in silence, he saw the 9 butterflies gradually fly into the distance, as if not even they knew where they belonged to. In fact, there was one butterfly that seemed to be sentimentally attached to this galaxy. It grew slower before it eventually stopped, as if it did not want to continue flying into the distance. The other 8 butterflies circled around it a few times, as if they were saying their goodbyes to it before they left. At that moment, only one butterfly remained in the vast galaxy. It circled around the area. When it flapped its wings, it felt as if the entire galaxy trembled. When its wings overlapped with each other, it felt as if they became only one wing, and during that moment, the entire galaxy fell into dead silence. Gradually, the butterfly stopped moving and no longer flew or circled around the area. Instead, it quietly stopped moving and looked to have closed its eyes. But it was still moving its wings slightly. "It is me." Harmonious Morris alba's voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. There was a melancholic tone in that voice, along with very complicated emotions. It was as if it was feeling sentimental about a period of time in the past. Its wings were colorful and very complicated, but if anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that the patterns on the wings were exactly the same. When they overlapped with each other, it became even more difficult to tell them apart. When he saw this, Su Ming's heart trembled with a bang. He saw the right wing of the butterfly in front of him grow endlessly larger. The colorful picture on it too grew larger, and as it continued without stopping, Su Ming saw a galaxy contained in it. That wing was a galaxy. It seemed to contain a border, but in truth, this border was difficult to discern. In that galaxy, Su Ming saw various lives be born. He saw the galaxy being split apart, and almighties appearing to lead all forms of life. Countless powerful warriors showed up, and some of them even made Su Ming's heart shudder when he looked at them. Time seemed to flow faster, and it felt as if 100,000, 1,000,000, and an even longer period of time passed. When the lives in the galaxy in the right wing reached the peak in their development and a certain number of almighties appeared, one day, the butterfly flapped its wings slowly, and they 2 wings overlapped with each other. At the moment they overlapped with each other, Su Ming saw the destruction of all lives. The galaxy in the right wing was not the only one destroyed. Arid Triad, which existed in the left wing, was also destroyed. This was one aeon. This is antecedent of the truth you want. Harmonious Morris Alba's will sighed softly. Its ancient voice echoed in Su Ming's mind again and lingered there. Each time Harmonious Morris Alba's wings overlapped, one aeon would pass. Su Ming stared at all of this in a daze. The wings were two galaxies, and in the middle was the body of the butterfly. At that moment, Su Ming remembered the vortex known as In Death and Bright Yang. After an unknown amount of time passed, he saw the butterfly spread its wings, and a new aeon was born. New lives appeared. New almighties astonished the universe. The wings overlapped again, and another aeon was over. The cycle of destruction and birth continued. The eons intersected with each other before leaving. Su Ming saw too many lives. Up to a moment he forgot just how many eons he witnessed. He saw the birth of the galaxy in the left wing, saw the destruction of the galaxy in the right wing. He saw the disaster that appeared every single time the wings overlapped with each other, and the birth of new lives when two expanse cosmoses appeared at the same time. It was indeed just like a mirror. The interior and exterior of the mirror was the exact same. It seemed to be an ancient law in the universe which no one could change. It could only continue operating in this manner without end. They could only search for the eternity they longed for but could not find between destruction and birth. This lasted until one aeon. Su Ming saw the birth of a life in the galaxy in the left wing. This life was born an ordinary mortal, and he watched his entire life, until he stood on the peak and became the chosen of the galaxy. His power was matchless. In fact, when Su Ming observed him, he found that this person was the most powerful person who had ever appeared in the two expanse cosmoses on the butterfly's wings. When that person was born, another version of him appeared in the galaxy in the right wing. Since the two of them were one, when the version of this person became a chosen in the left wing, the other version in the right wing also stood at the peak of the universe. The butterfly's wings were about to overlap soon. Right when the world was about to be destroyed, that person chose to become the first form of life to fuse with his other self in the right wing, and he became the first life in the butterfly's expanse cosmoses to reach completion. He is Arid Triad. The voice of Harmonious Morris Alba's will was filled with complicated emotions when it reached Su Ming's ears. It seemed to contain a deeply rooted hatred, but there also seemed to be a hint of respect contained within it. Arid Triad. Su Ming's heart trembled. He was so shocked that a storm stirred in his soul, and it was no less stronger than the shock he felt when he saw the disaster formed by the butterfly's wings when they overlapped with each other. It was also during this moment that Su Ming came to a swift understanding. Perhaps Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos did not have a name at the earliest point of time, until this person appeared, and only then was Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos known as Arid Triad. Su Ming forced down the tremors in his heart. His eyes burned brightly. When he focused his attention on that person, he saw the man who was Arid Triad become complete when he fused with his other self in the right wing. When he became complete, he chose to sit down cross-legged in the galaxy and became quiet, as if he had fallen asleep to wait for the day the wings would overlap. Su Ming watched this person, and he felt as if he could sense the unwillingness to give in and the madness coming from his divine thoughts. He was unwilling to accept that he would be destroyed by the disaster. That was why he gained a crazed thought. He wanted to possess the butterfly's two expanse cosmoses. He wanted to become Harmonious Morris Alba, and he wanted to make this Harmonious Morris Alba transform into Arid Triad. The butterfly's wings overlapped with each other. When the disaster of the Aeon descended, the person opened his eyes, and for the first time ever in history, he tried to possess Harmonious Morris Alba. All lives were destroyed. He succeeded but also failed. Harmonious Morris Alba's counterattack, the life and death possession. He succeeded because he obtained one of the expanse cosmoses during his possession. He completely occupied Harmonious Morris Alba's left wing, turning that place into Arid Triad. He also chased away Harmonious Morris Alba's will from In Death vortex, which existed between the wings, causing the vortex to truly become a vortex from then on, a tunnel that connected the two expanse cosmoses together. When he chased Harmonious Morris Alba out, He completely suppressed Harmonious Morris Alba's will in the right wing. This made it unable to venture outwards, so it could only fight against him in a passive manner. They might have seemed to be on equal grounds, but in truth, since the man was the one who took the initiative to possess Harmonious Morris Alba, he could be considered to have succeeded and have gained the upper hand. But he had also failed because he did not manage to replace Harmonious Morris Alba's will completely. He had only managed to complete half of his plan. A new aeon began, and the wings split apart. Arid Triad sank into deep slumber, waiting for the next time the wings would overlap. New lives appeared in his expanse cosmos, but they no longer belonged to Harmonious Morris Alba, but to Arid Triad. When that aeon was over, the butterfly's wings gradually overlapped again. Arid Triad, who had waited for an entire aeon, woke up from his slumber. In each aeon, the two expanse cosmoses would only overlap once, and he only had one chance. Hence, he seized that chance to possess the butterfly's right wing and Harmonious Morris Alba's will again. One aeon and another, and many more eons passed. Every time Harmonious Morris Alba's wings overlapped, their wills would come face to face with a difficult test. In the beginning, Harmonious Morris Alba's will would fight back with full force, but in the end, it would have to hide itself. It did not want to be possessed and devoured. That was why every single time its wings overlapped with each other, it would instinctively hide itself. It had hid itself up to that moment. As the eons passed, it became a guess mentioned by the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe. He guessed that Arid Triad seemed to be searching for something, and during that moment, his guess was verified by Su Ming. Arid Triad was searching for the hidden Harmonious Morris Alba to complete the possession he did not manage to complete in the past. Perhaps, after so many eons, Arid Triad, once a cultivator, had long since forgotten his previous life and that he had gained the crazy thought of possessing Harmonious Morris Alba because he did not want to be destroyed by the disaster. He had forgotten all of this. Instead, he had grown used to being the will of an expanse cosmos. When the wings split apart, he fell asleep, and when the wings overlapped with each other, he woke up, destroyed the world, and searched for Harmonious Morris Alba. This is the truth you want. Harmonious Morris Alba's muffled voice echoed in Su Ming's ears once more. There was a sigh contained within them. When it echoed in Su Ming's ears, the world he saw became an illusion. When the view before his eyes became clear again, he found himself back in Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. He was still in True Sky Hill World's galaxy. The area around him was still empty, and the entire expanse cosmos was in a state of silence that seemed to last for eternity. Su Ming was silent. All sorts of thoughts appeared in his head. Everything he saw just then gave him deeply complicated feelings. He had never thought that Arid Triad was once a cultivator. He had tried to possess Harmonious Morris Alba and succeeded halfway, occupying its left wing and becoming Arid Triad's will. Su Ming had also never expected that the world in which he lived was actually a butterfly's wing, and it was born in the vast galaxy. The butterfly was a life form that was difficult to describe. It exceeded Su Ming's imagination, and it caused him to fall silent. So, Arid Triad is indeed asleep, and he was once a cultivator. So, the disaster that occurs once Arid Triad wakes up was once Harmonious Morris Alba instinctively destroying everything, but later on it became a chance for Arid Triad to search for Harmonious Morris Alba. So this is what is happening. Harmonious Morris Alba's will was silent for a moment. Then it asked slowly, "How will you choose?" Su Ming was still silent. He understood what Harmonious Morris Alba's will meant by its question. It wanted him to choose a position. But emotionally, Su Ming leaned more towards Arid Triad because Arid Triad was once a cultivator as well. He was unwilling to be destroyed by the disaster, which was why he wanted to possess Harmonious Morris Alba, and this was something similar between them. But while Arid Triad had succeeded in half of his plan, he was still Arid Triad's will. He did not choose to stop the disasters. The overlapping of the wings and the subsequent destruction was exactly the same as before he possessed Arid Triad. The disasters still remained. The destructions still remained. However, from then onwards, Harmonious Morris Alba was not alone. Arid Triad was added into the mix. The overlaps and destructions aren't something I can control with my will. To me, the lives in the expanse cosmoses in my wings, their existences and their eventual passing are all in the process of my wings splitting up and overlapping. They are just another form of life born on my body. Perhaps this is my mission from when I was born in this vast galaxy. But I have also pondered over a question for a long time. Since you are all lives born on my body, then on whose body am I born? When my wings split up and eventually overlap, you will die. This isn't my will but my wings' instincts. Unless I die, it's impossible for my wings to stop moving. And if I die, all of you will cease to exist. Then will I disappear when another entity instinctively breathes, and it is an action that it cannot control? This is how all things began. Whether it is your life, my life, or how all lives began. Harmonious Morris Alba's voice was ancient and sentimental. It spread out and traveled into Su Ming's ears, causing him to fall silent. And understanding mixed with further confusion appeared in his mind. Arid Triad is the first person to fuse his two selves from the two expanse cosmoses together. He became a complete entity, and there were others after him who managed to do the same. But no one was able to compare to him because they cannot possess me and Arid Triad at the same time, which is why they were bound to fail, and it is also why they did not dare to do such a thing. Even after I gradually grew to have my own consciousness and started choosing lives who can communicate with me in my expanse cosmos and naming them the children of Morris Alba, none of them were up to my expectations. Until you appeared, I saw hope. You could possess Arid Triad's true Morning Tao world because your other self was a child of Morris Alba in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. The other selves of the other children of Morris Alba in Arid Triad were unable to do what you did either. That is why you are different. You are the only one who can help me threaten Arid Triad. Help me. I don't want to continue staying here. I want to go home. I want to search for my companions. I've stayed here for far too long. I want to find them. Help me. Possess Arid Triad and tear down my left wing. Let me leave. The torn left wing will be my gift to you. Help me or else. When the wings overlap, all of your friends will be reduced to ash under this disaster. You might have become complete after you fused with your other self and became an existence the disaster will not be able to destroy, but your friends, your family, and everything belonging to you will become a relic of the past. If you help me, you will also be helping yourself because even after you've become complete and will no longer be affected by the disaster, you will sink into slumber so deep it will seem as if it will last for eternity. You can only wake up 100 years before the wings overlap every time. Then 100 years after the wings part, you must fall asleep again. You will only have 200 years of wakefulness in each aeon. For the rest of the time you will have to be asleep or else, you will be unable to withstand your own body waning in health every single time the eons switch places. Even if you remain awake, you will no longer have any semblance of humanity. Living that way is no different than being dead. In fact, it is even worse. Then you will choose death because you will not want to live like that. As harmonious Morris Alba's will's words echoed in the air, Su Ming's heart trembled, and he lifted his head. This was the first time he had heard that. A huge storm raged in his heart, and it instantly caused a myriad of thoughts to appear in his head. He had never thought that he would be indestructible under the disaster after he fused with his other self. By the looks of it, there were a number of powerful warriors who fused with their other selves in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos and Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. They struggled to live under each disaster, but they could only wake up 100 years before the disaster. In fact, during that instant, amid all those thoughts in his mind, Su Ming suddenly remembered the scene he saw in The Secrets of the Universe. In that scene, all the people beside him had died. Only he remained standing in the galaxy filled with countless corpses as he roared at the heavens in grief. You cannot take away any person from this place either. Even if they used a unique method to enter the vortex, they would never be able to step foot in Arid Triad. Once they went there, Arid Triad would send a disaster on them because their wills were different. Even you will not be able to withstand that disaster. If the same two people from two different expanse cosmoses appear in the world in the vortex, those two people will be instantly wiped off at the same time. This is the law in the world in the vortex. It is also Arid Triad's will. With a strength greater than mine, he set down this eternal law. Harmonious Morris Alba's voice caused Su Ming to fall silent. After a long while, Su Ming's eyes sparkled swiftly. His voice was ghastly when he spoke. How can I help you? When the wings overlap, the disaster will fall, and during that instant, the will of Arid Triad will be in a state of sleep and wakefulness. It will also be the moment where it is at its most dozed. That moment will be the only moment where you can possess it. I cannot show myself to help you. Unless you possessed most of Arid Triad and are just a sliver away from success, I will not appear. But I can open up all of Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos for you. You can train at will here. In fact, I give you another True World's will so that you can possess it. By doing so, if you can possess another True World in Arid Triad, then you will have 4 True Worlds in your possession, and you will obtain the right to possess Arid Triad. I can also teach you a divine ability branded in my mind when I was born. The name of the divine ability was Butterfly Metamorphosis. You've only managed to understand the bare basics of it. Once I give it all to you, activate this art at the critical moment when you are possessing Arid Triad. The muffled voice of Harmonious Morris Alba's will was filled with excitement during that instant. It echoed in Su Ming's ears, causing Su Ming to fall silent. Once you possess it, tear down my left wing, and this will be the greatest help for me. Su Ming was still silent. The excitement in Harmonious Morris Alba's will slowly turned into a lingering note in space. The entire True World gradually sank into silence. Aren't you worried that once I successfully possess Arid Triad, I won't fulfill my promise? After a long while, a barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he said faintly, "During the period of time Arid Triads will came into existence, I sighed, more than once. I sighed and wondered what would have happened if I chose to self-destruct during the 100 years I noticed I was possessed. But a pity. The slight sliver of hope for survival had caused me to miss the chance to choose self-destruction, and even lose the right to do so. I could only hide after that and not dare to show myself. However, if there is someone who will possess Arid Triad or possess me again, then it will mean that everything will return to the start. During the 100 years after I was possessed, I will have one chance to self-destruct. The result will be that I cannot return home and I will disappear from then on, but the price will be that the person who possessed the 2 expanse cosmoses will vanish without a trace. From then on, not a single trace of anything about me will be left in this universe." Harmonious Morris Alba's will remain silent for a moment before it said languidly, "Helping me will also mean that you're helping yourself. You are helping yourself create an endless future and a serendipity. If you don't help me, I will still exist. I will still hide. Perhaps after an unknown number of eons later, I will be made to merge with Arid Triad. But during that process, you will have to bear with the fate of all your families and friends' deaths. All the people you knew during the eons will eventually die wretched deaths, and you will have to face the fate of waking up only for 200 years in each aeon while sleeping for the rest of the time, and as each aeon passes, you will become weaker. You will realize that living is more painful than dying. Once I am devoured, everything will be remade, and you will be buried in the past. During the process of everything being remade, you will be wiped off for all eternity. Similarly, if you choose to help Arid Triad, then you should know how you will end up, considering you know very well about the schemes between cultivators and how the strong prey on the weak. I do not even need to tell you about it. If you choose to agree to help me but turn against me in the end or possess me, you know full well what will happen to you. Unless you submit to fate, you have no other choice." The voice of Harmonious Morris Alba's will traveled into the area calmly, causing Su Ming's expression to become even darker. "I don't have any other choice." Su Ming did not speak. In truth, Harmonious Morris Alba's will had not promised Su Ming anything, and neither did it give him many things. It promised him that he would own the left wing, but if Su Ming truly possessed Arid Triad, he would not need harmonious Morris Alba's blessing. The left wing was already his, there was no need for him to be provided that blessing. With Su Ming's soul, he could also possess one of the wills in this true world's expanse cosmos. There might be some difficulties in this, but it was by no means any sort of gift. However, it would still make Su Ming's possession of Arid Triad to be easier. The butterfly metamorphosis was also not any form of legacy. This was something harmonious Morris Alba's will must do for itself. It could be said that harmonious Morris Alba had used the most straightforward method not to provide help for Su Ming, but to tell him all about the truth in detail. It told him everything and did not hide too many details from him. It allowed Su Ming to know of his situation and know of all the paths in his future. If he understood, then it would be beneficial for the both of them. And that would be enough. Then, what sort of existences are the 360 expanse cosmoses that form Saint Fire and Dark Dawn? Could it be that there are other butterflies beside you who have reached perfection? Su Ming remained silent for a while before he suddenly asked. This was his final question. This question had remained constantly in his mind after he came to understand harmonious Morris Alba, and since harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos was a mirror of Arid Triad, there was also a gap in harmonious Morris Alba serving as a reflection of Arid Triad's gap, and Su Ming had noticed it when he had his will fill the place. Then surely, there should also be a Dark Dawn and Saint Fire beyond this gap. Other butterflies. No, I am the only in this vast galaxy. My family is in the distance. I stopped midway to watch the beautiful galaxy. But because of it, I have practically been made to stop here for all eternity. I can't find my family. I can't locate them. There was a melancholic tone in harmonious Morris Alba's voice. Its voice lingered, and there was a sigh in it. As for the Saint Fire and Dark Dawn you speak of, they exist in real expanse cosmoses as well, but they are not beyond me. They are also on my wings. Harmonious Morris Alba remained silent for a moment before it answered languidly. The so-called gap is in truth not a gap. I don't understand. Su Ming frowned. These words caused him to be in slight confusion. He could not grasp the meaning behind it. He still could not quite understand how Saint Fire and Dark Dawn, which were both beyond Arid Triad's gap, could possibly be on the butterfly. In fact, in Su Ming's thoughts, perhaps Saint Fire and Dark Dawn had been able to leave in the past because Arid Triad had agreed to it. In fact, there was a high possibility that Arid Triad had also given its tacit agreement for the formation of the gap that had appeared in Arid Triad this time. And this was what Su Ming could not understood. If Arid Triad and harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos were the two wings on the butterfly, then where were the expanse cosmoses of Dark Dawn and Saint Fire located? How many wings did I have on my body when you saw me in my memories? Harmonious Morris Alba's voice echoed around Su Ming calmly. 2 wings, Right when Su Ming spoke, his eyes immediately focused swiftly. He stopped speaking abruptly. There was brilliant light shining in his eyes. His heart roared loudly during that moment as well. It's not just 2 wings, but 4 wings. The butterfly he saw previously immediately appeared in Su Ming's mind. The butterfly had 2 huge wings, but when it flapped its wings, there were 2 slightly smaller wings. However, they looked as if they were connected. In fact, when they moved at the same pace with the larger wings. That was why Su Ming ignored their existences, instead treating them as a part of the 2 wings. But in truth, the butterfly did not have 2 wings. It had 4 wings. During that instant, Su Ming came to an instant understanding that the 2 big wings were Arid Triad and harmonious Morris Alba, and one of the 2 small wings was Saint Fire and Dark Dawn, while the other was an expanse cosmos connected to harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. Then, Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly, just as he was about to speak. The low voice of harmonious Morris Alba's will gradually traveled into the air. I know what you want to ask. You want to ask whether there is a will in those 2 small wings. I told you before that Arid Triad is stronger than I am. That is why he can come searching for me on his own, and why I have to hide from him. But you didn't ask me why he is stronger than me. Because he had also possessed the small left wing originally belonging to me, and I was forced to give up on the small right wing when I was fighting against Arid Triad. I hid myself in the world in the big right wing. In Su Ming's ears, Harmonious Morris Alba's voice sounded as if it came from very far away, because at that moment, Su Ming was so shocked that he had a storm raging in his heart. Only during that moment did he understand that this so-called disaster of Arid Triad and Dark Dawn's descent was in truth tacitly agreed upon by Arid Triad, because to Arid Triad, it did not matter whether it was Saint Defire or Dark Dawn, they were one. Yet, hilariously enough, Saint Defire and Dark Dawn did not know this at all. Perhaps there were people who knew this, but most would definitely not know about this. They thought that had descended to invade Arid Triad, but in truth they were also one. Then why did Arid Triad do this? Even if it's asleep, it also wanted to drive this matter into its development. Besides searching for Harmonious Morris Alba, there is no other reason. Then what other method could it use to find Harmonious Morris Alba? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. During the instant this question appeared in his mind, a shudder ran through his entire body. Arid Triad's gap and Harmonious Morris Alba's gap. Arid Triad. What an existence! As expected of the strongest cultivator in the expanse cosmos in the past and the most powerful person who could possess Harmonious Morris Alba's will. This person's schemes are not something a normal person can think of. He isn't thinking about using Arid Triad's gap to find Harmonious Morris Alba, but with Arid Triad's gap, he wants to form Harmonious Morris Alba's gap. With Dark Dawn and Saint Defire invading Arid Triad, it caused the small right wing to invade Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. It can be said that at the same time Arid Triad expanse cosmos is invaded by Dark Dawn and Saint Defire, there are also forms of lives descending into Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos through Harmonious Morris Alba's gap. When Su Ming's heart trembled, Harmonious Morris Alba's sigh traveled into his ears. You should have thought of it. That's right. Once you arrived, a gap appeared in my expanse cosmos. I can sense Arid Triad's presence coming from it. It has arrived using this method. Next, he will make the disaster descend ahead of schedule. He will make the four wings overlapping appear beforehand. A brilliant light appeared in Su Ming's eyes. At that moment, he did not know that the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had understood this before he died, and that was why he had mentioned that it was coming. He meant to say that the disaster was about to come. He meant to say that Arid Triad had already rushed into Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos through Harmonious Morris Alba's gap. Arid Triad. What an existence! This was a matter he had planned for 2 eras, and he had exerted a subtle influence over Saint Defire and Dark Dawn to send them out of Arid Triad expanse cosmos. They entered a region that could be said to be Arid Triad's second expanse cosmos. He waited there in silence, and when the time was right, he used the gap as an entrance and moved into Harmonious Morris Alba. He also attempted to use this method to control 3 wings, so that the overlapping of the 4 wings would arrive ahead of schedule. Even I was used by Arid Triad once. The antecedental spirit's disaster had appeared in Een Death Vortex because he wanted to force me into Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. My appearance caused Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos and Arid Triad to arrive at the same wavelength, causing Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos to appear. Su Ming's eyes sparkled brilliantly, and there was a fierceness in them. If his cooperation with Harmonious Morris Alba previously only began to form, then right then, Su Ming had completely agreed to cooperate with it. There was an arrogance in his character. This arrogance made him become ruthless towards all those who used him and manipulated his life. He made all those people pay. It was the case for Su Xianyi for Di Tian. So why should Arid Triads will be any different? The time for the overlap should have been around 3,700 years, but now it has become only 500 years. I can only stall it for 500 years. After that, the 4 wings will overlap, and the disaster will arrive. Harmonious Morris Albas will sigh softly. When its murmurs spread out, Su Ming sank into silence. What caused him to fall silent was not the 500 years. Instead, it was the original time for the disaster to descend. The time was 3,700-something years. In fact, Su Ming knew the precise time for it. It should be 3,720 years. The voice of the rune spirit in heavenly spirit incense seemed to repeat its words in his again. 3,720 years later, I will be lit again. A hint of determination appeared in Su Ming's face. When he lifted his head, he stared at the galaxy in the distance and said calmly, I understand. I will help you in this. Thank you. Which true worlds do you want to possess? Which true world directly reflects Arid Triad's Emperor of Abyss? A strange light shone in Su Ming's eyes when he spoke faintly. It is the true world you are currently in. True Sky Hill world. I want the will here, Su Ming said resolutely and without hesitation. At the moment he said those words, harmonious Morris albas will immediately turned into a storm around him. It surrounded Su Ming and swept through the area with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, it grew to be 10,000 lis wide before it disappeared without a trace. Only Su Ming's divine sense could sense that the storm had already swept through all of True Sky Hill World. Wherever it went, True Sky Hill World's original will would instantly disappear. This only lasted for the span of a few breaths. When the storm harmonious Morris Alba had turned into went past True Sky Hill World, not a single shred of will remained within it. Turned into an empty space. It was like a body without a soul, and any other soul could occupy it. This was the help harmonious Morris Alba provided Su Ming, allowing him to possess a true world in an incredibly easy manner. The moment True Sky Hill World was void of a will, Su Ming's will spread out and instantly fused into it. His will instantly increased in power exponentially, as if it had received a great supplement and external nourishment. In just the span of a few breaths, Su Ming's will spread through all of Sky Hill, and once he completely occupied it and turned it into his clone, he could clearly sense that the power of his will had increased by 5/10. With 3 true worlds' wills, Su Ming instantly rose to a higher state of being, making him feel like a god at that moment. It didn't if his will, his cultivation base, or his antecedental spirit's will took control. They could each make him become a supreme entity. Su Ming's will had become incredibly strong at that moment. His level of cultivation was slightly weaker, but as long as he was successful in multiple spirit ascensions, he could make his will fuse with his cultivation base, and then he could have his antecedental spirit's will fuse with his will. In the end, he could make them his will's assistants. From then on, Su Ming would no longer be a cultivator, but an existence with his will as his main concern. Please keep to your promise, and I will do the same. I will give you the butterfly metamorphosis when you possess Arid Triad. You only have 500 years to prepare. During them, I can no longer help you, because I will be in deep sleep. With it, I will fight against Arid Triad so that I can hold it back for 500 years. For you and for myself. Take care of yourself. Harmonious Morris Alba's muffled voice slowly grew weaker. When the lingering echoes of the final 4 words spread out, Harmonious Morris Alba's will sank into deep sleep and disappeared into the universe. Its expanse cosmos, which had previously been frozen for all eternity, returned to normal during that moment. No one knew that this period of time, which seemed to have only lasted for the blink of an eye, made Harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos different from before. Sky Hill had already become one of Su Ming's clones. In silence, Su Ming lifted his head and looked into the distance. When he took a step forward, he disappeared into space and reached the border connecting Sky Hill and Victory Colony. Then, he walked straight into True Victory Colony World. Su Ming appeared in the palace belonging to the child of Morris Alba in True Victory Colony World. He moved forward and did not run into any form of resistance. Even the guards standing beyond the palace immediately worshipped him respectfully once they saw him. Su Ming walked into the palace and looked around. In silence, he lowered his head and looked at the floor beneath his feet. He lifted his right foot before he placed it down gently. His body immediately fused with the ground and appeared at the bottommost level of the palace, right where the other Yuxian slept. As he stared at her sleeping form, Su Ming examined the face of the woman who was exactly the same as the one in his memories. He was silent. He could not take her away, because even his other self who had fused with him had not known of the secrets in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. He did not know that this Yuxian would have her body and soul destroyed once she was brought out. Su Ming did not dare take the bet. In silence, he watched the sleeping woman. When he lifted his right hand and swung it, layers of huge seals appeared swiftly, filling the hall with Su Ming's will. When the protections in the place reached their peak, Su Ming cast a glance at the sleeping woman once more before turning around and leaving. He wanted to go to harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos all spirits hall. This was Su Ming's final stop while in harmonious Morris Alba expanse cosmos. He did not want to know who was the third child of Morris Alba, nor did he need to know it. There was no use in knowing whether they were someone familiar to him or just a stranger. Whichever was the case, it would be better if he did not ask, did not know, and did not see. Once he understood all of this and no longer allowed it to bother him, Su Ming's heart became very calm. So calm that he felt as if he had returned to the carefree childhood years when he was in Dark Mountain. However, the calmness he experienced at that time was because he had yet to experience life and he was as blank as a sheet of paper. Yet now, countless pictures had already appeared on the white sheet of paper. Too many vicissitudes of life had been written down, and it already had wrinkles of time, but due to the changes, Su Ming felt as if he had seen through all the splendor in the world and understood the real meaning behind it, and that was why he was calm. He slowly walked through the galaxy. He moved through Victory Colony, walked past Sky Hill, and arrived in true Immortal Sect World. He stared at the now empty wasteland that was true Immortal Sect World and walked calmly through it until he came to the All Spirits Hall, reflecting the All Spirits Hall in Arid Triad's true Morning Dao world. Or rather, there was no All Spirits Hall in Immortal Sect because the huge talisman was not there. Su Ming stared at the empty galaxy and closed his eyes. There was indeed no talisman here. But if Su Ming needed it, it would appear because this was an expanse cosmos in the mirror while Arid Triad was beyond the mirror, and if there could be two forms of the exact same life within and outside the mirror, there was no exception to the All Spirits Hall. When he closed his eyes, Su Ming took a step forward. Then another step and another. When he placed his foot down for the third step, his body contorted. He disappeared from the galaxy, and when he reappeared, he was already in a world he was familiar with. White fog filled the entire world, and no end could be seen of it. He could not see into the distance, and he could not see any lives in the fog. This was All Spirits Hall. Perhaps it was Arid Triad's All Spirits Hall, but it could also belong to harmonious Morris Alba. Su Ming did not look into this too deeply. It did not matter to which side the hall belonged. As long as it existed, it was enough. With a step forward, Su Ming turned into a long arc and flew forward in the direction he remembered. He did not seem to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. As he charged forward, the fog underneath instantly started tumbling, as if Su Ming's arrival had caused some changes. In the blink of an eye, red fog was about to appear. Red fog was the most terrifying sign in the world in All Spirits Hall. When Su Ming ran into this red fog in the past, he had to use his fastest speed to avoid it, or else his life would be in danger. But right then, the moment the red fog appeared, Su Ming let out a cold harumph. He lifted his right hand and swung his arm downwards. With it, storms immediately raged. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The fog started tumbling backwards with loud rumbles. It looked like the storm was about to wipe it off. The countless ferocious beasts in the blood-red fog instantly broke down and exploded. They became part of the blood fog, but they still could not stop the fog from dissipating. At that moment, shrill roars traveled through the air. The sky distorted. A vast hall with an ancient and decaying air had one of its corners descend at the end of the sky. At the same time, a large number of lives who looked like spirits and who had dazed expressions on their faces came out from the hall to charge towards Su Ming. Figures who were as thin as mummies, as tall as mountains, and who held long spears in their hands appeared. They raised the long spears in their hands, and waves of murderous aura filled the universe. Almost in an instant, a large number of people who had failed their spirit ascension and turned into either spirits or other forms of physical entities charged towards Su Ming ferociously from all around him. Su Ming's expression remained calm. He stared at the strange life forms who had forced him to flee and would have killed him if he had not run into an old man from Heavenly Spirit tribe before. His expression was calm, but a fierce look appeared in his eyes. With a swing of his arm, he said calmly, "Get lost!" The world roared. With just 2 words, it sounded as if thunder that was 1,000,000 times stronger than normal roared in the sky. Its mighty pressure swept through the land, causing the dazed and ferocious spirits as well as the spear-wielding mummies to shudder, and the forms and spirits of quite a number of them were instantly destroyed while the world rumbled. The entire world instantly filled with a dead silence after the thunderous rumble. In the next breath, great terror appeared on the faces of all the spirits and mummies. Then, without any hesitation, just like how they had reacted when the old man from Heavenly Spirit tribe showed up, they instantly fell back and dispersed. If this is the other All Spirits Hall, then would there be another Tian by here as well? Su Ming stared at the terrified, shocked, and fleeing spirits and mummies in the sky. With a calm expression, he turned his head and looked into the distance. A contemplative expression appeared on his face. Su Ming took a step forward before he instantly vanished. When he appeared, he was already standing in a place far away. There was a mountain where he stood. Su Ming was familiar with it. It was precisely the mountain in which the old man from Heavenly Spirit tribe had been located. However, when Su Ming swept his divine sense across the area, he did not detect even a single hint of familiarity. Perhaps there is indeed another Tian Bai, but it's rather unlikely that he is still here. Su Ming shook his head. Arid Triad and Harmonious Morris Alba might have 2 versions of the same lives, but even if they were the same lives, they lived different lives. It was obvious from the other Su Ming, who was a child of Morris Alba. With a shake of his head, Su Ming turned into a long arc that left into the distant sky. When he appeared at the ruins of Great Berserker Tribe, which was the place where he had went through his first spirit ascension, Su Ming moved onto the towering spirit ascension platform. He swung his arm and sat down cross-legged. The wind was very strong, and it was especially so when on the towering spirit ascension platform. He could even hear the wind moaning in his ears. Su Ming's long hair moved in the air. His robes fluttered with loud whooshing of the wind. A brilliant light shone in his eyes, and he lifted his head and stared at the sky with a hint of resolve and determination. Spirit Ascension. As brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes, his voice traveled through the entire world. At the moment he spoke, the power of the berserkers immediately erupted with a bang from his body. It turned into ripples that spread in all directions. Based on the path of spirit ascension he had experienced before, Su Ming activated the presence for the All Spirits Hall to descend on his own. The world rumbled, and the sky distorted as if it was about to be torn apart. A huge hall descended with a bang. It was golden and radiating with a piercing light that caused the entire world to tremble. A broken hall filled with the living spirits who failed in their spirit ascension could also be seen nearby. It was the Spirit Descension Hall. However, compared to the huge golden hall, the difference in size between the 2 halls was incredibly huge. They were like a child and a huge man standing side by side. When the golden hall shone with a golden light that reached 100,000 feet to envelop the world, Su Ming saw a familiar sign standing tall in front of the hall. 2 words were carved on it. All spirits. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Only one Spirit Descension Hall appeared, which meant that Su Ming's assumption was correct. This All Spirits Hall was indeed not the All Spirits Hall he had went to in the past, but the one that existed in Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. The number of times a person had his spirit ascend would cause a different number of Spirit Descension Halls to appear. The All Spirits Hall was not counted. Right then, there was only one Spirit Descension Hall, which meant that Su Ming could have his spirit go through the first ascension one more time. At that moment, as the light from the hall shone at a brilliant degree, thousands of ancestral spirits instantly appeared. There were 10 rows of them. There were men and women, and all of them were dressed in ancient, simple robes as they levitated beyond the golden hall. The person right at the top shone with a golden light that spread 100,000 feet. He was filled with a suffocating, mighty pressure. Beneath him were 3 people, and beneath them were 8, then 17, then 39, then 86, and at the end there were 881 people. 2,603 positions of ancestral spirits. Su Ming sat on the spirit ascension platform with brightly sparkling eyes as his gaze moved towards the 781st ancestral spirit at the lowest row. Su Ming had already inherited this ancestral spirit when he was in Arid Triad's All Spirits Hall. But right then, he was going to inherit it again. Confidence appeared on his face, and he slowly stood up. Today, I will have my spirit ascend until I reach my limits in this place. As Su Ming mumbled to himself, he swiftly flew to the 781st position on the bottom row and instantly drew close to it. Su Ming touched the ancestral spirit, and loud booms surged into the sky. Su Ming jolted. A brilliant light appeared in his eyes. His body shuddered slightly, but his expression remained the same and did not change. His aura increased swiftly during that moment. The feeling of becoming powerful instantly rose in his body. As he fused with the ancestral spirit and absorbed it, an astonishing pressure erupted from him. The feeling that he was becoming increasingly stronger without stop made Su Ming throw his head back and roar. As he did so, not only did the strength of his physical body increase exponentially, the strength of his soul, his state of being, and his cultivation base also rose until he completely surpassed his previous power and stepped into a new realm. Su Ming could not tell what realm it was, but he could sense that as he grew stronger, the 781st ancestral spirit was rapidly disappearing before his eyes. It was not an illusory disappearance. He was truly disappearing. It felt like if Su Ming had the ancestral spirit fuse with him completely, then from that moment onwards, one of the ancestral spirits would be eternally gone from the All Spirits Hall. From then onwards, no one else could merge with it. This was something that had never happened before since ancient times. Su Ming was completely inheriting and absorbing the legacy of the ancestral spirit. Several hours passed. When the 781st ancestral spirit completely disappeared, a powerful presence that was difficult to put to words erupted from Su Ming's body. It was so strong that it caused everything in the area around Su Ming to distort. If he wanted to destroy the world, he could instantly make it crumble. Because of that strength, Su Ming felt that even if he had to fight against the old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe, he could do so confidently. He had experienced a complete first spirit ascension, and it was equivalent to having his spirit ascend twice in an incomplete manner. But if that was all, Su Ming could not fight against someone from Avacania Realm, much less fight against the old man from Heavenly Spirit Realm. However, Su Ming had the wills of 3 true worlds with him. His will was so strong that it could support him in doing everything. And what could those in Avacania Realm even do to him? Spirit ascension was in itself a shortcut, a legacy that was similar to cheating. It turned the powerful warriors of the previous aeon into the cause, and those who received the inheritance were their effect. The legacy created a karmic path that created lives who were incredibly powerful. This was a legacy. It was also another form of resistance and struggle against the destruction when the disaster descended from the cultivators of the previous aeon. They fought back against heaven, unwilling to admit defeat. Perhaps their method was not as effective as those of the cultivator who became Arid Triad. But this was also a form of resistance, a form of madness. Since they could not avoid being destroyed, then it would better that they turned themselves into a legacy so that their descendants, the people of the next aeon, could obtain the power required to struggle and fight back through a shortcut. This was the reason why the All Spirits Hall was created. Perhaps, All Spirits Hall seemed to have been created by the ancestral spirits of the previous aeon, who were cultivators who survived the disaster of the previous aeon, but Su Ming, who had learned of the secrets of Harmonious Morris Alba and Arid Triad, had his own thoughts about it. It was likely that the ancestral spirits had used a special method to survive through the disaster, but there was also a possibility that they had completely fused with their self from Harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. This was a guess. Su Ming did not know the precise answer, since it was difficult for anyone to know the secrets hidden in the passage of time. But Su Ming obtained a verification for his other guess, which was that the All Spirits Hall was not created by the cultivators of the Ancestral Spirits era. Instead, it was already created a long, long time ago, eons before the era of the ancestral spirits. The 2000-something ancestral spirits in All Spirits Hall were a gathering of all the most powerful warriors from countless eons. They might have already died, but their power had been passed down through the eons, accumulating for an endless amount of time so that they could give a chance for their descendants to rush out of all of this. This was a strong feeling Su Ming obtained in his head after he completely fused with the 781st ancestral spirit. A brilliant light shone in his eyes. With one move and without any hesitation, he chose to have his spirit ascend a second time. 563. The 563rd position in the second to last row was Su Ming's choice. He instantly touched the ancestral spirit there. It was an old man with an ancient face. At the instant Su Ming's body touched his, a shocking presence erupted from the position where the ancestral spirit that was the old man stood. Second spirit ascension. Determination appeared on Su Ming's face, and he sucked in a deep breath. Oh! While Su Ming was in the All Spirits Hall in harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos to go through his second spirit ascension, the cultivators from Dark Dawn and Saint Defire gathered at the huge gap in True Morning Tao world. They surrounded the area and formed a huge rune to make the gap tear further. It grew bigger, and the cultivators could constantly descend from it. This was Saint Defire and Dark Dawn's core in Arid Triad. As long as they could defend this place, they could have a continuous stream of cultivators appear in Arid Triad. Yet during that moment, no cultivators descended from Arid Triad's gap, which was a rare sight to be seen. All the cultivators from Dark Dawn in the area knelt with zealous expressions. As for the cultivators from Saint Defire, they had dark looks on their faces but were not saying a single word. Time trickled by. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a loud, world-shaking bang suddenly traveled through all of True Morning Tao world. Once that sound appeared, a sea of white bones descended from the gap with loud bangs. In the sea of white bones was a middle-aged man in black robes. With a cold and indifferent face, he walked out of the gap and descended in Arid Triad. At the instant he came down, True Morning Tao world trembled. Even True Sacredine world, the Emperor of Abyss True World, and the Fourth True World shuddered at the instant this person appeared, as if they could not handle the faintly discernible, heinous mighty pressure spreading out from his body. Greetings, Sovereign of Dawn Yen Pei. The voices of all the cultivators from Dark Dawn instantly shot into space like thunder. They were like waves filled with great respect and fanaticism. His appearance was the same as the arrival of a sovereign to all the cultivators in Dark Dawn's camp. Su Ming lifted his head and roared towards the sky while next to the All Spirits Hall within harmonious Morris Alba Expanse Cosmos. His roars were filled with a shocking presence that spoke of their owner suffering intense pain that was difficult to describe. As the voice echoed, Su Ming's cultivation base erupted again. This time, the sky instantly distorted her, and the world looked like it could no longer bear the pressure and was about to crumble. However, it only looked to be so. It did not truly crumble for real. However, this scene was enough to show off Su Ming's cultivation base. The power of his soul and his state of being increased at a maddening pace, as if he was going through a metamorphosis when he went through his second spirit ascension. If Su Ming did not include the wills of the three true worlds, then with this explosive increase, his current self would be infinitesimally close to Avacania realm. 3 spirit ascensions, and he could stand on equal footing with those in Avacania realm. Even though Su Ming was going through his spirit ascension in the second to last row, it was more accurate to say that he was already going through his third spirit ascension. Su Ming could clearly sense his own strength, which was increasing at an indescribable, maddening speed. If anyone saw this increase in power, they would definitely be shocked. Cracks soon came from Su Ming's body. Fresh black blood flowed out from his body, and Su Ming's presence became stronger. The ancestral spirit he fused with gradually became darker, as if all that which it wanted to pass down as an inheritance had fused into Su Ming's body to become a part that could not be separated from his state of being. During that moment, scenes that were not part of his memories appeared in Su Ming's head. They were the old man's memories, and they spoke of a time that did not belong to the previous aeon, but was 3 eons before Su Ming's. Back then, the old man was the ruler of a cultivation country. There were no sects in there, and all the cultivators in the country were one. In the end, the old man reached Avacania realm, and he was so strong that he was one of the most powerful in his aeon. The memories stopped when the disaster descended. Su Ming had no idea how much time passed. When his mind cleared, he saw the position where the old ancestral spirit had stood now empty, and a very prominent ancient look appeared in Su Ming's eyes, as if he had lived through another life. The cracks on his body had already disappeared. The strength of his physical body had already reached a state where his ring could no longer injure him. His soul and his cultivation base could already affect those in Avacania realm. If he added his most powerful and fiercest weapon, his will, he could suppress those in Avacania realm, and it would not be difficult. But all of this was still not Su Ming's limit. He lifted his head. At the instant the position of the old ancestral spirit disappeared, his gaze landed on the 371st position at the third row from the last. It was a young man with a pale face, who looked rather sickly. His eyes were closed, and among the hundreds of ancestral spirits at the third row from the last, he did not seem eye-catching. But when Su Ming cast his gaze on him, he felt as if his soul was being summoned. Third Spirit Ascension. Feeling his own great cultivation base, Su Ming lifted his foot and instantly moved to the 371st position at the third row from the last for his third Spirit Ascension in this place. When he went through his first Spirit Ascension, he had not been worthy enough, which was why he had to stop once he went through it. He could not continue in one go, but it was different now. Su Ming possessed the right to have his spirit ascend 5 times. That was why he was going to ascend continuously until he reached his limit. He moved and instantly came into contact with the 371st position at the third row. In an instant, Su Ming's entire body, soul, cultivation base, and everything about him shuddered violently. Waves of jumbled-up thoughts surged into his mind. At the same time, a sharp pain as if he was about to crumble spread through his body. Under the attack of all the thoughts, Su Ming felt as if his soul was about to shatter to pieces. His cultivation base, too, became chaotic, as if this spirit ascension was going to be different. Su Ming had been prepared for this beforehand. The old man from Heavenly Spirit Tribe had mentioned that 3 spirit ascensions was equivalent to reaching Avacania realm. Since that was the case, it was obvious that the 3rd spirit ascension would be incredibly difficult. Similarly, the effect it would have on him would be incredibly great as well. It might be difficult, but Su Ming was confident that he could completely absorb the legacy, because he was not using the foundation of someone who had gone through 2 spirit ascensions to challenge the 3rd spirit ascension, but was performing the 3rd stage of the spirit ascension after having his spirit ascend a total of 3 times from both expanse cosmoses. That was why, when the pain in his body caused Su Ming's expression to distort slightly, he managed to resist it. Red appeared in his eyes. As his body shuddered, it continued becoming stronger at an even faster pace than before. As the pain spread through him, he also became more confident because he was becoming stronger. Su Ming simply allowed time to pass, and with every ounce of his power, he absorbed all the legacies from this position, be it from his soul or his cultivation base. The tests he went through, the splitting of his soul and subsequent fusion, and everything else made Su Ming feel as if a period so long that it felt like 10,000 years had passed, but in truth it had only been 6 hours. After 6 hours, the ancestral spirit in front of Su Ming became so faded away that it looked like it was transparent. When it completely fused with Su Ming, he sucked in a deep breath and slowly lowered his head to stare at his right hand, which he gradually tightened into a fist. He stared at it, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. There was a ghastly, cold chill to it, and great confidence showed up on Su Ming's face. So Avacania is a form of splitting up and being created. I was separated into countless parts, and each part could be turned into a complete version of myself. Which means, when I throw this punch, my fist will be split into countless portions before they are remade to form one single part. It might seem like one single punch, but in truth, I wonder if an average cultivator in Avacania realm will be able to withstand this punch. As Su Ming mumbled, fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. It was a pity that he did not have an opponent around him, or else he would have tested just how strong his fist was. The strength of my physical body works in the same principle. I can instantly divide into countless parts and instantly regroup. I can even be said to be imperishable. My cultivation base is also the same. As long as I have a single hint of it left, I can instantly become whole. In this realm, I can create the sky, the earth, mountains, and rivers. I can make multiple galaxies manifest, as expected of Avacania realm. As Su Ming mumbled to himself, he lifted his head and looked at the fourth row from the last. Once he swept his gaze across it, his eyes locked on the 248th position. There stood a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. Waves of chilling aura spread out from him. Almost every single ancestral spirit in this row exuded a powerful, mighty pressure, and if anyone took a closer look, they would find that the mighty pressure from each of them surpassed those in Avacania realm. Fourth Spirit Ascension. Brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. He moved without hesitation, instantly going to the endless golden light to appear right next to the fourth row. And with another move, he approached the 248th position. The remnants of Great Berserker tribe had left behind 6 numbers. During their repeated tests, they had proved the numbers' accuracy. There might only be 6 of them, but even if there was only 6, it was enough for Su Ming to avoid plenty of dangers and walk the correct path. It was incredibly rare for the tribes in the second generation to be able to determine the first 6 numbers like Great Berserker tribe had done, and even pass it down without error. Su Ming stared at the ancestral spirit in front of him. As he observed the black-robed middle-aged man, he lifted his right hand, and without any hesitation, he pushed his palm against the center of the ancestral spirit's brow. At the moment his palm came into contact with the middle-aged man, Su Ming felt his entire body instantly become cold. The next instant, a large amount of cold air appeared on his skin, and Su Ming turned into a block of ice, and even the ancestral spirit was frozen in it. Time passed. 2 hours later, Su Ming was still in the ice block, not moving, but more chilling aura seemed to be seeping out of his body, causing another layer of ice to appear around him. However, the difference was that the first layer of ice belonged to the ancestral spirit, and the second layer to Su Ming. Slowly, the ancestral spirit became faint, semi-transparent as the legacy contained in it was being rapidly absorbed by Su Ming. He also absorbed the ancestral spirit's remaining memories. They were from an aeon that was even further away from Su Ming's time and revealed the middle-aged man's brilliant life. The memories of his life contained everything about him: his love, hate, regret, wildness, and arrogance. Su Ming obtained all his memories until the disaster of that aeon arrived. The man had then lifted his head and looked at the universe, and as he laughed with madness, he chose to obey the ancient legacy, to turn everything about himself into a figure of an ancestral spirit standing in a position in All Spirits Hall. He would not let himself die for nothing. He would use his death so a descendant in an unknown aeon could have a chance to succeed. If anyone will succeed, destroy Arid Triad so that our sacrifices won't be in vain. Su Ming's heart trembled. The ice block around him instantly shattered. Once it was replaced by the ice made by the freezing air coming from Su Ming's body, it gradually melted, and the middle-aged man's position beside Su Ming had already become empty. Su Ming was silent. He now had quite a number of memories in his mind. After a long while, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He slowly nodded, as if he was making a promise to a senior. After a long while, he looked up, straight towards the 5th row of ancestral spirits. I should be able to perform my 5th spirit ascension. Oh! When the sovereign of Dawn Yenpei of Dark Dawn descended in arid triad expanse cosmos, the sea of white bones filled the galaxy. Countless cultivators from Dark Dawn worshipped him. The cultivators of Saint Defire lowered their heads in silence. At that moment, the black-robed sovereign of Dawn spoke with a ghastly and aloof voice from the sea of white bones. I have descended. Based on our promise, the cultivators of Saint Defire have to listen to my commands. During the first 500 years, you will obey all of my orders. My first order is to completely occupy True Morning Dao world. Destroy that weak ninth sect. I will permit the spirit paragon to attack and crush the ninth summit.